Magandang umaga, mga dugong Pinoy. Breakfast is already served. Feel free to get some for yourselves while networking with your fellow summit delegates. Please settle down and wait for the program to start. We remind you to register at our registration desk outside. Your summit kits will be handed over to you there. It's the CFO's simple way of thanking you. Our photo wall outside is already up as well. Please take your time taking your photos there. You may visit our exhibition area located in the foyer and beside Manila Ballroom. Go check out our sponsor booths to see their products, services, and possible ventures that you may be interested in. Thank you. Magandang umaga, mga dugong Pinoy. Breakfast is already Feel free to get some for yourselves while networking with your fellow summit delegates. Please settle down and wait for the program to start. We remind you to register at our registration desk outside. Your summit kits will be handed over to you there. It's the CFO's simple way of thanking you. Our photo wall outside is already up as well. Please take your time taking your photos there. You may visit our exhibition area located at the foyer beside Manila Ballroom. Go check out our sponsor booths to see their products, services, and possible ventures that you may be interested in. Thank you.
Akin ang napapansin, sugatan na puso'y kusang gumagaling. Handa na bang lisanin mabigat na bitbit? Magaan ng buhay, wag problemahin. Sa pag-alis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haharapin. Halika na, halika na. Sa ating naumpisahan, lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Huwag mo isipin ang babalikan. Dito'y parang naupuring kagandahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Pagtitibayan kong puso para sa iyo. Mamaos man ako, marinig mo lang ang tinig ko. Oo, gagawin ko yun, basta't gagawin mo yun. Magandang bagay alang-alang sa sarili mo. Sa pag-alis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haharapin. Halika na, halika na. Sarili natin taga Frisco. Gabi-gabi na lang ay nasa disco. Mga problema niya'y kanyang nalilimutan. Pag siya'y umuyugyog, sumasayaw. Sa umaga, dispatsadora. Sa gabi, siya'y bonggang-bongga. Pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani ba tong bakal? Sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna, yeah. Si Ani ba tong bakal na taga Frisco? Laging ubos ang sweldo niya sa disco. Mga problema niya'y kanyang nalilimutan. Pag siya'y umuyugyog, sumasayaw. Sa umaga, dispatsadora. Sa gabi, siya'y bonggang-bongga. Pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani ba tong bakal? Sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna. Si Ani ba tong bakal na taga Frisco? Bigla na lang natanggal sa trabaho. Mga problema niya'y lahat nagsidatingan. Di na umuyugyog, sumasayaw. Umaga, dispatsadora. Sa gabi, siya'y bonggang-bongga. Pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani ba tong bakal? Sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna. Oh, sa umaga, dispatsadora. Sa gabi, siya'y bonggang-bongga. Oh, pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani ba tong bakal? Sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna. Sa umaga, dispatsadora. Sa gabi, siya'y bonggang. Pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani ba tong bakal? Sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna. Sa umaga, dispatsadora. Sa gabi, siya'y bonggang. Pagsapit ng dilim, nasa Coco Banana. Ani ba tong bakal? Sa disco is Navera. Sa disco siyang reyna. Isang araw, nagmamaneho sa Cubao. Aking nakita, babaeng saksakan ng ganda. Sinundan ko ang kotseng sinasakyan niya. Hindi ko nakitang may dumarating pala. Hindi ko naiwasan, kami biglang nagkabanggaan. Nung magkamalay, ay nasa ospital na ako. Inasikaso ng doktora na pili ng nanay ko. Biglang-bigla na lang ang nurse nandyan na. At para kong nakita ng angel sa ganda. Kahit nagde-delirio, itong nasabi ko sa kanya. Ale, nasa langit na ba ako? Ale, nasa langit na ba ako? Mama, kayo po ba si San Pedro? Kayo ba si San Pedro? Okay lang sa akin kung ako'y dedo na. Basta't ikaw ang lagi kong kasama. Kaya Ale, nasa langit na ba ako? Ale, ale. At paglabas ko, niyaya ko na siyang pagkasal. siya. Dinamdam kong masyadong sinabi niya. Hindi ko nakita, hagdan ubos na. Ako ay nahulog sa semento, ulo ko'y nahunto. Noong magkamalay ay doon na naman ako. Inasikaso ng doktor na pili ng utol ko. Biglang-bigla na lang ang bagong nurse nandyan na. Tinanong ko muna siya kung may asawa na siya. Ang sabi niya wala, ang puso ko'y biglang natuwa. At nasabi ko, ale, nasa langit na ba ako? Ale, nasa langit na ba ako? Mama, kayo po ba si San Pedro? Kayo ba si San Pedro? Okay lang sa akin kung ako'y dedo na. Basta't ikaw ang lagi kong kasama. Kaya ale, nasa langit na ba ako? Nasa langit na ba ako? Ale, nasa langit na ba? Ale, nasa langit na ba ako? Ale, nasa langit na ba ako?
This song is brought to you by
Beep, 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 beep. Sabi ng tsupe ng jeep. Beep, 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 beep. Sabi kayo't baka kayo'y maipit. Sakay na kayo kahit hanggang kanto. Ang buhay ng tsupe ay di ang biro. Beep, 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 beep. Dadaling ko kayo kahit saan. Beep, 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 beep. Dalihan nyo, hindi ba ako nananghalian? Sakay na kayo kahit hanggang kanto. Ang buhay ng tsupe ay di ko ang biro. Nako, hirap namang maging driver buong hapon na iba. Ay nako, kailangan pa akong pumila para ako'y makapagmerienda. Beep, 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 beep. Oras na ng relievo. Beep, 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 beep. Naghihintay na ang pamilya ko. Sakay na kayo kahit hanggang kanto. Ang buhay ng tsupe ay di ko ang biro.
This song is brought to you by
Bini-bini sa aking pagtulog, ika'y panaginip ko. Dalangit dasal, dininig mo raw. Wika mo raw ay iingatan ka magpakailanman ang purong pag-ibig. Okay ganda, okay gandang mag-alay sa'yo. Sa aking tanong, magkatotoo kaya? Sagot mo, para nang sinadya. Pagsapit ng magandang umaga, bumalikwas din. Panaginip, naglahot na tunaw, ngunit nariyan ka pa rin. Para luman, ikaw ay akin sabi sang lakas ng purong pag-ibig. Okay ganda, okay gandang mag-alay sa'yo. Okay ganda, okay gandang mag-alay sa'yo. Okay ganda, okay gandang mag-alay sa'yo. Okay ganda, okay ganda mag-alay sa'yo. Iba't nagtawad mo. Okay ganda, okay gandang mag-alay sa'yo. Minahal kita agad. Okay ganda, okay ganda sa'yo.
This song is brought to you by
Nakita kita sa isang magazine, dilaw ang iyong suot at buhok mo'y green. Sa isang dahan sa may baklararan, napatingin at tulala sa iyong kagandahan. Oh, naalala mo pa ba noong tayo pang dalawa? Di ko inakalang sisikat ka. Tinawanan pa kita, tinawag mo akong walang hiya. Medyo pangit ka pa noon, ngunit ngayon, hey! Iba na ang iyong ngiti, iba na ang iyong tingin. Nagbago ng lahat sa'yo. Sana'y hindi makita, sana'y walang problema, pagkat kulang ang dala kong pera. Pambili sa mukha mong maganda. Siguro ay may kotse ka na ngayon, rumarampa sa entablado, damit mo'y gawa ni Soto. Siguro'y malapit ka na ring sumali sa supermodel of the whole wide universe. Kasi iba na ang iyong ngiti, iba na ang iyong tingin. Nakita kita sa isang magazine at sa sobrang
Now's the time, can't make it wait. It's your life, don't hesitate. Living more, it can be great. Don't waste your time, just live your life, Don't waste your time, just live your life,
Jumping into the future, jumping into a new day, jumping into the new you, jumping into a new way, jumping into a new light, jumping in things that you like. It's time for you to be brave and jump into a new place. Jump, 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 jump.
Jump into life,
Jump, 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 jump.
jump into love,
Jump, 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 jump.
jump into life.
Jump, 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 jump.
Everybody jump into
Jumping, sabay-sabay up in the sky, taas kamay. Walang kasing taas, walang kasing lakas. So take a leap and jump with us. Take this trip and ride with us. It's your time, don't hesitate. It's your life, it can be great.
Now's the time, can't make it wait. It's your life, don't hesitate. Living more, it can be great. Don't waste your time, just live your life, Don't waste your time, just live your life,
Jumping into the future, jumping into a new day, jumping into the new you, jumping into a new way, jumping into a new light, jumping in things that you like. It's time for you to be brave and jump into a new place. Jump, 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 jump.
Jump in,
Jump, 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 jump.
jump in,
Jump, 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 jump.
jump in.
Jump, 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 jump.
Everybody jump into life.
Jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump.
Jump into life.
Jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump.
Jump into life.
Jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump.
Everybody jump into life.
Ganda ng iyong ngiti, akin ang napapansin. Sugatan na puso'y kusang gumagaling. Handa na bang lisanin mabigat na bibig? Magaan ng buhay, wag problemahin. Sa pag-alis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haharapin. Halika na, halika na. Sundan mo lamang ang aking habang papalayo sa ating naumpisahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Huwag mo isipin ang babalikan. Iba'y paranaw, purong kagandahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Pagtitibayan kong puso para sa iyo. Mamaos man ako, marinig mo lang ang tinig ko. Oo, gagawin ko yun, basta't gagawin mo yun. Magandang bagay, alang-alang sa sarili mo. Sa pag-alis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may Ganda ng iyong ngiti, akin ang napapansin. Sugatan na puso ay kusang gumagaling. Handa na bang lisanin mabigat na bitbit? Magaan ng buhay, wag problemahin. Sa pag-alis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haharapin. Halika na sundan mo lamang ang aking habang papalayo sa ating naumpisahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na huwag mong isipin ang babalikan. Iba'y paranyaw, purong kagandahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na
We will begin our program in 2 minutes. Kindly requested to settle down in their seats. Thank you. From political engagement to economic engagement, cultural engagement, and engaging the youth. Witness our non-resident Filipinos as they showcase what it means to be called Dugong Pinoy. Welcome to the Commission on Filipinos Overseas 2026 Filipinos Diaspora Summit. Dugong Pinoy, Filipinos transforming the world. Today, as the Commission on Filipinos Overseas marks its 46th anniversary, we gather as one global Filipino family, united not by borders, but by blood, heritage, and a shared commitment to our nation's future. With the theme Transformation Through Diaspora Engagement, harnessing Filipino global power in advancing the Philippines' cultural, economic, and political goals. The summit celebrates your contributions and explores how we can work together to advance the Philippines' development goals. To officially start, we invite everyone to rise for the Philippine National Anthem. This will be followed by an invocation.
Ilanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay.
Panghihinang, duyan ka ng magiting. Sa manlulupi, di ka masisingil.
Sa dagat ang tulong, sa simoy at sa langit mong lugaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal.
Ang kapang watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidingding.
Ang bituin at araw na kailan pa may di magdidiin. Dahil sa'yo.
Lead us, Lord. Touch our hearts when the world is falling apart. Restore peace when there is suffering. Give us strength to stand and bring hope to a weary land. Lead us, Lord, in preserving the sanctity of our nation. Guide our leaders along the path of righteousness, that they may lead with wisdom, serving non-resident Filipinos. Guide us as we prepare them for their new journey in life, and make us your instrument of faith and strength. Walk with us as we take the path before us. Be our light in moments of uncertainty, hardship, and weariness. We offer to you our hearts and all that we do, trusting you will lead us to what is good and true. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your seats. Opening the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit and to share the CFO's vision for diaspora engagement as a cornerstone of Philippine development, let us welcome with a loud round of applause the chairperson of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, Secretary Dante King II.
Senator Shelly Calvo, excuse me, of the Guam legislature, Many of the panelists here, si Kulas, Genevieve, our presidential awardees, I see many of them here. So we're Quizon, Tercera, and others. I may be missing you out there. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. Members of the diplomatic corps, delegates from all over the world this morning, distinguished guests, good morning. Welcome to the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit, to the celebration of the 46th anniversary of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Today, we are joined by more than 350 Filipino delegates from 30 countries and territories. Clearly, Filipino migrants hold a strong transformative power in advancing the cultural, economic, and political goals of the Philippines. Before my appointment to the CFO, our anniversary celebration was limited to the Commission's employees, partners, and friends. Last year, we held the CFO 45th Anniversary Forum, a milestone celebration dedicating the event to a day of dialogue, inspiration, and festivities with representatives from the academe, media, and civil society. To improve on this initiative, this year's celebration, we invited the stakeholders in the migration conversations, the NRFs. This is a new term that we're trying out, the non-resident Filipinos. We adopted the Global Summit concept and built on the work of the previous administrations. We channeled the ties forged over the decades into new partnerships and connections among Filipinos across the globe. That connection is made not only by blood, but by a shared history, common values, and a collective aspiration to see our nation flourish on the global stage. In this light, this year's theme, Transformation Through Diaspora Engagement, Harnessing Filipino Global Power in Advancing the Philippines' Cultural, Economic, and Political Goals, is especially timely. Our slogan, Dugong Pinoy, Filipinos Transforming the World, serves as a reminder that the Filipino spirit knows no borders. Established in 1980 through Batas Pambansang, the Commission on Filipinos Overseas was founded to promote and uphold the rights and welfare of Filipinos who have settled abroad and to strengthen their ties to the Philippines. According to official government data, there are 10.8 million overseas Filipinos. Approximately 60% of this total comprises the non-resident Filipinos, the NRFs. These are most of you attending this event today. The permanent and long-term migrants, Filipinos married to foreigners, dual citizens, expatriates, and all their descendants. NRFs include citizens, permanent residents, marriage migrants, professionals, entrepreneurs, artists, scientists, educators, innovators, and community leaders across more than 200 countries and territories. For many years, conversations about Filipinos abroad often centered on remittances. However, we recognize that our NRFs are more than just economic actors. They are also active partners in national development, bringing invaluable experience, innovation, and global innovation to our shores. They share knowledge, create global networks, and build businesses, preserve and promote Filipino heritage, and influence international conversations, serving as ambassadors of the Filipino spirit around the world. Building on this realization, the CFO has embraced a broader vision, something more consistent with the law that created it. The CFO is not just an agency that prepares Filipinos for departure. This agency also fosters lasting partnerships with NRFs, through diaspora engagement for national development, addressing the pressing needs of our people, and helping realize our collective aspirations for a better future. The strategic pivot represents a significant milestone in the history of the CFO, marking a strategic shift in our perspective. We view migration as the beginning of a new partnership and recognize NRFs as vital collaborators in national development. In this framework, NRFs are beneficiaries of government programs as well as active partners in building stronger, more competitive, and globally connected Philippines. This is why the CFO has anchored its renewed vision on three interconnected pillars of diaspora engagement: political, economic, and cultural. These pillars reflect the many ways our NRFs contribute to nation building, and the ways in which the CFO seeks to strengthen their enduring relationship with the motherland to advance the country's progress by integrating their expertise in global networks into our national development agenda. So first, political engagement. The voices, perspectives, and experiences of NRFs enrich national discourse, empowering them to advocate for policies and partnerships that advance the national interest on the international stage. For decades, the CFO has consistently sought to strengthen these ties by developing programs that foster informed and actively engaged diaspora communities. Through our regular ugnayan and kamustahan sessions and other platforms, we provide ways for our NRFs to express concerns, share insights, and discuss how they can directly influence policies that impact both their lives abroad and the development of their motherland. Your voices and experiences abroad help shape our democracy here, hone our system of government, and even elevate public expectations from our leaders. The CFO also continues to support government efforts that promote civic participation, such as overseas voting, which empowers our NRFs to exercise their democratic rights, ensure their voices are heard, and helps shape our nation. In an increasingly interconnected world, the NRFs have emerged as a vital source of the professional achievements, community leadership, and success stories have turned them into unofficial ambassadors of the country, exemplifying the Filipino brand of excellence in culture, putting the Philippines in the radar of foreign governments. As a preview of one of our newest initiatives, and this is just a teaser, the CFO hopes to launch a new program where we partner with our NRFs more directly. We have been holding public consultations on the feasibility of designating honorary diaspora representatives, or HDRs, who will serve as non-diplomatic, community-based entities dedicated to the cause of the diaspora engagement for the Philippine national development. We will give you more updates on this later. For now, let me go on to the second engagement, economic. Historically, the contributions of our NRFs were primarily measured by remittances. We are now shifting our focus toward mobilizing the expertise, investments, philanthropy, and global networks to foster sustainable national development. Our North Star is to empower Filipino migrants to ensure that migration becomes a choice, not a necessity, as directed by President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. Through the CFO's Lingkod sa Kapwa Pilipino program, or Linkapil, we celebrate the transfer of resources from our NRFs to support small-scale, high-impact projects that address the country's social and economic development needs, particularly in sectors as education, healthcare, livelihood, disaster response, and small infrastructure. From 1990 to 2025, the CFO has channeled a total of 3.4 billion pesos in financial and material donations to local development projects through this initiative. And truth be told, this is probably just a fraction of what Filipinos like you give back to the country. Another key initiative is the Linked Buy-in program, the NRF's one-stop online portal for diaspora engagement. It offers resources for starting businesses, donating, volunteering, and accessing online government services in the Philippines. Through this platform, the CFO facilitates NRF participation in investments, philanthropy, and skills transfer, effectively bridging the gap between the NRFs and the motherland while encouraging to serve as active development partners. This reflects the CFO's new strategic direction. We view the diaspora not merely as providers of resources, but as active co-creators of solutions for national progress. Third, cultural engagement. Our shared identity is the strongest bond uniting Filipinos across continents. Our NRFs serve as ambassadors of our values and traditions, embodying the Filipino spirit that connects our nation to the global community. To nurture those bonds, the CFO remains committed to initiatives that safeguard Filipino culture and ensure that succeeding generations of NRFs remain deeply rooted in our heritage. Preserving our identity is not merely about remembering our roots. It is about ensuring that our rich history and vibrant traditions remain a living, breathing force in the lives of Filipinos, no matter where they call home. And this brings me to one of the most important priorities of the CFO today, the Filipino diaspora youth. The future of diaspora engagement depends not only on those who have migrated, but also on our ability to inspire younger generations to embrace their heritage and bridge the gap between their host countries and their ancestral home. Although many young Filipinos residing abroad are no longer identify with the Philippines, they possess a deep desire to connect with their roots and carry a legacy that deserves to be nurtured and celebrated. They represent the community leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, artists, diplomats, and advocates of tomorrow who will carry the torch of our national identity forward. To this end, the CFO has consistently implemented programs to strengthen identity formation and foster engagement among the youth diaspora, one of which is the Youth Leaders in the Diaspora program, or YouLead. YouLead is a cultural immersion initiative in the Philippines designed for Filipino youth born overseas or those who migrated at an early age and have a limited familiarity with the country. The program enables participants to rediscover their Filipino identity, develop leadership skills, build global networks, and explore ways to contribute to the development of their ancestral homeland. Another key initiative is the Philippine Schools Overseas, or the PSOs, for which the CFO serves as the Secretary of the Interagency Council on PSOs. It provides technical and administrative support to teachers, students, and the broader NRF community. Beyond serving as centers of learning, PSOs play a vital role in preserving and promoting Filipino culture, values, language, and identity among younger generations living abroad. And in doing so, they address some of the enduring social costs of labor migration by providing children overseas with a meaningful connection to their heritage and a strong sense of belonging to the Philippines, despite their physical distance. Today, this is the transformation that the CFO celebrates. Evolving from an agency traditionally focused on preparing Filipinos for departure, the CFO has emerged as the government's leading institution for diaspora engagement for national development. We remain committed to President Marcos's vision for migration as a driver of national progress. This strategic shift does not conclude the Filipinos' relationship with the Philippines. Instead, it fosters a dynamic, lifelong partnership that empowers our NRFs to serve as active stakeholders in our country's long-term growth. Through today's summit, we reaffirm our commitment to deepening our partnership with NRFs to build a future where the Filipino diaspora serves as a catalyst for cultural vitality, economic prosperity, and national progress. To our NRFs, thank you for continuing to carry the Filipino spirit wherever life may take you. Your achievements are our pride, your successes shift the global spotlight on our country, and your partnerships ensures our nation's story remains one of collective growth and enduring unity. Together, let us redefine the boundaries of our nation's potential and harness the collective power of our global community to secure a brighter future for every Filipino. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang migranteng Pilipino at mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Secretary Dante Glic-Ang II, for your inspiring words and commitment to positioning the Filipino diaspora as vital partners in achieving the Philippines' development goals. We are deeply honored to welcome our diaspora leaders, advocates, entrepreneurs, cultural ambassadors, and champions of the Filipino community who have traveled from almost 30 countries across the globe to be with us here in Manila. Representing the Filipino diaspora, please stand to be recognized, our non-resident Filipinos from Australia.
Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home. I walk the streets of San Francisco. I tried the rides in Disneyland. Dated a million girls. Sydney. Summer I feel like I don't belong. Hinahanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan, mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let go.
Austria.
Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home. Hanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan, mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, miss you like hell, Manila. No place in the world like Manila. I'm coming home to stay. Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming
Bahrain.
I walked the streets of San Francisco. I've tried the rides in Disneyland. Dated a million girls in Sydney. Summer I feel like I don't belong. Hinahanap
Cambodia.
Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan, mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms,
Canada.
Manila, and promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home.
Czech Republic. Denmark.
Manila, ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan, babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila.
France.
Promise you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, miss you like hell, Manila. No place in the world like Manila.
Germany.
Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila.
Hong Kong.
Manila, I'm coming home. I walked the streets of San Francisco. I've tried the rides in Disneyland. Dated a million girls in Sydney. Summer I feel like
India.
Hinahanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan, mga babae mong
Indonesia.
nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let
Ireland.
Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, I keep coming back to Manila.
Italy.
Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home.
Japan. Malaysia.
Kay sarap sa tenga, mga jeepney mong nagliliparan, mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let
Norway.
Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, miss you like hell, Manila. No place in the world
Oman.
like Manila. I'm coming home to stay. Manila,
Poland.
keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home. I walk the streets of San Francisco. I tried to ride in Disneyland.
Qatar.
Million girls in Sydney. Somehow I feel like I don't belong. Hinahana, hanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong naglilipan, mga babae mong nagagandaan.
Saudi Arabia.
Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila,
Singapore.
back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home.
South Korea.
Hinahanap, hanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga
Switzerland.
mong nagliliparan, mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never
Taiwan.
let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, miss you like hell, Manila. No place in the world like Manila.
Netherlands.
I'm coming home to stay. Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila.
Timor-Leste.
Manila, I'm coming home. I walk the streets of San Francisco. I try to ride in this
United Arab Emirates.
Dated a million girls in Sydney. Somehow I feel like I don't belong. Hanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa
United Kingdom.
mga jeepney paran, mga babae mong gandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, I keep coming back.
United States of America.
Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home.
and the Philippines.
Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home. I walk the streets of San Francisco. I've tried the rides in Disneyland. Dated a million girls in Sydney. Somehow I feel like I don't belong. Hinahanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan. Mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, I keep coming.
And last but not the least, Turkey.
Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home. I walk the streets of San Francisco. I've tried the rides in Disneyland. Dated a million girls.
Your presence here from every corner of the world is a test of strength, resilience, and boundless potential of the Filipino diaspora. You have crossed oceans and continents to be part of this historic gathering, and for that, we are deeply grateful. At this point, we request our non-resident Filipinos to gather in the center facing the stage. All summit delegates are also invited to join for the photo opportunity. Our photographers will capture your photos.
Ganda ng iyong ngiti, akin ang napapansin. Sugatan na puso'y kusang gumagaling. Handa na bang lisanin mabigat na bitbit? Magaan ng buhay, wag problemahin. Sa pagalis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haharapin. Halika na, halika na. Sundan mo lamang ang aking habang papalayo sa ating naumpisahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Huwag mo isipin ang babalikan. Dito'y pa.
Also joining us today are Vietnam and Greece.
Ganda ng iyong ngiti, akin ang napapansin. Sugatan na puso'y kusang gumagaling. Handa na bang lisanin mabigat na bitbit? Magaan ng buhay, wag problemahin. Sa pagalis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haharapin.
At this point, we request our non-resident Filipinos to gather in the center facing the stage. All summit delegates are also invited to join for the photo opportunity. Our photographers will capture your photos.
Halika na, halika na. Sundan mo lamang ang aking habang papalayo sa ating naumpisahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Huwag mo isipin ang babalikan. Dito'y paranaw, purong kagandahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. puso para sa'yo. Mamaos man ako, marinig mo lang ang tinig ko. Oo, gagawin ko yung kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haharapin. Halika na. Sundan mo lamang ang aking hakbang, papalayo sa ating naumpisahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na. Huwag mo isipin ang babalikan. Dito'y parinaw, purong kagandahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na.
Thank you very much, everyone. You may now go back to your seats as we proceed with our lineup of activities. Thank you very much, everyone. You may now take your seats as we will proceed with our lineup of activities. To set the stage for today's panel discussions, we invite our summit delegates to direct their attention to the screen to learn more about the mandate and mission of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas.
Migration is a defining phenomenon of the 21st century, with Filipinos among the most dispersed populations across the globe. As millions of our kababayans have made the bold decision to reside permanently overseas, a key institution stands at the forefront of guaranteeing the protection and sustained connection with overseas Filipinos. The Commission on Filipinos Overseas, or CFO, is the lead government agency that serves as the strategic architect of diaspora engagement for national development. The CFO was established under the Office of the President on June 16, 1980 through Batas Pambansa 79, signaling a clear recognition of international migration that extends beyond labor mobility and focused attention on diaspora populations and transnational engagement. This diaspora refers to the estimated 6 million Filipinos who are permanent residents abroad, naturalized citizens in other countries, dual citizens, spouses and other partners of foreign nationals, descendants of Filipino migrants, youth, exchange visitor program participants to the United States, and Europe-bound au pairs. Ultimately, it is the CFO's vision for these overseas Filipinos to be able to contribute significantly in 3 ways. Political, by maximizing diaspora soft power, policy influence, and lobbying efforts. Economical, by encouraging diaspora investments, philanthropy, and entrepreneurship in the Philippines. And cultural, by ensuring the youth and descendants maintain a sense of belonging through language, arts, and heritage programs. At the heart of the CFO is program management for national development. These are brain gain strategies that seek to reinvest multidimensional diaspora resources for the benefit of the Philippines. First, to strengthen overseas Filipinos' engagement as national and local development partners, it has the Lingkod sa Kapwa Pilipino or Linkable Program, Balink Bayan, Peso Sense, and Ugnayan. To promote Filipino education, culture, and heritage, it oversees the Philippine schools overseas, conducts youth leaders in the diaspora or U-League modules, and facilitates the virtual Centro Rizal. The CFO recognizes overseas Filipinos and diaspora partners through awards and incentive programs such as the Presidential Awards for Filipino individuals and organizations overseas, Migration Advocacy and Media Awards, Overseas Filipino Centenarians Program, and Celebration of the Month of Overseas Filipinos. The CFO contributes to policy development and data banking by reviewing the economic, socio-cultural, and political environments in the Philippines and host countries, and formulating significant measures that benefit overseas Filipinos. It has supported the passage of the following legislation: RA 10868, RA 9189, RA 9225, RA 10906, and RA 10364. It is actively working on insurance portability for overseas Filipinos to continue accessing their healthcare benefits in the Philippines and abroad, as well as on retirement and reintegration initiatives to support the long-term care of retirements. The CFO also has a range of multi-stakeholder partnerships to carry out diaspora engagement initiatives. At the beginning of the migration phase, the CFO is already working to protect departing Filipinos through the Registration and Pre-Departure Orientation Seminar, Peer Counseling Program, Guidance and Counseling Program, Country Familiarization Seminar, and PDOS for Exchange Visitor Program participants. These are a range of country-specific services that acquaint Filipino immigrants with fundamental laws, rights, and responsibilities, as well as available support services, making the CFO a stepping stone towards their success. Once abroad, the CFO conducts post-arrival programs, the virtual and in-person town halls, to assess migrants' circumstances and maintain connection with them. The CFO also has programs that address migration vulnerabilities and encourage preventive measures. These are the 1340 Action Line and Community Education Program. To better serve stakeholders, the CFO is strategically located in major hubs across the Philippines. With the main office in Pasay City, it has extension offices in Baguio, Cebu, Davao, and Cagayan de Oro, as well as desks at NAIA Terminals 1 and 3 and Clark Airport. The CFO will continue to them and make migration ultimately a choice rather than a necessity. Kaagapay ninyo ang komisyon sa mga Pilipino sa ibayong dagat sa bawat hakbang ng inyong paglalakbay. At kami naniniwala na kayong may dugong Pinoy ay ang aming katuwang sa pag-unlad.
And now, we turn to the heart of today's summit, hearing directly from you, our non-resident Filipinos, about your contributions to Philippine and global development. We have invited diaspora leaders whose political advocacy, economic innovation, cultural diplomacy, and youth engagement are not only transforming the lives of Filipinos abroad, but are also creating pathways for impact here in our homeland. Today's panel discussions represent the four main pillars through which the Filipino diaspora contributes to national development. Each panel is moderated by distinguished experts in the fields. Our first panel discussion explores how the Filipino diaspora is amplifying Filipino voices in policy making, both in host countries and in the Philippines. Entitled Amplifying Voices, Diaspora Advocacy and Policy Influence, our panelists will share how they leverage their political capital, build global advocacy networks, and ensure that Filipino perspectives shape policies that affect our communities worldwide. Moderating this panel discussion is attorney 𝐃𝐢𝐿 USA, with over 20 years of experience in private practice, government, academia, media, and international development. She graduated first in her class from the University of Asia and the Pacific, earned her law degree cum laude from the University of the Philippines, and obtained advanced degrees from Harvard Law School and UC Berkeley as a Fulbright Scholar. A law professor for more than a decade, she teaches at San Beda Graduate School of Law and lectures for various legal and government institutions. Her work has earned her recognition as Asia's influential legal voice in media 2025 and recipient of the Icon of Leadership Award 2026. Let us welcome on stage attorney 𝐃𝐢𝐿.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. So we'll begin with the first panel on political engagement. This panel will explore the role of the diaspora in Philippine policy development and advocacy in host countries. Our panelists will discuss strategies for leveraging diaspora political capital and building global advocacy networks. So now we'll be introducing our panelists. We'll start with Senator Shelley Calvo. Senator Calvo is the Majority Whip of the 38th Guam Legislature. She is also the chairperson of the Committee on Child Welfare, Youth Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women's Affairs, Disability Services, the Arts, Culture, Historic Preservation, and Hagåtña Restoration. She's also the co-vice chairperson for the Committee on Transportation, Tourism, Customs, Utilities, and Federal and Foreign Affairs. She is the first Filipino-American from Guam to be recommended for appointment as United States Ambassador to the Philippines. She holds over 34 years of professional business and writing experience in the Philippines, California, and Guam. Let's all welcome Senator Shelly Calvo. Our next panelist is Honorable Tyler Dos Santos Tam. Mr. Tyler Dos Santos Tam is a member of the Honolulu City Council, representing the downtown Honolulu area since 2022. He previously served as chairman of the Democratic Party of Hawaii and executive director of the Hawaii Construction Alliance, a labor organization representing 15,000 construction workers in the state. He also serves as the Honorary Consul of Portugal in Hawaii and is a graduate of Yale University. A proud Filipino-American with roots in Ilocos Norte, my kababayan, and also Cebu, he was part of the 2017 batch of the Filipino Young Leaders Program. Let's all welcome Honorable Tyler Dos Santos Tam. Our third panelist is Ms. Maria Zelda Marizel Magistrado Rojas. Ms. Maria Zelda Rojas is a longtime staff member of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization at the United Nations in Vienna and a recognized leader in the Philippine diaspora in Europe. As founder and chair of the NFID Austria and advisor to the European Network of the Philippine Diaspora, she represents Filipino communities across 14 countries and advances initiatives in education, environmental stewardship, youth empowerment, and arts and culture. She also serves as the first vice president of the United Nations Women's Guild and sits on the boards of the United Nations Correspondents Association Vienna and the European Police Association. In 2019, she was recognized by the Filipino Women's Network as one of the most influential women in the world. Let's all welcome Ms. Maria Zelda Marizel Magistrado Rojas. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Larry L. Acera. Mr. Larry Acera is a Filipino-American engineer, entrepreneur, and former public official who made history in 1973 as the first Filipino-American elected to public office on the United States mainland when he won a seat on the Vallejo City Council. He later became the first Filipino-American to serve in a state cabinet-level position in the United States as California's Deputy Secretary of State and Chairman of the State Building Standards Commission. A recognized pioneer in renewable energy and environmental technology, he founded the Acera Group of Companies, and he has received numerous awards for his contributions to clean energy and innovation. Let's all welcome Mr. Larry L. Acera. Okay, finally, we have Mr. Walter S. Villagonzalo. Mr. Walter Villagonzalo is a Filipino-Australian community leader, former deputy mayor and councillor of Wyndham City, and the of Australia Medal for his contributions to multiculturalism and community service. A graduate of the Philippine Military Academy, he previously served as an officer of the Philippine Navy before migrating to Australia, where he became a prominent advocate for migrant entrepreneurship and community development. He is the founder and president of the Migrant Hub Incorporated and Canopy Accelerator Cooperative Limited. And he has leadership positions in numerous Filipino, multicultural, and business organizations in Australia. In recognition of his contributions to the Filipino community overseas, he received the 2022 Presidential Awards for Filipino individuals and organizations overseas under the Pamana ng Pilipino category. Let's all welcome Mr. Walter S. Villagonzalo. We have such an impressive panel today, right? Wouldn't you agree? So reading your credentials, it made me very proud to be Filipino. So it's going to be an interesting panel, but given that we have 5 of them, each will have 3 minutes to speak. So we'll start with Senator Shelley Calvo.
Thank you, Attorney. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay! Mabuhay po ang Pilipino. Mabuhay! So good morning, everyone. And in Guam, we say half a day. First, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit for bringing us together once again. It is an honor to join fellow leaders, advocates, professionals, and change makers from across the globe. My special gratitude to CFO, Director Ang, and I would like to let you guys know that deeply I am honored to be here. My name is Senator Shelley V. Calvo, and I serve as the Majority Whip of the 38th Guam Legislature. I'm also a very, extremely proud Filipina. I am a business leader, philanthropist, author, and a lifelong community advocate, as well as a lifelong lover of arts. This summit holds special meaning because it marks the first Filipino Diaspora Summit in 11 years. And I am proud to be part of the renewed commitment. After more than a decade, we have a unique opportunity to reconnect, to strengthen partnerships, and reflect on how far the Filipino diaspora has come and where we are headed next. The theme of this panel, Amplifying Voices, Diaspora Advocacy and Policy Influence, is both timely and powerful. For generations, Filipinos around the world have contributed to the communities we now call home. We have served as healthcare professionals, educators, entrepreneurs, public servants, military members, caregivers, as well as community leaders. Yet our impact extends beyond economics and service. Our voices matter. Diaspora advocacy is about ensuring that the experiences, concerns, and aspirations of Filipinos abroad are not only heard, but considered in the policies that shape our communities. It is about transforming our lived experiences into meaningful action and using our collective influence to create opportunities, not just for ourselves, but the future generations. Policy influence does not begin or end in government offices. It happens when we organize our communities, we participate in civic life, we mentor our young leaders, we support one another, and engage in conversations that drive meaningful change. Meaningful and lasting change. As a Filipina serving in public office, I have witnessed firsthand the importance of representation. When diverse voices are present at decision-making tables, policies become more inclusive, communities become stronger, and future generations are empowered to believe that they too belong in positions of leadership. The Filipino diaspora is one of the largest and most connected communities in the world. Imagine the impact we can make when we move beyond individual success and work collectively to advocate for the issues that matter most to our people. Together, we are nation builders. Together, we are change makers. This summit is our opportunity to listen, to learn, to collaborate, to connect, and to build lasting networks that transcends borders. Because when we amplify our voices together, we do more than influence policy. Remember, we shape the future. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, and undang 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲𝐨.
Thank you, Senator Shelley, and thank you for keeping with your time. Next, we'll have Honorable Tyler Dos Santos Tam.
Magandang umaga and aloha. So coming from Hawaii, Hawaii was one of the first areas where Filipinos emigrated to in 1906. And as a result, we have Filipino Americans, in our case, who are 5th, 6th, and 7th generation. And I'm one of the 5th generation Filipino Americans. And it makes me so proud to be back here in the Philippines to reconnect with my homeland. And I hope that more young Filipinos who are born abroad, who grow up abroad, feel that connection. And so the question today is, how can we make that happen? How do we make those experiences of the later generations, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th generations, how do they connect with recent immigrants and the issues that recent immigrants have? How do we get them to work in solidarity together? And I hope that we'll be able to explore these questions together as a panel, as well as throughout today. The position of an immigrant group, whether it's in the United States or in any other country around the world, is also an interesting one because, at least for us in the United States, we don't have compulsory voting. And so people have to choose to vote. People have to choose to be a participant in the political process. For those who are non-permanent residents who have immigrated, they perhaps don't have a voice. So the question is, how do we encourage them to speak up and express their views, to express their needs, and to feel heard in their countries of residence? And I hope that we'll be able to explore that as well. I would posit that in addition to the political participation, there are a number of other ways that Filipinos abroad, Filipinos who are part of the diaspora, can get connected, whether it's through their place of work, through business organizations, through labor organizations, through their church networks, and other ways. I think this is something that's really key for members of our diaspora to make their voice heard. And I would also posit that in many of these countries, there is a whole list of nearly 30 countries here in this room, solidarity with other immigrant groups is also key. We Filipinos are not alone in the challenges that we face, whether it's with labor conditions, whether it's with economic empowerment, or whether it's political participation. Our fellow immigrants against each other, because when one group succeeds, all of us are able to succeed. And we need to keep that very close to our hearts. And so With that, I'll close my remarks and I look forward to being part of the panel. And I told 𝐼𝐤𝐬𝐧𝐶 I would give her 1 extra minute of my time for her presentation. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tyler Dos Santos Tam, and thank you for your generosity. So now we have
Tyler, thank you for that extra 1 minute. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Wala bang tao? Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Good morning. Grüß Gott, Guten Tag from Austria. It is my honor to bring into this historic gathering of 350 non-resident Filipinos on site, as well as the Filipinos residing in more than 200 countries and territories attending online. The organization, the European Network of Filipino Diaspora, to which its existence we owe to former Secretary Imelda Nicolas. Can we give her a big round of applause? NFID. 54 seconds is not enough to describe NFID as a powerful diaspora platform, but it gives you a snapshot of what we have achieved since its inception in 2012, what we are currently doing, and our future plans. NFID is a diaspora network like no other, with members in 13 countries working together in their second homes, joining hands across Europe, guided by its 4 E pillars on education and learning, elevating arts and culture, empowering Euro-Filipino youth, and embracing the environment. We turn these pillars into action. When we talk about political participation and representation, we engage at the highest diplomatic levels, conducting courtesy calls even with press Iceland is represented at the Nordic migrant issues for the Nordic ministers. We turned consultation in consultative collective action. As a standout example, in the UK, where we helped amplify a petition protecting Filipino nurses against restrictive residency reforms. The campaign reached to 244,000 signatures, successfully forcing a direct debate in the UK Parliament. Our greatest asset is the professional capital of individual Euro-Filipinos who excel in their host countries while staying deeply committed to their roots. We capitalize on this by moving beyond basic community visibility. In countries like UK, Germany, and Italy, Filipinos are actively running for public office to shape local laws. In the Nordics, Iceland's representative is part of this. By pairing our seasoned seniors in Senfid with our youth in Yenfid through events like the Youth Changemakers Forum held at the United Nations, we foster intergenerational leadership. Before a diaspora can deploy its professional capital, it must build trust. We do this through cultural diplomacy initiatives such as Austria's upcoming Pamana Festival, to which I invite you all. Come to Austria on the 5th of September, 2026. We have our annual General Assemblies where we discuss internal matters, governance, administrative matters, our elections. We have our Diaspora to Dialogue, D2D, where we try to get the pulse of each country and establish new diaspora networks. We also have the Youth Changemakers Forum, where we collaborate with international organizations like UNESCO, we have UNCAV, we have Women's Federation. We tackle critical global challenges through Eco Warriors Initiative, and we move forward to open critical dialogues surrounding portability of pensions, health insurance, and social security. To conclude, NFID proposes two structural recommendations to elevate our collective influence. Centralized knowledge sharing, defeat fragmentation by using NFID as a Europe-wide data hub to scale local solutions. Institutionalize diaspora consultation, establish permanent structured roundtables with CFO and expedite decisions on our Memorandum of Understanding. And finally, recognize NFID as a diaspora partner. Together, we can do a lot more. Use us, abuse us, but really use us. By anchoring our actions in our 4 E's, we turn personal achievements into collective influence. I am looking forward to signing the Declaration of Commitments at the end of this summit together with you. I think by being present here, on site, and the ones online, we deserve a big round of applause. Mabuhay tayong lahat, mabuhay ang migrante Pilipino, mabuhay ang ating bansa.
Thank you again, Ms. Maricel Rojas. We now move on to our fourth panelist, Mr. Larry L. Acera.
Good morning, everybody. I'm that kid from California, third generation. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for inviting us to speak, and Karen for that great introduction. Let me take you on a ride across the ocean of dreams. Join me in riding the waves and talk about the first wave. The first wave are the cicadas. We cannot forget the cicadas, Tyler. My grandfather, my Lolo, landed in Hawaii in 1906. He was the first wave of migrant plantation owners cutting sugarcane. It's their hard work, their courage and spirit continues to shape my identity as a Filipino American today. Second wave, 1920. My parents were the Manongs, the bridge generation. They took over. They decided, we want better dreams. Let's go to that place where better life for themselves and their families. They crossed the ocean on the second wave, and they landed somewhere called California. But instead, they ended up as migrant farm workers. This time, picking lettuce and asparagus, 100-degree temperature and sweltering heat. So living in America, the farm workers decided to migrate to suburbia. However, they ran into unfair housing policies, segregated housing, employment discrimination, unequal pay, redlining, substandard redevelopment housing development where it's torn down every 2 years. And then going to America, 1930s and 40s, 1941, Pearl Harbor. Can someone do the slides? Are they moving? I'm sorry. So going to war, the Filipino Americans were drafted. Going to war, slide number 5. Okay. They were fighting for freedom. Let's not forget our Filipinos as U.S. military veterans. That's a part of our diaspora too. My grandpa, Lorenzo, please, next slide, was a World War I veteran. My father, Henry Acera, World War II veteran. He got assigned to Guadalcanal, was shot, wounded, and got a Purple Heart. Next slide, home at last. Home at last. Vallejo, California, where I was born. Filipino American, third generation, located about 45 miles north of San Francisco. Now, Vallejo has 5 generations, 6 generations, maybe like Tyler, 7 generations of Filipino Americans. Vallejo is has the largest ratio of Filipino population in the United States and a cluster of Filipinos. 25% of Vallejo population is Filipino. It's 25,000 out of 100,000. In fact, the Philam profile in California is 1.6 million Filipinos. That's 38% of the total population of Filipinos in the United States. Yeah, we got a Mare Island Naval Shipyard. We have a Jollibee. I brought Jollibee, the first Jollibee in the United States. I brought them there. But Mare Island in Vallejo is like Subic or Longapo. So let's get to today's theme, public policy legacy. Next slide, please. Amplifying the voices of the diaspora. First, let's look at that picture on the left. That orange leaflet is my leaflet when I ran for city council in 1973 at 24 years of age. The reason I have the long hair, I just graduated from Berkeley in engineering, okay? But when I campaigned for city council at that age in the city of Vallejo, where no person of color was ever elected, the pundits, political pundits and journalists said, he cannot win because he's Filipino. Hello, I won. And then they said, thank you. Then they said, he won because he was Filipino. So, realistically, we raise the awareness of Filipinos, we raise the levelness of the empowerment of the Filipino vote. And I can say, through my 20 years, public servant, former city councilman, acting mayor, former county supervisor, chairman of the board, worked at the Senate and the Assembly, California Assembly. But when I was appointed Deputy Secretary of State, I can tell you some legacy things that we passed, and I encourage any elected official that's Filipino should do things like this for our people. The first thing we did was approve reciprocity. Philippine nurses and doctors and accountants weren't accepted in the United States. We banned that law and said, if you're a doctor in the Philippines, you come to California, you're a doctor in California. We put together in the judiciary system the first Filipino judges ever appointed in California. Judge McConnell in LA, Judge 𝐾𝐢𝐿 in San Francisco. And the law that I'm very, very proud of is that we designated Filipinos as Filipinos in the census in California. No longer in California do you have to wonder if you check the box, API, Asian Pacific, or are you other? No, you are Filipino American, you check the box, you're Filipino. That's in the law today. So as a trailblazer politics, I proudly say that today we have a Filipino state senator, we have a Filipino state assemblywoman, we have a state attorney general, and the first Filipino that we appointed as a judge, Filipino judge, not only was on the Supreme Court, she became the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of California. So watch out, folks, election in November. There'll be more mayors, more councilmen, and maybe people who are in office. Like I was, hopefully I left a legacy. So the next slide, please. Catching the wave. I'm here today to tell you that I'm returning to the Philippines. I am here. See me? Filipino American, Pinoy, proudly Pinoy. Thank you, DFA, for the brain gain versus the brain drain moment that they had. They put that together and recruited us to come to the Philippines. And thank you, the OSD. The OSD has a balik scientist. They recruited me. I was able to bring my solar cells, my photovoltaic cells, my batteries, my green batteries, my electric cars here in the Philippines. And the Senate here retained me to help pass the first Renewable Energy Act in the Philippines in 2008. Thank you. So, last slide. I borrowed some minutes, by the way, from everybody here. This presentation is dedicated to my Sakara grandparents for their extraordinary journey across the ocean of dreams. May their legacy inspire generations to dream boldly and persevere while rooted in the pride of our ethnic identity. Last slide, please. Boy. So I'm finding my roots. I'm here. Thank you for recruiting us. Mabuhay ang Filipino. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Larry Acera, and for that history lesson across the waves. Thank you. And finally, we have Mr. Walter Villagonzalo.
Thank you. Good day to all delegates, friends, and leaders. My name is Walter Villagonzalo. I graduated from the Philippine Military Academy in 1975. I served in the Philippine Navy and worked mainly with computers and information systems. After the EDSA revolution, I moved to Australia with my family. I'm here before you not only as a citizen of both Australia and the Philippines, but also as someone who has lived the migrant journey for 40 years. Today, I want to talk to you about the Filipino in the middle. Not a problem, not always noticed, just in the middle. Filipinos knows this place very well. We are not seen as a difficult community. We are not often in the headlines. We are simply there, working, adjusting, contributing. We work hard, we adapt quickly, we speak English, we fit in, we contribute quietly and steadily. Filipinos are strong contributors, but we are not always visible. We are leaders in our own Filipino communities, but not always in the wider public. We help build nations, but we are often not in the rooms where decisions are made. You know what? Many migrant communities live in the same space. They are present, they are respected, but they are not always fully represented, just like us, Filipinos. Australia is one of the most multicultural countries in the world. About 1/3 of the population there were born overseas. In my suburb of Tarnit, the percentage of migrants was 10% when we moved there 30 years ago. Today, it is more than 60%. This tells us something important. The middle where we all live is not a small place, and it is growing. I believe with all my heart and from my decades of experience working with other migrants that Filipinos can lead from the middle, because the middle is not a weak place. It is a place of connection. It is where trust grows. It is where cultures meet. It is where bridges are built. Filipinos are natural bridge builders. We connect cultures. We, at work, we connect communities in the countries we now call home. And we can do even more. We can build links between the Philippines and the countries where we now live. We can build links with the many migrant communities who share our lives, workplaces, and neighborhoods. We can build bridges and promote trade between the countries they originally came from with the Philippines. But to do that, we must step forward. We must go beyond our comfort zones, beyond our professions, beyond our silence, beyond the idea that public life is for other people. Leadership is not only for politicians. Leadership is for migrants who believe their voice matters. It is for parents who want a better future for their children. It is for communities that refuse to stay invisible. So to every Filipino migrant here today, I say this: your accent does not disqualify you. Your story is not a weakness. Your contribution is not the end of the journey. You belong in the conversation. You belong in civic life. You belong in leadership. And let us not speak only for ourselves. Let us stand with other migrant communities who share our struggles and our hopes. Let us be the bridge between cultures, between nations, and between exclusion and opportunity. My friends, the Filipinos have spent too long in the middle. Now is the time to rise, not above others, but for others. To lead with humility, to serve with courage, to show that leadership can come from the quietest and hardest working parts of society. If we do this, we will not only lift our own people, we will help shape the future of the countries we now call home. And we will bring the honor to the Filipino name wherever it is spoken. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay ang Filipino diaspora. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
Thank you, Walter. And that is a very inspiring speech to end our panel today. So now let's go to the part of our panel where we have a discussion. And I'll be starting with some questions, and after 15 minutes, we'll also have questions from the audience. So I'd like our audience to start thinking of what you want to ask our panelists. But first, let's start with, I suppose, our political panelists here. From your perspective, how has the Filipino diaspora participation in political processes evolved over the years?
Well, as I mentioned, the history of Filipino immigration is an interesting one. If you think of going to Hawaii, going to a place like Guam, in places like California, Daly City, and Stockton, you had large populations of Filipinos coming to one place. And when that happens, it's a lot easier in some ways for them to participate, to get organized, to get together and use their voice. What we're seeing now in terms of immigration is a lot of Filipinos now going to all corners of the world. And in some places, there's very small groups of Filipinos. You think of the Filipino nurses who are all across the United States and Canada and elsewhere. And there might just be 10 of them in one town. It's very difficult for them to organize and make their 10 voices be heard. And that's why, as I mentioned, it's really important to get together with other immigrant groups to amplify your voice, to find other ways. Use social media, to use the traditional media as well. Because, as Walter said, the accent is not disqualifying, and participation is, there should not be a barrier to participate, even if you are an immigrant, even if you are, maybe think of yourself as an outsider, you're not. And we need to help encourage these folks in far-flung places, in these little corners of every country around the world, to find ways to plug in and participate.
Senator Shelley, I'll go back to you with a question related to political processes and representation. But since you mentioned what Walter said, that the accent doesn't disqualify you, I suppose a lot of the migrants here can relate to that. And Walter gave us a very good speech about being in the middle. So Walter, when you said that, what is your advice to Filipino migrants in terms of not feeling like they belong, or feeling like, them not speaking the same language as their first language and having this Filipino accent? What is your advice as to how they can overcome that feeling of not belonging?
Thank you, Tony Karen. I felt that way. I brought my family to Australia.
And I brought them back in 1998. That's 12 years after I was there, because I did not feel I belong. I felt like I'm a second-class citizen. I brought my family back here and I said to them after 10 months, we are not going back to Australia. This is where I belong. And my children were crying and they were saying, but Dad, we are Australians. So we had to go back to Australia for their sake. But then I had to again face that issue. I'm second-class citizen, but it is what it is. We're there in another country. It's not the Philippines where we're first-class citizens. But we can be the first among the second-class citizens. We can lead. So when you do that, when I came back and I spent more time in volunteering, in working with migrant communities, and the more I did it, the more I felt belonging. The more I felt like I was recognized and appreciated. So let's just get out there and participate, and especially among migrants, because Filipinos will shine among migrants.
Thank you so much. Larry, you're a third-generation Filipino-American. Do you accept that view of being first in your second-class citizens? Do you agree that that's an acceptable point of view to take?
I'm kind of an interesting diaspora, not just because I'm third generation, but I grew up as a Filipino-American in America. At home, I was Filipino, but my grandparents on one side were Ilocano, on the other side they were Visayan. So which dialect do I speak? They said, speak English. At home, they did not want me to have an accent. This is back in the 1940s and 50s now, okay? But when you step out of that house, you better be just like them outside. Said, but you also better be better than them. You get the top grades, you'd be the best athlete, you'd be #1, and you go to the #1 college like you, UC Berkeley.
Not Harvard. Okay, thank you so much. Senator Shelley, in what ways can appointed or elected Filipino leaders like you overseas serve as bridges between diaspora communities and Filipino institutions?
Thank you for that question. Good morning again, once again. Being in a leadership position takes me to a position where I can directly communicate and coordinate with other government officials. I have that window wherein I can utilize to bring in voices from Filipino communities. I have an open door policy in my office wherein anybody can just come in, book an appointment, or call me. And some Filipino leaders in my community have direct access to my personal phone. And I kept it that way because true leadership is not being a politician, and so I utilize that capacity to engage, to collaborate, to ensure that all concerns are brought in to my attention, and then from there, I actually work and collaborate with fellow leaders and public servants, community leaders, advocates, and that's how I actually practice my leadership.
Thank you so much, Senator Shelley. Marizel, among the panelists, you're the one that mentioned having a youth empowerment initiative for Filipino Europeans. Given this, I suppose, like semi-identity crisis, and for the younger generations, I think it's harder to feel connected to being Filipino because you're surrounded by non-Filipino friends, and now with social media, you're just bombarded with, of course, all content that's not related to your Filipino culture. So how do you have Filipino European initiatives that empower the youth, that make them feel connected to their Filipino heritage?
Thank you for that question, Karen. In NFID, one of the pillars that we have is, according to what also Secretary Ang said, is related to the youth. It's empowering Euro-Filipino youth. Like you said, the term youth is actually, I think, biculturalism. I have a daughter who is 23. in Vienna. She is Viennese, but she's not really accepted as a Filipino. She comes home, she's a Filipino, but she's not really seen as a Filipino. So what we have tried to do in NFID is establish forum, which is recently established. Actually, we call it the Youth Changemakers Forum, a forum that is an intergenerational activity that gives the youth a platform to really come out with the issues that affect them. And the good thing about what we have done is we have a third one coming up because it is in this kind of platform that the youth feel that they can speak. They can talk to each other among peers, and also we relate with them in a mentor-mentee relationship with the oldies. So we have the oldies on one hand, mentoring them, and the youth, learning from them and leading them in areas that they are already at this stage, like ignorant, like technology, AI. So this is a very good relationship across generations that we hope we can continue with the third one coming up at the United Nations in February next year.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Larry, you mentioned reciprocity as something that's important. Can you elaborate on that? And how do we reconcile that with making sure that also this does not lead to further brain drain in the Philippines?
You understand, when we passed the reciprocity law in California, that was 1980. In 1980, if you were a Philippine grad, licensed doctor, dentist, nurse, you weren't accepted to practice in California. So we just got rid of the law, okay? And so that you can practice. You're a Filipino doctor, not a Filipino medical aid. You're a dentist, you're not a dental aid. You're a nurse, you're not a nursing aid. So we got rid of it so the Filipinos could come here. That's part of it, really. Diaspora, yeah. But more than that, we, as Deputy Secretary of State, we appointed a Filipino on every regulatory board for license. If you want to make change, you better make change in government, you better make change in the regulatory agency within government. You can't just protest, you can't just put a sign up. In my era, we never had a cell phone, we didn't have internet, we didn't have social media. But I went inside the system, and that's what I encourage anybody that goes in politics. Change the law to help your people, but do it within the system.
Thank you so much, Larry. What about you, Tyler? What type of initiatives have you tried doing in Hawaii so that there can be more Filipino representation within the system?
That was mic number 2. This is number 4, for those in the back. Building on this, we're in an interesting place in the United States, as you're very well aware, with the immigration situation. We have big needs, whether it's the medical field or, in Hawaii's case, for teachers. We have brought a number of Filipino teachers under the J-1 visa program that is under attack. And there's people who want to end that program. And so we, as Filipinos, but also as the general public, whose children depend on these teachers, whose schools depend on having a full slate of educators, also need to speak up. And so these are not just Filipino issues. Whether the J-1 visa program that brings teachers here, or whether this program in California that brings doctors and nurses, this is not just a Filipino issue. This is an issue for everybody. And we as Filipinos need to make the rest of the community realize that. And so there's a number of tools that we can use in terms of advocacy, in terms of media, the traditional media, newspapers, radio, now social media, as well as all the normal ways that we try to engage and communicate through petitions and other kind of political advocacy. We need everybody on board because these are no longer just Filipino issues. These are community-wide issues, and we need to put that into that context.
Thank you so much. Maricel and Walter, based on your experience, what are the common challenges that you encounter when it comes to trying to unite Filipinos around advocacy issues?
May I, Walter? From the European Network of Filipino Diaspora perspective, diversity is both a challenge and an advantage. Because of the diverseness of the Filipinos across Europe right now, actually just 13 but very active ones, you have differences in language, origin from the Philippines, profession, level of education. All of this make really arriving at decisions, very challenging. But again, it is also what makes it interesting and a very positive thing, diversity.
Thank you. What about you, Walter?
Yes, say advocacy. We are already doing advocacy there. I mean, we have 150 Filipino organizations in Melbourne, and each one advocating for the issues that they are, well, their favorite issues. But we have to take note that the issues that we have in the community are the same across the other migrant organizations. And if we advocate for our own community, the state government or the federal government looks at us as one of just 100 organizations. So we advocate for a bigger population. And that's why I said, focus on the migrant issues. I did that. We had a Filipino business association. We closed it down and we organized the multicultural business, the Australian Council for Multicultural Entrepreneurs. Because when we're doing business, we're not just selling to Filipinos, we're selling to everybody. So we get other community groups to work with us, and when we advocate, we advocate not just for the Filipinos, we advocate for everybody, and the government listens to us more because of that. So in Melbourne right now, that's what's happening. A lot of our community groups are actively advocating for their own issues, but we're also working with other community groups so that we have a bigger voice and people would listen.
Thank you so much. This is addressed to anyone from the panel. What emerging global issues should Filipino diaspora organizations prioritize in the coming years?
I think as Filipino, and we're here as a diaspora, what we need to address is really how we can unite. And through collaboration, communication, connecting, that's how we can unite. Remember, there's always strength in numbers. So each one of the diaspora or Filipinos, individual living outside the Philippines, have their own concerns, have their own goals, have their own lives that they live. As a policymaker, I focus my energy on building the family unit. Strengthening family units, protection of children, protection of senior citizens. There is a big gap. If you talk about the children, the next generation, we need to fill in that gap. If you want a really strong diaspora in different countries, if we want Filipinos to be represented, we need to target that gap. And how we target that gap is really through education. And not just education in countries where we live, but we start education within the Philippines. Education for people that are migrating and going towards other countries. We start from scratch, from here, from the baseline. Because when you get there, when you assist them and you educate Filipinos leaving, then they already equipped. They have the skills, they have the knowledge, they have resources. You equip them here. When they get to the country where they're going to live, then they have the resource. So as a policymaker, I have focused my energy in family unit, family values, cultural preservation. When you talk about family values, that is your mainstream, how you can actually pass down traditions, values, connections. If you have a tight family unit, then that is the perfect pathway for you to pass down whatever tradition we have, whatever Filipino goals and that we wanted to instill out there. If you don't have a strong family unit, then the next generation will not listen. So we work within the family unit, and from there, diaspora will be stronger.
Thank you. Anything to add, Larry? I see you're holding up the mic.
Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I'm an engineer and scientist. I'm encouraging all of you that your next generation children adopt technology as their background, because you need to bring that technology, like I am, back in the Philippines to make this Philippines energy independent. They need to learn about clean energy and solar and wind. This country needs energy security. They can't depend on the foreign oil. They need to make this country energy independent and therefore make this country energy secure.
Thank you so much. And I think for those who grew up here before migrating, you are familiar with power outages here in the Philippines, right? You've experienced it at some point. So thank you for bringing that up, Larry. Last question before we take questions from the audience. What do you want to see from the Philippine government to strengthen the Filipino communities abroad?
In Melbourne right now, we have a very active and supportive consulate general, and even the last consul general also was very supportive. So it is very important that we, as a diaspora, work closely together with the Philippine government representative in that city. That's what we're doing now. So it's also the consulate is also like the one that's bringing the other community, the Filipino community groups together, and we're able to see what are the Philippines' interests that we want to promote or to advocate for in the area. So I think what we need to do is really work with the existing government office in the city that we are in.
Thank you. Thank you, Walter. What do you think, Tyler?
Yeah, I would actually build on what Larry said. In addition to the next generation coming back here to the Philippines to invest in work, I think there are gaps that need to be filled. And I know the Philippine government is working to make investment here in the Philippines easier, friction-free. We live in a competitive global environment. If somebody wants to establish a solar panel manufacturing plant here in Asia, they could pick from any number of countries around Southeast Asia. But I hope they choose the Philippines, but we have to show the competitive advantage of the Philippines. You know, for the past 15, 20 years, one of the competitive advantages has been English proficiency, the proliferation of call centers, and that's been wonderful. But other countries are catching up in terms of English proficiency. With the internet, with AI, now any AI computer can do a lot of that call center work. What is the next value add that the Philippines is going to have? And I think hopefully the Philippine government can work to identify what that is and move quickly, because it's a very competitive environment out there, and I want our diaspora to invest back, but we have to make it easier and friction-free.
Thank you so much. And on that note, we'll start taking questions from the audience. So we'll have microphones available on the floor, but feel free to just stand up and ask a question. Oh, we have a question here in the front.
Hello.
Hi. If you can state your name, please, so that...
Imelda Nicolas, I'm former chair.
Yes.
CFO. First, mabuhay ang Filipino diaspora. Mabuhay ang CFO for re-energizing this global summit. This is not really a question, but an invitation to everybody who's here. Based on the statistics of CFO, there are 6 million of you, Filipino diaspora. But based on the COMELEC statistics, only 1 million of you vote. So that's really, so as you know, 2028 is going to be a critical junction in Philippine history. So I'm inviting all of you to participate in the 2028 national presidential elections, whether as campaigner, whether as voter especially, whether as campaign advocate. Although I personally would like to push for Lenin or Brad or presidential candidate, but just in case he doesn't run, then I'm pushing for Lisa Hontiveros. So please join us as voters, as campaign advocates, or as campaigner, or even as funders, especially. Usually we ask for funds from the overseas Filipinos. Anyway, that's my invitation to all of you here. join us during the campaign in the 2028 national presidential election. Thank you.
Thank you to our former CFO secretary. And she's calling out everyone to please vote in 2028. Any other questions? We have a gentleman here on table 12. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the panel, for the very insightful ideas, and especially as part of the youth and as part of the diaspora, I am particularly inspired by uplifting our voices to basically engage with the diaspora and to take part in forming the institutions that would basically help our communities. So Sir Larry actually mentioned that when we have certain advocacies, we have to change it within the system, or I'm quoting him here what he said. And so I just want to ask from your experiences, or like in general from our panel members, which advocacies from the diaspora have been more difficult to fight for because it demanded substantive structural change within the system. So I guess that would help us in maybe thinking about the issues that we would want to fight for eventually and the considerations that we should have. Thanks so much.
Great question.
Is that directed to me? Again, I'm dating myself. I was an elected official over 50 years ago, so things have changed. On the other hand, it hasn't changed. You have to change public policy to leave a legacy. The number one thing for me, and it's still an issue, maybe not as much in other cities, housing. Having access to housing. There's still a thing called redlining. When I grew up, Filipinos could only live in a certain neighborhood. You need to get Filipinos elected or appointed to redevelopment and housing boards so that you can have equal access to housing. I mentioned earlier, yes, we decided to appoint a Filipino on every doctor's board, medical board, dentist board, because they have to speak on your behalf. Not one person, even though I was only one elected official at the time, you can do it. So you need to spread the wealth. You need to look at people like people on the panel here that have the qualification. Get them involved. Get your younger generation particularly involved, because they're the ones that have to go out and get the vote now. That's another thing I mentioned. You got to register to vote, like Imelda said. Not only register to vote, you got to get out there and get the vote out. I would not have been elected in 1973 if we didn't recognize or show the rest of the community that the Filipino vote was definitely in power, but we never got anybody elected. So when I got elected, it makes a statement. So whatever you do, make a statement into the system, try to find a way to change the public policy, the regulatory, both administrative and elected, like my Kamina does here. Be seen, be heard, get out and vote.
I would add to that. So some of these issues are huge issues, right? Immigration is a nationwide issue dealt with at the very top level. Housing policy deals with the banks and the developers and all of these other things. We have some local elected officials here. I read all of my emails. My secretary picks up the phone. I'm sure Senator reads all of her emails in the same way. If there's a local issue and 5 people email me about it, that makes me think something must be going on, and I better go deal with that. And if 5 people call my office with the same issue, my secretary will say, hey, Tyler, like 5 people are calling, this is important. And so on the local level, if it's a group of Filipino nurses and there's a rule that's unjust at the hospital, and they call our local elected officials, I might not be able to wave a magic wand and change the hospital's rules, but I'll send the CEO of the hospital a letter and say this is an issue. And so I think starting with our local officials can be a really great place to start showing that political might, even if there's only 5 Filipinos in the diaspora who are affected by this issue. It's a great place to start.
Marizal, yes. It's very inspiring to hear a question from a young person in this room. One advocacy that I am passionate about is related to political representation and participation. In the host countries that you live in, where you have already taken on the for office. If you want to maybe part of the decision makers, be at the table where decisions are being made. Go for it. We have all the resources in your hands. You don't have the baggage that the first generations went when they went abroad. So please, don't just vote, go and run for office.
Thank you so much. Yes, of course, Senator Shelley.
You know, voting is very important, but actually, if you are not able to vote due to your status, if you're just like a resident, you can still exercise your right and your individuality and whatever issues you want to fight. You have a voice. Join organizations. Numbers, be with the organization that you can, if you don't have that voice, then amplify whatever voice that you have by joining organization, contacting whoever your local leaders are, and go out there, just basically go out there. But if you want change, you got to go out there. You cannot just sit in your complain. We got to act. I wouldn't be in my position right now if I just sat and dreamed that I will be in this position, correct? So if you want something, we're Filipinos. We are resourceful, we are resilient, we are hardworking, we inspire people. Go out there.
Thank you. So to answer your question, I think there's no really difficult issue to advocate for as long as you follow what our panelists said. So I think at this note, we don't have any more time for, okay, last question. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Oh, okay, we'll take the last, wow, we have a lot of people raising their hands. We'll take this question first, and then we'll move to that gentleman over there.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Ellen Sana from the Center for Migrant Advocacy. I am an old voice. Sorry about that. But just on the political empowerment of Filipinos, Secretary Yang mentioned in his message earlier that we will be working, on the CFO in particular, we will be working for representation, direct representation of the Filipino diaspora in our Congress. So initially as honorary, but hopefully not just as honorary, but a voting member of parliament. And I'd like to ask any one of you your thoughts about it, because definitely this is not a new idea anymore, where the diaspora population is represented in the origin countries. Several countries are doing that already. So that's the first one. The second is, you are all our pride, Philippine pride. Mabuhay po kayo. And you do your share in making things better for our communities in the destination country. But I'd like to ask as well, especially those who are based in the United States, what else can be done, especially under the Trump administration, not only for you guys, but also for the migrant workers or those who are staying there on temporary visa. Example would be the continued crackdown against Filipino seafarers on cruise ships, and they are being deported without due process whatsoever. We would like to solicit your support and solidarity, and that this be stopped as well. Thank you.
Anyone want to take that question?
Is that directed to the Americans? What a hot seat. Well, first of all, I think we have to wait till 2028 where something's changed there, okay, in the White House. But the way ICE is being run now, and the way people are rotating in, out, there doesn't seem to be consistency in public policy. We need to speak up more. I know there are immigration issues that you could probably discuss a whole forum like this on, and you should go for it on those as an expert, but we better start lobbying the existing policymakers, and you better do it city to city, not just on a national, because I don't see that direction going. Do it within your city, within your congregation, within your sphere of influence, and start monitoring that. Again, as Tyler said, those local officials really make a difference how that ICE policy is implemented.
Okay. We'll take a last question from a gentleman over there. I have another one raising his hand, but I need to know, do we have enough time? Okay, one more. There's someone already on the microphone.
Hello, Karen. I am ready now to speak out.
Okay, so we have two people on the microphone. Okay, we can start with you, sir.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning. I just would like to share my experience. I'm from Sydney, Australia. So it was mentioned by the Secretary earlier that we have to be involved in cultural, economic, and political. I have done that, all of the three areas of the society. In New South Wales, I ran several times in the upper house. I ran in the Australian Senate, a senator for New South Wales. So you just have to be noticed, engage yourself in the community. That's one. Second, you asked about the last question that says, what does you need from the government? If you notice, in every other state or countries, Filipinos are working from Monday to Friday. And most of the consulates are open on those days. So I think there is a little bit tweak as far as the government institutions that they must be available on a weekend. Because, as I said, most of the Filipino Australians who will have a business in the Philippine consulate can do it most of the time on a weekend. Their priority is their work, their family, but they can do it on a weekend. That's one of the tweak that I would like to recommend. Also, in New South Wales, we have the biggest Filipino-Australian community. So a lot of activities are mainly as an observation on the cultural side aspect of it. That's why I challenge everyone to put your name in the ballot. As I agreed with the panelists earlier, we cannot be on the table if we will not put our name in the ballot. The other one that I would like to share is you join a political party within the state and stick it out. You just cannot do it if you are outside of the political party. Of course, you can run as an independent, but it's a logistical issue. So you join political parties, be noticed in there, and people will be able to recognize you and interact with the mainstream community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and on that note, I think we have to wrap up our panel. We're out, yes, we're out of time. Okay. Okay, so we'll go back to that question there. Sorry, I know we're over time, but they're giving us the go-ahead. So, please.
Hello? Hello.
Hi, finally. Okay.
Thank you. Pagbati, greetings in the name of peace and prosperity. I'm Adrian Oliver Pagarao. I am 19 years old. I am a youth activist and student leader from the province of Rizal. I'm honored to be part with so many individuals who made so much contributions towards the Filipino society despite being far from home. You are the unsung heroes away from shore. But the call for heroes are not one time. We always need people to take lead towards that future. And if there's one group, regardless of location, that we can always call on to, it is the youth. We have always recognized the role of the youth in shaping the future society. And if there's one quote that is very symbolizing to the Filipino youth diaspora, it is the quote made by a Filipino writer who's based in Austria. And he quoted that Filipinos in the diaspora have a double obligation to defend human rights and democracy both in the Philippines and wherever we find ourselves living. And this is so much more impactful in the youth. Knowing how heavy the weight is already for the local youth on this pressure of being the hope of the country, how do we expect to encourage the youth of the Filipino diaspora to engage and become active change makers in both the politics of their overseas location and their motherland? How could the Filipino diaspora youth, recognizing how paramount the contemporary situations and issues that are happening in our country for the future of all Filipinos globally, effectively participate in nation building despite being far from home? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll take that, and just to close things out, I think that's a really insightful question. For those here in the room, I think we all know that there's many organizations overseas, many groups of Filipinos. We all love being in groups, but we have to make space for the youth, and I think that's exactly what your question's getting to. If somebody's been the president of the organization of Filipinos for 25 years, I'm sure they've done a great work, but they need to bring in the next generation and support them and make them the vice president. So that way there's continuity. And I think that that's a lesson that we all need to also take into account in political spaces as well as nonprofits and NGOs as a better part of the diaspora.
Thank you so much, Tyler. Okay, we'll have an additional note from Senator Shelley.
For the youth, you have the best tool in your hands. You guys are the most expert, I would say, in the world when it comes to internet connection, application. The only thing that you guys need to know is how to decipher truth, because out there's so many things that are how do you say that information that are not accurate. So if you really wanted to be engaged, first you gotta know, I know you have a heart, I could see it already. And normally our youth have heart, right? And the passion to fight for it and to contribute. But know your culture, know your roots, engage with the older generation because they are the treasure. They know everything, they know history, and then use the tool that you have, your expertise in your hand. Amplify your voices using your tools. Internet is such a powerful tool, but learn to decipher what is the truth and what is not.
And Senator Shelley was being diplomatic. How do you say that? I think that's fake news, right? Or disinformation. But thank you so much. And that wraps up our panel. But and this has really been a very interesting conversation. And from the start, I learned a new term today, NRF, non-resident Filipinos. But if I may add, Secretary Ang, I would call myself an SFR, a spouse of a SRF, a spouse of a resident foreigner. So my married surname is McBride, and I have that challenge of having a son that's a dual citizen. So today was really informative as to how I should also rear my child to be very involved as a Filipino. But as a moderator, I have to synthesize our panel for today. So just to start off this panel, Senator Shelley 𝐤𝐤𝐲 emphasized that the Filipino diaspora is one of the most significant in the world. And Honorable Tyler Dos Santos Tam asked a very important question. So how do we engage the Filipino immigrants abroad? In addition to political participation, Tyler emphasized that there are a number of ways that we can be involved. There's labor rights, economic empowerment, civic engagement, but he said that solidarity is key. And we saw that through Marizel Rojas's sharing of what ENFID is doing, the European Network of the Philippine Diaspora. We see this engagement in action as ENFID has become a powerful diaspora platform in Europe. They not only engage in cultural diplomatic initiatives, but they also empower the Filipino European youth, and they seek audiences with political figures, and they also protect the environment. So what Marizel said is use us, abuse us for for a powerful, like to have a more engaging and powerful influence. And so she reminds all of us in September 5, we can all go to Austria. So don't forget that, mark your calendar, September 5. Thank you so much, Marizel. But Larry Acera took us to a journey across the waves where we learned the history of migrants in the United States. But this reminds us all of the hardships and challenges that come with the Philippine diaspora. Larry is third generation, and now they have 6 generations in the United States, and we have Tyler, who's 5th generation, and they now have 7 generations of their family in Hawaii. But amid these challenges, Larry overcame and became a political figure in Vallejo, California. At the time when the American media was telling him that he wouldn't win because he's Filipino. But he says that we have to continue finding our roots. And I think even as a 5th generation, he continues to find his roots. And finally, we heard from Walter Villagonzalo, who lived the migrant journey for 40 years. And he shared with us the problem of the Filipinos in the middle. We are not seen, we are not problematic, but we're just simply there. And even if Filipinos are strong contributors, we are invisible and not fully represented. But what's powerful about what Walter said is that the middle is where we are, but it is not small, and it is growing. And the middle is not a weak place. So for all of us here, let's remember to make this middle stronger. And let's not stay in the middle. Let's be front and center. So that's where I'll end, and I thank so much the CFO for making sure that the Filipinos leave the middle place and become front and center. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Jimeno, the Honorable Dos Santos Tan, Ms. Magistrado Rojas, Mr. Acera, Mr. Villagonzalo, and Senator Shelly Calvo for sharing your powerful stories of advocacy and the concrete ways you are influencing policy to benefit Filipino communities worldwide. Your work reminds us that the Filipino diaspora is not just present in global politics, you are shaping it. We now invite Chairperson Dante King-Ang II and USEC Arlene Borja to come on stage to present the tokens to the panelists and moderator in recognition of their valuable insights during the panel discussion. This certificate reads, certificates of appreciation are presented to our moderator and panelists, Attorney Jimeno, Honorable Dos Santos Tan, Ms. Magistrado Rojas, Mr. Acera, Mr. Villagonzalo, and Senator Shelly Calvo, for your contributions as moderator and panel discussions. Amplifying Voices, Diaspora Advocacy and Policy Influence at the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit held on June 16, 2026 at Manila Marriott Hotel, Metro Manila, Philippines. Signed by Secretary Dante King-Ang II, Chairperson of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Thank you very much. Panel discussion. Filipino singer, recording artist, and performer, Miss Michelle Montes. She is a contract live singer of 𝐒𝐿𝐥𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐲 Hong Kong. She released her first single, Sinubukan Ko, just last year. Presently, she performs 3 times a week in various countries across Southeast Asia.
po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Miss Michelle Monses. Our economic panel discussion will start in 2 minutes. Everyone is requested to return to their respective seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request everyone to return to their seats as we are about to start our second panel discussion. Thank you. For decades, the Filipino diaspora has been recognized primarily for remittances. But today, we move beyond the narrative. This panel discussion explores the broader spectrum of diaspora economic management, such as investments, business ventures, entrepreneurship, and the creation of economic opportunities that benefit both host countries and the Philippines. Entitled Beyond Remittances, Diaspora Economic Contributions Through Investment and Entrepreneurship. Our panelists will share how they are building businesses, creating jobs, facilitating investments, and demonstrating that the Filipino diaspora's economic impact extends far beyond the money sent home. To help steer the conversation, we welcome on stage Dr. Toby Melissa Monsod. Dr. Monsod is a Ruperto P. Alonzo Chair Professor of Development Economics at the UP School of Economics. She publishes in the areas of the economics of climate change, public economics, economic development, institutional economics, and housing economics, and has received the NAST Most Outstanding Book Award for her work on 3 volumes of the Philippine Human Development Report. Before joining the academe, she worked with urban poor groups and indigenous people, as well as served as Assistant Secretary of Trade and Industry and Secretary General of the then Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, now Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. She has held several advisory positions with the United Nations country team and is currently an advisor to the Institute of Climate and Sustainable Cities. Let us welcome Dr. Toby Melissa Monsod.
First of all, I'm a last-minute replacement for my mother, who really sends her profound apologies that she was not able to come. She really wanted to, but she is recovering from, she could not recover fast enough to be here. Let me put it that way. Okay, so this next panel, congratulations to the first panel, by the way, it was very interesting. This panel has as its theme, Beyond Remittances, Diaspora Economic Contributions Through Investment and Entrepreneurship. It intends to explore how Filipino global power can be harnessed to advance the economic goals of the Philippines, with special focus on diaspora engagement as business owners, entrepreneurs, and investors who have flourished and are still flourishing in highly competitive economies. What factors or mechanisms inside or outside the Philippines have enabled and sustained their competitiveness, and consequently, what aspects of the Philippine economy must be addressed or improved to encourage even more engagement and diaspora investment in the country. So for this purpose, we have 4 distinguished panelists. Our first panelist is Mariela Fletcher, the National Chair of the National Federation of Filipino American Associations. Since immigrating to the US in 1988, she is focused on strengthening community unity and ensuring future generations have a strong voice and greater opportunities. Inspired by her children and grandchildren, she champions a cohesive Filipino-American identity to address shared challenges and promote success. With a leadership that emphasizes proactive advocacy, meaningful dialogue, and community-driven initiatives. Professionally, Mariela is a real estate broker in Washington and leads the IDIC Filipino Senior and Family Services, supporting underserved seniors. She has also contributed to parish and civic initiatives and helped elevate Filipino culture through business ventures in Seattle. Our second panelist is Roxanne Sarto, the National President of the Roxanne is the National President of the Filipino Communities Council of Australia, Incorporated, and the Chief Executive Officer of the Filipino Community Council of Victoria. A graduate of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and Melbourne Business School, Roxanne leverages more than 20 years of experience across Australia's premier financial institutions, including the National Australian Bank, the Australia and New Zealand Bank, MLC, growing the Filipino Community Council of Victoria into Australia's largest Filipino charity and a leading ethno-specific aged care provider, expanding its impact across aged care and multicultural communities. Her advocacy for the Filipino community and multicultural inclusion was recognized through her induction into the Victorian Multicultural Honor Roll in 2025. Roxanne is committed to giving back to her home country while advancing diaspora leadership in Australia. There's Roxanne. Our third panelist is Amy Alado Blake, an international lawyer, cross-border advisor, and hybrid entrepreneur, specializing in sustainable infrastructure, climate transition, and cross-border investment between the United Kingdom and Southeast Asia. A part-time civil servant of the United Kingdom, she brings more than 2 decades of experience across the public, private, and third sectors, with expertise in governance, regulatory risk, and complex stakeholder environments. In her private capacity, Attorney Amy is the chair of the ASEAN-UK Business Forum, which advances trade and investment corridors between the United Kingdom and Southeast Asia. She is also a trustee of Well Trust, which supports post-disaster rebuilding and livelihood programs in communities affected by Typhoon Haiyan in Capiz. Based in London, she works to mobilize trusted partnerships for a resilient future. That's Amy. Finally, we have Anna Rose Harshwardhan, who serves as the Assistant Director of the Strategic Partnership and Advocacy Division of the Securities and Exchange Commission. As Assistant Director, she leads investor education, stakeholder engagement, and strategic advocacy initiatives that promote financial literacy and inclusive capital market participation. Prior to joining the SEC, Anna held various leadership and communications roles at PESA, the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, specializing in investment promotion, public relations, international engagement, and human resource development. Anna earned an advanced master's degree in globalization and development from the University of Antwerp in Belgium and a bachelor's degree in social sciences from UP Manila. She also completed an advanced diploma in finance and markets for policymakers under Singapore's Wealth Management Institute and Temasek Foundation. Okay, so here we are, a panel of all women, an all-women panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so each of our panelists will now have 5 minutes to present. 5 minutes to present their experiences and insights on how the diaspora has contributed and can further contribute to the economic goals of the Philippines beyond remittances. Okay, so we start with Ms. Mariela.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. It is a true privilege to join this panel today and to speak about the power of the Filipino diaspora, a power that reaches far beyond remittances. For decades, overseas Filipinos have made extraordinary sacrifices to support their families, uplift their communities, and strengthen the Philippine economy through remittances. But let us be clear, our contribution does not end there. The Filipino diaspora is a global community of professionals, entrepreneurs, investors, public servants, and community leaders. We contribute not only resources, but also ideas, expertise, influence, and innovation. At the National Federation of Filipino American Associations, or NAFA, we describe that broader impact through 6 forms of diaspora capital. That these are human, civic, economic, social, leadership, and retirement capital. First, human capital. Across the world, Filipinos bring excellence to healthcare, education, technology, finance, and public service. And when they mentor, teach, and share what they know, they do more than transfer knowledge. They help build the talent, confidence, and innovation that move nations forward. Second, civic capital. Advocacy matters because policy shapes possibility. When we advance efforts such as Medicare portability, dual citizenship, and overseas voting, we do more than protect rights. We build stronger bridges between Filipinos abroad and the Philippines, and we open new doors for reintegration, retirement, and deeper economic participation. Third, economic capital. The next evolution of remittances is investment. It is entrepreneurship. It is job creation. Diaspora resources can help grow businesses and strengthen vital sources or sectors, from healthcare and tourism to technology, education, agricultural, and renewable energy. The goal is not only to send money home. The goal is to build lasting prosperity. Fourth, social capital. Many investments begin with trust, and trust begins with relationships. Through networks and partnerships across business, government, academia, and civil society, the diaspora connects people, ideas, and opportunities across borders and turns connection into collaboration. Fifth, leadership capital. Strong communities do not happen by accident. They are built by leaders who can solve problems, inspire action, and bring people together. That is why leadership development and mentorship are not side efforts. They are essential to long-term progress and central to NAFA's mission. The sixth is the next frontier, retirement capital. Retirement is not the end of contribution. In many ways, it can be the beginning of a new chapter of service. Filipino retirees bring experience, assets, networks, and wisdom that can fuel mentoring, entrepreneurship, philanthropy, and community development in the Philippines. As we discuss retirement and reintegration, I warmly invite you to visit the Retirement and Reintegration Community Project booth outside. NAPA is committed to building sustainable pathways for overseas Filipinos to reconnect, retire, invest, and contribute to the Philippines. And we welcome your ideas, your voice, and your partnership in shaping that future. Because going beyond remittances means recognizing the full value of diaspora engagement. It means turning knowledge into opportunity, advocacy into access, relationships into partnerships, and experience into long-term development. For decades, overseas Filipinos have helped power the Philippine economy through remittances, but the future asks more of us. It calls on us to transform that support into investment, entrepreneurship, leadership, and sustainable development. That is the promise of the diaspora engagement, and that is the future we must build together. Marami pong salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Mariela. There was a bullet point on her slides, I don't know if you caught it, where she says our greatest export of Filipino Americans may be knowledge, skills, and leadership that can empower future generations. Maybe we can discuss that more later. The next, we have Roxanne. You have the floor.
Maybe that's one that's working. All right, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you. And I'm truly grateful to be here in front of all of you representing our diaspora, championing our communities here, not only here in the Philippines, but abroad, and raising the Filipino flag with pride, and spreading the love and spreading our culture, and touching 1,000 lives. I would say in Australia, the Filipinos actually just comprise about 4% of the population. We're not a voting bloc. We don't have a lot of influence. But really, our influence that a lot of people overlook is our strong influence and engagement. I would really dare say that every one Filipino touches 1,000 lives. When we touch 1,000 lives, then we have more strength. We have more power. Our unity goes beyond numbers. All right, to understand where the Australian diaspora started, can we have the next slide, please? We have to understand where we came from. The Filipinos started in Australia as pearl divers before 1900s. And then we have the family reunion program. So we really started a very small community. Then in 1970s, peak migration happened. From under 500 Filipinos, we ballooned to about 3.5. That's still not significant. But now, Filipinos make the 5th largest community in Australia. We are 5th largest, so our influence and our voices need to be heard. When people speak about diaspora contribution, can we have the next slide, please, sorry? The conversation often begins and ends with money sent home. This is important, but this is incomplete. Our experience in Australia shows that diaspora communities also contribute through social infrastructure, volunteerism, leadership, advocacy, and the daily work of keeping communities connected, visible, and resilient. Those are the non-numerical contributions that we provide. As CEO of FCCBI, I had the privilege of leading an organization that is both an umbrella body for Filipino groups in Victoria and a long-standing ethno-specific provider of community aged care. That matters because it shows that migrant community organizations can do much more than celebrate culture. We can deliver professional services, respond to complex social needs, and help government system reach people in culturally safe and trusted ways. In practical terms, that meant supporting older Filipinos, reducing social isolation, assisting families, and making sure people could remain connected to their language, culture, and community while receiving care. In other words, the diaspora contribution was expressed through service, compassion, and institution building. I come from a community that I represent is on a grassroots level. FCCBI, of the Filipino Community Council of Victoria, is the peak and umbrella body of organizations in Victoria. We actually have about 11 member organizations under our wing, and those 11 organizations have their own mandate. Each organization, for example, we have that looks after international students. We have a group that looks after domestic violence victims. We have also a group that looks after our overseas workers. So from this experience, I see at least 4 forms of contribution beyond remittances. First, care. When a community delivers aged care, home support, and welfare services, it contributes directly to social well-being. The next one is voice. When we advocate for access, recognition, and inclusion, we strengthen democratic participation. The third point is culture. When we preserve heritage and share it confidently, we enrich multicultural Australia. The fourth is leadership. When we mentor, convene, and organize, we build capacity that benefits future generations. Lastly, my role in PhilCA as president extended that work from the Victorian context to a national level. PhilCA exists to unify Filipino Australians across the country and to promote and advance their welfare and interests. In that role, the challenge was to ensure that Filipino Australians were seen not only as workers or migrants, but as active contributors to Australia's social, civic, and political life. That meant advocating with institutions, supporting representation, convening leaders from different states, and reinforcing the idea that our community has both voice and responsibility on a national level. So the message I bring to this summit is this: we cared, we advocated, we connected, and we led. Through FCCBI, we created trusted, culturally responsive care and services. Through PhilCA, we bring Filipino-Australian perspective into broader policy and community discussions. Across both roles, we showed that diaspora impact is measured not only in dollars, but more so in the things that we cannot count and put dollars on. The ones that comes from our heart, our malasakit, our pakikipagkapwa, and our community. I will close with this thought. The Filipino diaspora builds more than balances. It builds communities. It builds institutions. It builds leaders. And it builds belonging. Together, we are stronger as a community. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang Filipino here and abroad.
Thank you, Ms. Roxanne. I think the real challenge, as Roxanne was pointing out, the energy you have, the question is, how can it be harnessed towards Philippine investments if that is at all possible? So that's something we'll discuss further. Next up is Amy, Attorney Amy.
Hello. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, CFO, for having me here as one of the panelists. As a Filipino lawyer based in London and chair of the ASEAN-UK Business Forum, I have the privilege of working across government, business, and international networks. Today, I would like to share why the future of diaspora engagement is not simply about what we send home. It is about what we can build together. Next slide, please. So we're going to discuss in this panel not just the financial remittances, but also social remittances and other economic remittances from the diaspora community. Next slide, please. When looking closely at our global footprint, I asked AI to map our 10+ million diaspora. Instead of a single image, it returned two interesting images. Let's see. Can you move to the next slide, please? Both tell such a powerful, interconnected story that I decided to keep them side by side. And yes, there are Filipinos in Antarctica working in maritime and expedition roles, contributing to scientific research and exploring one of the most remote places on Earth. Next slide, please. Remittances remain one of the great success stories of the Filipino diaspora. They support families and have provided stability during economic crisis, natural disasters, and during the pandemic. But if we stop there, we are underestimating. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the diaspora engagement, we often focus on financial transfers. Yet, overseas Filipino possess a trifecta. Secretary Ang earlier in his keynote speech. These are the building blocks of sustainable economic development. Yes, how we convert these assets into productive opportunities for the Philippines. Next slide, please. So here it shows a table of sort of a comparison about remittances and investments. Remittances help families survive and thrive. Investment creates jobs, builds infrastructure, and drives innovation. If remittances are about supporting households, investment is about transforming economies. Both matter, but one creates generational impact. Next slide, please. Through the ASEAN-UK Business Forum, I have seen firsthand how the diaspora communities create trusted connections between countries. Diaspora leaders understand both cultures, markets, and regulatory environments. And trust is often the most valuable currency in international business. Diaspora communities provide that trust. Next slide, please. This is a greeting from the King of the United Kingdom, King Charles III. Now the next one. Yeah. Sent to the Filipino people during the 128th Independence Day celebration. So from the letter, you can see that the King explicitly underscored two priorities: climate and the natural world. For an economic panel like ours, these aren't just environmental talking points. They are structural economic realities. The Philippines is the most disaster-affected country in the world. Climate change is a direct tax on our GDP, disrupting supply chains, infrastructure, and the livelihoods of the very families our diaspora supports. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So my own work focuses heavily on sustainable infrastructure and climate transition. For the Philippines, I believe there are exceptional opportunities in infrastructure, renewable energy, my favorite, the blue economy, digital transformation, and SMEs. These sectors can generate employment while addressing national development priorities. Next slide, please. No. Back. Next slide, please. Yeah. So these are the logos of the different organizations that I'm connected to or have worked with. In the interest of time, I can clarify this during the Q&A. But as mentioned, 11 years ago, I was here during Secretary Nicola's convening of the global diaspora in 2015. And I was also one of the founders of NFID, the European Network Filipino Diaspora, in 2012. And that is the body of different NFID country reps, such as NFID Austria, NFID UK, and so on. And the others I can discuss later, maybe during a Q&A. Next slide, please. So in this slide, you can see the two logos. The other one is what is called the Coral Triangle. As we can see, the Philippines sits at the center of it. The Coral Triangle is called the Amazon of the seas. For a country, the blue economy is a luxury or an afterthought. It is a core pillar of our national wealth, driving our tourism, feeding our people, and protecting our coastal areas. The other logo represents the 17 UN SDGs. SDG 14, Life Below Water, is the least funded of all SDGs, but it actually flows through every goal. This brings us back to our role as the economic diaspora. When we talk about investing in the Philippines, we need to broaden our horizon to include blue capital. Next slide, please. So we've looked at the vast potential of the Coral Triangle, and we've seen how the ocean connects all 17 SDGs. But the real challenge for an economic panel like ours is how do we operationalize this? How do we turn policy into bankable investments? And this slide, by the way, there's a link it's for free. You can download the book. I've written a chapter on blue economy. It was in 2024, commemorating the 5-decade journey of EU and ASEAN relations. And it was also timed during the elections of the new MEPs, or the members of the European Parliament. So it contains a good reference for the EU to have reference in our region, the Southeast Asian region, of course, specifically focused on the Philippines. Next slide, please. So the diaspora is ready to engage. The challenge is creating an enabling environment. This requires policy stability, transparency, efficient processes, and trusted platforms that connect diaspora investors with credible opportunities. Engagement must evolve from occasional outreach to a long-term partnership. Next slide, please. The Filipino diaspora is one of the nation's greatest strategic assets, not simply because of what we send home, but because of what we can help create. Together, government, business, civil society, and the global Filipino community can unlock a new era of inclusive and sustainable growth. And then the last slide, please. Madamo gid nga salamat sa tanan.
Thank you, Amy. Okay. We now have Anna from SEC, the only one from government in this panel. So you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. To our non-resident Filipinos, our fellow workers in government, our partners from the private sector, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. When we talk about the Filipino diaspora, we often focus on remittances. And rightly so. Every year, Filipinos abroad send billions of pesos back home, supporting families, communities, and in our economy. But today, I'd like to shift our conversation from simply sending money back to growing wealth back home. Many Filipinos overseas work incredibly hard to build financial security for themselves and their families, yet despite years of hard work and savings, many still ask the same question, which is, how do I invest safely and wisely in the Philippines? Next slide, please. And this is where the SEC, or the Securities and Exchange Commission, comes in. The SEC is a government agency responsible for regulating corporations, the capital market, and investment products in the Philippines. Our mandate is to protect investors, promote transparency, and ensure fair and orderly markets. For Filipinos abroad, this means helping create an environment where you can confidently invest your hard-earned money, whether to build wealth, save for retirement, start a business, or secure your family's future. Next, please. Now, one way the SEC supports economic growth and investment opportunities is through regulatory reforms. In recent years, the SEC has issued several memorandum circulars aimed at making it easier and more affordable for businesses to comply with regulations. These include measures that support one-person corporations, reducing registration and compliance costs, and providing incentives for our micro, small, and medium enterprises. While this may sound technical, they have real-world benefits. Many overseas Filipinos eventually dream of starting a business in the Philippines, and making it easier to do business. These reforms encourage entrepreneurship, support economic growth, and create more investment opportunities for everyone. Next slide, please. Before we talk about investing, let's first distinguish investing from saving. So saving, as we know, is about preserving your money, while investing is about growing your money over time. Many Filipinos abroad are already disciplined savers. The next step now is learning how to make your money work for you. The Philippine capital market offers a variety of investment products that cater to different goals and risk appetites. Next, please. And this include stocks, where you buy shares in publicly listed companies and participate in their growth. There are also bonds, usually government bonds and corporate bonds, which are generally lower risk investments that provide fixed interest income. And for those who prefer professional management, there are mutual funds and unit investment trust funds, or UITFs, where your money is pooled in with other investors and managed by experts. There are also ETFs, or what we call the exchange-traded funds, which allow you to invest in a basket of securities through a single investment. And finally, there is PERA, or the Personal Equity and Retirement Account, which is especially relevant for our overseas Filipinos. Next slide, please. PERA is a voluntary retirement savings and investment program designed to help Filipinos prepare for retirement. Its key benefits include low minimum contribution, tax incentives, tax-exempt investment earnings, and tax-free qualified withdrawals. What makes PERA particularly attractive for today's audience is that overseas Filipinos may contribute up to 400,000 pesos annually, which is double the contribution limit for locally employed individuals. And for many non-resident Filipinos who plan to retire or eventually retire, PERA provides a practical way to build long-term financial security while enjoying valuable tax benefits. Next, please. However, while legitimate investment opportunities continue to grow, so do investment scams. Unfortunately, overseas Filipinos are often targeted because scammers know that many migrants have savings and are actively looking for investment opportunities. And one tool we use as a regulator is the Howey test. This helps determine whether an arrangement is an investment contract that should be regulated by the relevant authorities. So simply put, if you invest money in a common enterprise and expect profits, and these profits depend primarily on the efforts of others, then it may be considered an investment contract. So for example, if someone says, give me 100,000 pesos and I'll invest it for you. You don't need to do anything and you'll earn guaranteed returns, probably 10% per month. Then this should immediately prompt further scrutiny. This is why we always encourage investors to ask before they invest. First, is the company registered with the SEC? Second, does it have the authority to solicit investments? And third, are the promised returns realistic? So to help investors verify this information, the SEC has developed the SecCheck app, which is a free mobile application that allows the public to verify whether a company is registered with the SEC and authorized to offer investments to the public. So as I close, I would like to leave you with this thought. Every peso you earn abroad represents sacrifice, which is time away from family, missed milestones, hard work, and perseverance. And protecting and growing that money is just as important as earning it. The Philippines offers legitimate opportunities to build wealth through businesses, capital market investments, and retirement products such as PERA. But as opportunities grow, so does the need for vigilance. So before you invest, verify first, and you invest wisely, invest responsibly, and whenever you invest in the Philippines, make sure that you do so through legitimate, regulated, and transparent channels. Maraming salamat po, and we at the SEC look forward to partnering with Filipinos around the world in building a more financially secure future for everyone. Good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, so clearly the diaspora is already engaged beyond remittances. The only question now is how to optimize that. And I think the challenge is how to pivot, right? If there is interest in pivoting, which is actually a big question, right? Whether or not the diaspora is interested in building wealth here, not only for their families, but for the nation in general, or building wealth where they currently reside. So we're going to start with 3 questions, which we will discuss together. No? Maybe we can also clarify that beyond remittances, so far, from what I understand from you, can be interpreted in 2 ways. One is movement beyond or beside the financial arena into the social and civic arenas, recognizing that economic value is also created through voice, advocacy, mentoring, leadership, and so forth. And second, staying in the financial lane, but supporting a push or an addition to traditional uses of remittances into investment in high-impact projects. So those are two interpretations of beyond remittances. I think we should start, though, with your own experiences, personal experiences. All of you, the three of you are entrepreneurs in your own right. And so the question is, how have you, as non-resident Filipinos, navigated the world of entrepreneurship and investment in the highly competitive economies where you found yourselves in the US, in Australia, and the UK? Maybe we can start with Roxanne, who is healthcare entrepreneur, yes? So let's start with you.
My golden rule in investing is don't put your money in something you don't know and understand. Because a lot, I heard earlier that, one of us did say that that's our hard-earned money, right? And a lot of Filipinos dream about becoming an entrepreneur. For some people, it is sexy to be a business owner. But, and also it can be, but we really need to understand and know where we're investing in and what we're putting our money in. So I'm glad to hear that SEC has come up with that project to assist our kababayans who do want to invest in the Philippines. And I think that should still be highly communicated and widely spread with our kababayans. Because number one, when you put your money, you have to put your money with somebody you trust. I think the Filipinos overseas really look at an agency or a person that they can trust. However, a lot of Filipinos, when you say trust, go to family, friends, and relatives, right? So it is in really educating the Filipinos and help them really understand. Because a lot of Filipinos with hard, I have seen people, because I have been in the financial planning space, and I have been in private bank, and I have had a lot of clients in that space. And some of them want to be entrepreneurs, but I would dare say, go in slowly. Understand where you're going to be putting your money in, do your research, because that hard-earned money at your golden age is harder to get back. And I think that is one thing that we also, as the diaspora externally, from Australia, Austria, Germany, wherever we're coming from, we do want to invest in the Philippines. We love the Philippines. We always come here. We want to visit our relatives, and we want to spread that prosperity, not just for ourselves, but to our families. But one thing for sure, we still have a long way to go in understanding the investment climate here in the Philippines and how to navigate that.
Just to follow up, because a friend of mine went to Australia as well, and he was well accomplished in the Philippines, but he had to start from zero in Australia. He described pounding the pavement. How did you do it?
Same story. I started with education. When I came to Australia 20 odd years ago, that will give you my age actually, I prepared my kids and I said, we're going to be starting from scratch, guys. And being from UP and being someone who actually seeks education and learning, I set a target for myself that I have to study every year. When I went to Australia, I actually started real estate first up. I wanted to understand how to invest. My career has actually been more of self-learning. I started in real estate, I got into banking. With NAB, I became a retail banker on the phones, a BPO, guys, hard knocks. So I was at 1-300 number, 131312, I still remember that. When they ring the bank, they would ask me, 100 questions, and I have to understand which area of the bank to push that call to. And that gave me the knowledge I needed about retail banking. After that, I go, okay, what's next for me? Self-education again. I went into mortgages. I studied mortgages. I studied how to borrow money. I started how to do that efficiently. I learned how to protect my credit rating. And from there on, I became a financial planner, I became a private banker, and then I moved on to strategy and marketing from the Australia Bank. And then from there, I went to entrepreneurship, set up my own businesses here, went back home. I had 6 clinics here, for those who know, that was my past life, semi-retired in Australia, and now I find myself in charity and community. And I think that's divine providence as well, because everything I learned through hard knocks when I started in Australia, I now use for our charity in Australia, where we have grown over the last 3 years by 200%. We are now the largest Filipino charity. I am proud to say that we not only serve Filipinos, but we serve multicultural communities. And Tito Walter can attest to that.
How about you, Mariela? How did you navigate the world of entrepreneurship and investment when you went to the United States?
Okay, personally, I was here, an exporter, and was dealing with the Department of Trade and Industry and CITEM, making costume jewelry, all hand-painted. However, immigrating to the United States in 1988, I found that the cottage industry labor is really, it was cheap to make things here in the Philippines. It was a very big challenge for me in the United States. There was nowhere close. And that's, I gave up my business. I sold it to a couple of department stores here, and moved on in the US, and could not do the same business at all because of labor, the cost of labor. 25 cents here, $25. It's an exaggeration, but it could be that way. But, and then I went into, because I was my own boss, I did not want to work for anybody else. I navigated through the real estate. In 1990, I became a real estate broker, and up to now, I still am. And I am very lucky, and I'm grateful that I'm able to do my nonprofit work or volunteer work. And so that was how I actually have navigated the entrepreneurship. And as well, I was also able to, because of the real estate business falling apart because of the financial meltdown in 2010, I became a Filipino deli owner in the city of Seattle, and was recognized by the Seattle magazine to, one of the areas or stores where you can go and get Filipino food. So mine was like a deli, and then I would cook 7 kinds of different food every day, and I would have a whiteboard, and of course, some Filipinos would say, "Ate, wala ka ba diyang sinigang ngayon?" Sabi ko, "Nakikita mo ba na wala?" But anyway, that was really funny. But I sold it in 2020 during COVID, and really focused myself in doing community work. So that's how it is with me personally. But on the NAFA side, I really think that entrepreneurship is the economic capital of what we do. We reach out to our business chambers of commerce, and that's how we connect. We in the U.S. know the economies, both economies, which is the U.S. and the Philippines, and that is truly an advantage for all of us. But I think what we should really think of is globally we can compete, but it's truly not just competing. It is actually, and I've written this down, how to better connect our successes abroad with the opportunities back home. And I think that is really, truly very important. let's bring back or share, if I can say that, what we know, what we learn back home. So we can compete globally. We truly can. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask later, what is stopping you from connecting? You understand the experiences you have with the opportunities back home. But let's move on first to Attorney Amy. How did you navigate? You're coming from a different industry, right? You have legal services and so forth. How did you navigate that environment?
Okay, yeah, it's working. Well, in my case, being a lawyer is not really a personal choice, but I come from a family wherein, when you're about to navigate college, you'll be assigned the traditional professions like accountant, engineer, doctor, or lawyer. So initially, I went for a doctor. In fact, I enrolled in UST. So, but I didn't last, for a semester. And I said, maybe being a lawyer would be, would involve a lot of entrepreneurship or business deals and so on. But from my observation, how I navigated it, I think it really comes from home or education. Because since I was growing up, my father was a businessman, and we were trained to value hard work and earning your own money. So I remember when I was a kid, we get paid five pence to pluck the gray hair or white hair from my father's graying hair, the uban. So so I you harvest fruits from your backyard and then you sell it. So that's how we got developed to be enterprising. And being a lawyer is just a plus for me. Attractive to my clients, but I really deal more with the structure of the deal. Is it going to be profitable? And I've realized that, the diaspora success abroad should really be replicated back home, because we all love to see that going abroad is not going to be a necessity, but it's a choice, right? So before COVID, we invested with my brother on, I'm not sure if some people have heard about, the English as a second language. It was, ESL. It was very big, especially before COVID. And my brother was one of the pioneer in 5-1 Talk, wherein instead of retail accounts with 5-1 Talk, he set up a center. So we have 100, agents with one account to 5-1 Talk. And 5-1 Talk actually liked the idea of just dealing with one center owner, and then you have 100 or 150 teachers teaching English as a second language. And then we expanded. But what attracted me to it is that it's like a way for me to give back, pay it forward, because we have a lot. I come from Capiz, and our city is called Ross City, after the late President Manuel Rojas. We have a lot of graduates that normally could not find work in the province. So what do? They go abroad, or they go in the big city like Manila. So setting up this business, we were able to give, at one point, we're the biggest teachers, providers in the whole city, combined with, on top of the other schools, because it became really lucrative. But then again, I think it's one of the challenges that we're facing today about AI taking away the jobs of our business process outsourcing.
No, Anna, I'm going to save you for later. Okay. Now, what I'm wondering about is what you've described is an environment of economic mobility, right? You fail, you get up, etc. in your country, in where you currently reside. What is it about the markets in Australia, the US, that allow you to do that, which doesn't seem to be present in this country too much, right? So I think that's one of those, we can go into the, enabling environment for that sort of entrepreneurship, which will lead us to an enabling environment for investment. Right?
Yeah. Well, one thing that comes to mind, like for example in the UK, the environment from the government is very supportive, and especially after UK left the European Union, the government has gone full force, enabling a good business environment. So it's not just coming from the government, but there are a lot of organizations that supports entrepreneurs, SMEs especially, upscaling and even exporting. And they have like for example trade trips to countries, especially in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is a very big business opportunity for the UK. So it's the policy of the government, it's the support that we get from the government, and that it enables businesses, SMEs to thrive and set up their own business.
From my experience in Australia, we have business clinics. We actually have Business Victoria, who looks after educating people who want to go into business. So that helps, and for people who would like to get into business and do understand that it is very different from corporate world. Being employed is different. I mean, a lot of people think, I am working for somebody, I can be the boss, I can run this business. Guys, very, very different skill sets, okay? So in Australia, we're fortunate to have an agency who looks after entrepreneurs. So there are also a lot of chambers of commerce. So you can self-educate, there are a lot of resources you can go to, and if we go really technical, when you are actually going belly up in your business, there are safe harbors that are actually open to you. There's also an ease in business transfer. So I can list my business anytime tomorrow and put it in the market, just like real estate. So yeah, there are processes, systems in place. There are guidelines in place to make people get into business or decide not even to get into business, because business can be a risk, especially for small entrepreneurs. When you look at it, Australian labor is very expensive. We're looking at about what, $28 an hour now. And if you're going to put together a halo-halo shop, for example, and you're putting somebody there who's going to you're going to pay $28 an hour, how many halo-halos do you have to sell? So a lot of people get into franchising and business without really looking at the numbers. Let's really, really look at the numbers. That's why I say sometimes, again, I will repeat this. You think being a business owner is sexy, it can be, but it is high risk. Know your numbers, understand the business, and tap into the resources that are available to you before even going into business. Because it's not a coward's way out when you say, this business is not for me. In fact, it's a very, very smart decision, because you could just save your family's livelihood and your retirement funds and your kids' inheritance, may I say.
Okay, so looking at the numbers, and we'll move forward. Compare the numbers in Australia versus the numbers here. Because I think the challenge of Secretary Ang is, can we pivot and invest in the Philippines to further the economic goals of the Philippines? What is your assessment of at this time of both the interest of the diaspora in Philippine investments and the math, right? The math.
Yeah, I'm going to put my hat as a financial planner. When I was a financial planner, I tell my clients, oh, you want to retire? I can exponentially multiply your currency. Go to the Philippines. Your $1 becomes how many here now? What's the dollar exchange rate? So 1 million US becomes, so who would not want to come here, right? Who would not? The math stack up. But it's the trust factor. It's the infrastructure. It's making business easy. It's making our diaspora community trust the processes, the systems, and the infrastructure in place. I think I visited, Secretary Ang, and we were discussing some sort of things about retirement. And my question to him is the Philippines ready? Are we really ready? Because like I said, Filipinos everywhere want to retire in the Philippines. When we grow older, we look after an aged care community 65 and above. And when we grow old, we look for pansit, dinuguan, sinigang. We look for our language because it flows very beautifully from our tongue, our native tongue. So we do want to come home. But what are we really coming home to? We have to look at the statistics as well. How many have attempted to come here? And then they go back sawi. Okay? Because they're hard-earned money in Australia, in Austria, in Germany. They come here, they consult their family, friends, and relatives and go into business. But their family, friends, and relatives are not the ones they really should be they are not the ones equipped to give them business advice. So we have to come up with a single point of agency or a single point of government agency or whatnot, CFO, maybe calling CFO, where we can go and say, okay, we trust you. Show us the way. Give us the map. Give us the 1, 2, 3. We have worked very, very hard for our money. We want to support Filipinos. We want to bring our dollars here. 1 million US, $60 million. I can live very well here in the Philippines. But the trust, infrastructure, the guidance is what's lacking. So there's an opportunity for you.
Mariela, you're one of your... Everyone agrees. You talked about retirement capital, right? You're pushing that. Do you find the same obstacles to that strategy?
Well, it's confidence at the end of the day. But I'd like to share why NAFA, the organization I lead, is in partnership with the CFO, ATICA, OWWA, PRA, PNAA, on this retirement and reintegration project that is going to happen here in the Philippines. Because this is, I say, the future. We know that investing in real estate here is great. We invest in different kinds of businesses, but let's also invest in what we can share for our next generation too, while we are enjoying it at the same time. And I am truly I believe in this next frontier here, which is the retirement community project, because a lot of us in my generation, I belong to the baby boomers, and next step is, where are we going to go? We want to share, we want to live in the Philippines, we want to go back, because that's where I'm from. It's my homeland. And this is where my community is. This is my community. So what is there in store for me to live here? And it's this retirement and reintegration community project. And I said earlier in my speech, I'd like to invite all of you to visit the booth and see why this is the next frontier here in the Philippines. So,
thank you. Okay, so let's now hear from the audience. If you have questions or if you want to jump in the conversation as to what you think about investment opportunities in the Philippines. Yes. You can introduce yourselves first.
Test. Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Francia. I'm GMA International, the international arm of GMA Network. So we feature regularly success stories of Filipino entrepreneurs who made it abroad. So your thoughts, Roxanne, were very much appreciated because they were sobering reminders of what it takes to succeed as an entrepreneur. However, we also have to recognize, I think, and a lot of them probably are in this room, who have managed to overcome the challenges and made it beyond being OFW to being OFE, Overseas Filipino Entrepreneur, or Overseas Filipino Employer, from being worker to employer. So it's a change of mindset, and I think aligns very well with the theme of this conference, which is transformation. So my question is addressed to all of you. Despite all of the reminders and I think the caveats, I think we need to improve on what data shows as only 2 to 4% of annual remittances, say $36 billion last year, get diverted or channeled into entrepreneurial ventures. So to you individually, dear panelists, how does success look like in the next 3 to 4 years? Can we improve on the 2 to 4%? What are performance metrics individually? And I think let's address the audience here. How can we collectively as a community contribute to transforming the mindset from being merely worker and salary earner to being employer and entrepreneur or business owner? I think the next generation, as Mariela challenged us, deserves that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I clarify? Are you talking about to becoming employers and entrepreneurs in their new countries?
Wherever
Or
they are.
here?
I was amazed last week. I also hosted a panel, a Filipino family who started a Japanese restaurant in Dubai. Now they're opening the 3rd branch in Dubai and a 4th one, of all places, in Tokyo. So bring ramen to Tokyo, where it came from. So we are capable of being business owners, employers, wherever we are. I think it's possible, and we have to highlight the lessons from these fellow Filipinos who have made it.
Okay, so can I save that question? Are there questions about pivoting to the Philippines?
Yeah,
In other words, not really making it in the countries where they are, but how do you...
Yeah, in fact, that's the root of the question, Toby. 2 to 4% of remittances get diverted, only that small amount. And I think our panelists from the SEC could validate that. Only 2 to 4% of remittances get channeled to Philippines investments, entrepreneurship related.
I'm not very familiar with the data because that's usually a BSP data from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. What I can validate is that among the last year we had around 400,000 registered stock corporations in the Philippines, and around and a huge chunk of them are also from a foreign capital. So you can say that there is significant capital coming back in the Philippines. But of course, that data I cannot say offhand now how many percent are from overseas Filipinos and how many are from foreign nationals.
I think the issue is, the 8 to 9% GDP number. It's not clear, first of all, which ones come from the diaspora and which are from the temporary, the OFW, labor deployed. Those are two different things. Moreover, when you're talking about remittances going to investment, it's typically the receivers who make that decision, right? And so it's not the senders. And so the question is, twofold. One is whether or not you can convince your families here to invest, or whether or not the senders want to invest additionally in investments in the Philippines and not just to their families, and what's stopping that, right? So I'm wondering, maybe we can collect two more questions about the investments coming into the Philippines, or whether or not there's interest in it. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Laura Garcia. Thank you to our panelists. Many overseas Filipinos are eager to invest in the Philippines, not only financially, but also through philanthropy, social enterprise, and community development projects. However, concerns about, and pardon me for being blunt, corruption, bureaucracy, and accountability can sometimes discourage participation. What do you think are concrete steps are being taken or can be taken to strengthen, as Ms. Roxanne said, trust and transparency? And how can diaspora leaders and organizations partner with government to ensure that investments and initiatives achieve their intended impact?
Thank you. And then one more from the lady in pink.
Magandang tanghali po. My name is Janica Gross. I am from the Australia Philippines Business Council. My question is directed to the UK, ASEAN UK Business Forum. So I represent the Australia Philippines Business Council, and seeing your presentation, Australia has very similar priorities in terms of investments back in the Philippines: green economy, blue economy, digital economy. And it's also heartwarming to hear the we have a lot of Filipino investors, Filipino corporate investors who are coming outside of the country and then reinvesting it back into our economy. So one of them, in Australia, we have the Victoria International Container Terminal, the first fully automated container terminal in the Southern Hemisphere, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐻 in Australia, who has invested heavily in renewable energy in Australia and also getting it back into the Philippines. They've invested up to a total of $6 billion into Australia. And so my question is that in terms of the engagement with our third culture, those who are born with Filipino migrant parents, those who are still learning about their culture back in the Philippines and how they can integrate into their own community. As we know, Philippines is still developing. For a long time, it has been developing. And we still ranked 5th in terms of the ASEAN, the whole of the region. We're in the fifth place. So I would also imagine that in the UK there will be collaborative partnerships, opportunities that you create to have a collective voice in the region. So my question is that what is the one thing you would tell our third culture generation of Filipinos who are much more mobile, much more tech savvy, to encourage them to build a new economy and then get that voice heard back into the Philippines? We have a huge young population who is ready to create new opportunities for their own families, the smaller communities in our, in our coastal communities, across our environment sector. There's a lot of opportunities that we can create in the new green economy and the economy that you spoke about. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to take the first question first. The question was, there is interest, right? But there's a big but. The corruption, the lack of trust, the lack of confidence. So for the three of you, what kind of signals are you waiting for, or actions from government or from the business community in the Philippines that will increase your trust and confidence enough to go over that hurdle? And secondly, from the government side, and if DTI is in the room, right, what are you going to do to respond to the request for these signals? Okay, go ahead. Signals to improve trust, confidence, etc., so that the interest can translate into investment.
Okay. we are in a very critical time here in the Philippines. And what is truly important is there's no trust, there's no confidence. How can we overcome? I believe that we start and end with civic engagement. It is important to vote the right person in office. This is truly what we in the United States, the diaspora, we are worried about that. And if we do not have the right people in place, how do we have that trust and confidence here? It is true that we should have a diaspora framework through CFO. However, even if how hard Secretary Ang works, and if the people here do not do their due diligence in voting, nothing is going to happen. We cannot get out of this problem. It is important that we should know who to vote in the right position. That, to me, the most important.
I don't disagree with that, okay, because leadership has to start from the top. However, sometimes there are things that are not in our control. So we vote for the one person that we want to win, but they still don't win. So we have to put that power back into our hands. We have to mobilize as a community to educate and regroup, educate each other, build business chambers, put together books, build communities that actually support each other, cooperatives, and transfer the knowledge, mentor each other. I actually would like to commend the person over there who said that there are a lot of business people who were actually able to overcome those challenges and are successful. But that statistic is very low. I would really like to see that increase 1,000 folds, if ever, But how can we do that? We really need to support each other, guys. We need to be more generous with our knowledge. We need to be more generous with our expertise. And we really should genuinely care for each other. Yung malasakit po, na sometimes it's a hard thing to say, but you gotta say that. If that business, is not gonna thrive anyway, no matter how hard you crunch the numbers, say no. It's not possible. We have to be honest with each other. We need to build that circle of trusted advisors within our community. We cannot always rely on government, and if we rely on government, we are gonna, puputi na yung buhok natin. So we have to empower ourselves. We have to empower communities.
Can I just mention, this is a very recent report and also very relevant to what we're discussing right now. As you well know, UK is having the same crisis politically and economically as with other countries like Philippines. With the voting, the politicians, I agree with that. But sometimes, it just doesn't work. And we have that experience in the UK. We have the Conservative government for how many years, and now the Labour government or the Socialist government, which also, it's not as promising to turn around the problems in the UK. We have a high young people or youth unemployment rising, and also that's why I think a problem with productivity, and that's why I think this report was commissioned. So this report, which I can say kind of like comparable to the diaspora. Diaspora is the money, right? And the issue is how do we connect for them to invest? And as what Jerome has said, that it's only like 2 to 4% of the remittances that is sent to the Philippines goes to investment. But really, these remittances, right, are are given to support the family's education and also health, hospitalization, and building like new homes or whatever. But again, these are not, it doesn't compound. So if you send money to build a house, what happens when a storm destroys it? Then you have to build again. Whereas if you're going to invest it, there is a good return, and you know the rule in investing is that you don't invest the money that you cannot afford to lose, because it's not going to be a win-win situation the whole time. You're going to lose. Sometimes you will win, and sometimes you will win big. And with respect, I just want to tie this into this report. The report has said that there's around 2.3 billion pounds of money from private investors, savers in the UK that is just sitting in the bank. It's not being invested. And one of the recommendations of that report, which I think CFO can look and maybe copy, is, again, I will stress on education. It's good that SEC here has got all those financial instruments or investments, but really, not many people or ordinary diaspora would say, okay, I know what an ETF is. I know which shares to buy, you know. So education is important. If you're a seasoned investor, you will have those data on those companies and what have you. But if you're, you know, a retail investor, you don't have. So I think CFO can have this program. If PEZA has got a red carpet rolled out to FDIs, foreign investors, why can't CFO have like a PEZA for the diaspora?
Did you want to address that question in terms of what kind of, they're looking for signals, right? In terms of building confidence, etc. And one of which, by the way, is that you can open a business and close a business in one day, which is simply not true in the Philippines, right? So how does that work?
Yes, regarding that statement that it's not yet true in the Philippines that you can open and close a business in one day. Actually, it's already happening. We have recently introduced the SEC. We have introduced the OneSec, as in ONE, OneSec. So in one day, through our digitalization programs, you can already business operate in the Philippines in one day, and this is accompanied with zero processing, meaning you don't have to submit physical copies of notarized documents, wet signatures. So all of this are done fully digitally online. So this is one of the reforms that the SEC has recently introduced. In terms of what my co-panelist, Attorney Amy, has said about having a red carpet treatment for investors in the Philippines, I myself, I was part of PEZA, and I was part of the promotions team of PEZA doing this investment missions, accepting the delegations from the Business Council. And we always promote the Philippines as a country where it's easy to do business. But of course, because PEZA, we have one-stop shop, meaning all of the registrations are done with PEZA. No need to deal with the local government units, with the national government agencies. The only agency that PEZA doesn't do is SEC, or company registration. But now that we know that you can easily register a company in one day with the SEC, then it makes things much better. This is for our entrepreneurs, or for those who want to open up their businesses in the Philippines. In terms of, for the other question, in terms of trust and confidence in the Philippines, of course, we recognize that there really is a crisis of trust and confidence in our government. As for the SEC, I can only speak for the SEC as the regulator of the corporate sector and as the regulator of the capital markets. We can outline to you, I can outline to you right now all the initiatives that we are doing, but what we want to emphasize is that we are continually trying to promote ease of doing business in the Philippines, just like what I've given as example that you can now open a company in one day. And we also have introduced different compliance and regulatory amnesty or discounts for those companies who have yet to fix their compliance with the SEC. We have discounts for their penalties. We also have reduced the transaction costs for micro, small, medium enterprises. So we have discounts for those companies, MSMEs that want to list in the PSE, in our Philippine Stock Exchange. So we have all these measures to promote entrepreneurship, at the same time ensure that there are transparent rules, that we ensure the efficient working of the capital market. And lastly, most importantly, we are here to promote investor protection, because that is very important for our overseas Filipinos to feel confident again in putting their hard-earned money back into the Philippines. And that's what we do with my team. We do investor protection and financial literacy initiatives. So we deal with Personal Finance 101. We do activities or engagements when it comes to retirement planning, investment 101. And we have a partnership. We have a partnership with the DMW for our overseas Filipino workers. And also we have an ongoing TFO, do more engagement with them in terms of financial literacy activities.
Okay, so we're supposed to wrap up, but I have a question. People voting, we have to make sure we have to vote the right people. Is it the national government that is the main thing? Is there a way to just go around the national government and just go to the local? Do you have experience? Is it easier going straight to the local governments, or have you tried that? Quick lang.
Yeah, I think that's another thing. We spoke about policy. We spoke about the laws. So I think it's because one of the issue of not just the diaspora, but the foreign investors, is that if you're trying to, for example, setting up a solar farm, you have to deal with the land title, you have to deal with the local government, and then you have to deal with the national government and whatever department that is like in charge of the energy and environment. So it's just too many. And it's too much time, too much expenses and so on. So maybe if it can be like streamlined rather than going. Also, it stops corruption. I mean, lesser people involved, lesser departments, less corruption.
Okay, so that's where we are. It seems like the math adds up, Secretary Ang, it adds up. There is interest. People want to come back home, but there is this trust or lack of trust or lack of confidence that their hard-earned money will be optimized here. And so I think that the issue really is back home, which we've known, even for FDIs or diaspora. I think that's the bottom line. Yeah? Okay, thank you. Let's give a round of applause.
Let's move on. We can also get your questions to the panels.
Thank you, Dr. Monsod, Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Sarthu, Attorney Alado Blake, and Assistant Director Harsh Vardan for showcasing the entrepreneurial spirit and economic innovation of the Filipino diaspora. You have shown us that Filipino contributions to the global economy are vast, varied, and vital. We now invite Chairperson Dante Clink Ang II and USEC Arlene Borja to come on stage to present the tokens to the panelists and moderator in recognition of their valuable insights during the panel discussion. The certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Dr. Monsod, Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Sarthu, Attorney Alado Blake, and Assistant Director Harsh Vardan. It is called Beyond Remittances, Diaspora Economic Contributions through Investment and Entrepreneurship at the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit held on June 16, 2026, Manila, Marriott Hotel, Manila, Philippines. Signed by Secretary Dante King II, Chairperson of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. We now request our moderator and panelists for a group photo opportunity with Secretary Ang and Yusek Borja. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a momentous occasion that demonstrates the practical impact of the discussions we've just had on diaspora economic contributions. We will now witness the ceremonial signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the Commission on Filipinos Overseas and the Philippine Chamber of Commerce in Singapore. May we invite to the signing table Secretary Dante King II, Chairperson, and Undersecretary Maria Arlene Borja, Executive Director representing the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, and Ms. Maria Edlin de la Cruz, PhilCham Singapore co-founder, board member and assistant secretary, and Ms. Ninalyn Kakananta, PhilCham Singapore founding member, internal auditor, and education subcommittee chair, representing the Philippine Chamber of Commerce in Singapore. Through this partnership, the CFO and the PhilCham Singapore commit to strengthening business relations between the Philippines and Singapore by extending assistance in matters relating to trade, investments, and other initiatives of relevance. Further, this collaboration will pave the way for broader strategic and timely business linkages among diaspora to questions essential to national development. Let us give a warm round of applause to Secretary Ang, Undersecretary Borja, Ms. De La Cruz, and Ms. Cacananta for this partnership. This MOU is a living commitment to the vision our panelists have articulated, that diaspora economic management is not simply about sending money home, but about building sustainable partnerships, creating opportunities, and actively participating in Philippine economic development. To cap our morning session, we invite our summit delegates to direct your attention on the screen for the message of the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr.
To the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, my fellow Filipinos across the world, and our partners and friends gathered for the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit, I extend my warmest greetings to you all. I'm uplifted by this gathering because it gives fuller expression to the truth. Our nation does not end at our shores. Its consciousness lives on in many communities abroad where our people work with skill, lead with conviction, build enterprises, raise families, preserve our culture, and keep faith with the country of their birth. As the CFO marks its 46th anniversary, it reminds us that our engagement with overseas Filipinos must be organized, sustained, and translated into concrete results. This summit embraces that larger purpose by opening discussions on policy reform, entrepreneurship, investment, cultural preservation, educational exchange, and the role of the younger generation between the Philippines and its diaspora. I hope that this summit will deepen cooperation between our institutions at home and our communities abroad. May it create better pathways for diaspora investment, skills and technology transfer, cultural diplomacy, and the many forms of civic and professional participation through which overseas Filipinos may continue to contribute to nation building. Let this occasion affirm that wherever Filipinos may be, they remain part of our country's continuing story. May this summit strengthen your resolve to turn shared identity into genuine service for the people. I wish you an engaging and productive summit. Mabuhay ang CFO. Mabuhay ang mga Pilipino sa ibayong dagat. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can now take our lunch. Please help yourselves to the delicious food that the Manila Marriott Hotel has prepared. More importantly, use this time to connect with fellow diaspora members, share your experiences, explore potential partnerships, and begin building forward the vision. You may also visit our exhibition area, where you can find booths showcasing the diaspora-led initiatives, government programs, and partner organizations. It is located the hallway directly outside this ballroom. We encourage you to see them for yourself during our breaks or after our networking connect with exhibitors and learn more about opportunities for engagement and collaboration. We shall see you again at 1:30 p.m. for the continuation of our panel discussions.
Ganda ng iyong ngiti, akin ang napapansin. Sugatan na puso ay kusang gumagaling. Handa na bang lisanin mabigat na bibig? Magaan ng buhay, wag problemahin. Sa pag-alis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haha. Halika na, halika na. Sundan mo lamang ang aking habang papalayo sa ating naumpisahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Huwag mong isipin ang babalikan. Dito'y paranaw, puring kagandahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Pagtitibayan kong puso para sa iyo. Mamaos man ako, marinig mo lang ang tinig ko. Oo, gagawin ko yun, basta't gagawin mo yun. Magandang bagay, alang-alang sa sarili mo. Sa pag-alis akong gabay mo, hawak-hawak ang kamay mo hanggang dulo. Huwag kang bibitiw pag may dilubyong haharapin. Halika na, halika na. Sundan mo lamang ang aking habang papalayo sa ating naumpisahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na. Huwag mong isipin ang babalikan. Dito'y paranaw, purong kagandahan. Lalakbayin natin sarili nating kalawakan. Halika na, halika na.
check, check. Check, 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 check.
Ang kasaysayan ng ating
Ladies and gentlemen, one thing that brings Filipinos together no matter where we are in the world is our love for music, entertainment, and inspiring stories. Through these, we celebrate our culture, connect with one another, and proudly share Filipino talent with global audiences. Today, we're excited to meet a talented group of young artists who are doing exactly that. They are the stars behind one of GMA Afternoon Prime's newest and most inspiring dramas, Born to Shine. For our kababayans abroad, you can also catch the show on GMA Pinoy TV through your local service provider. These amazing actresses bring to life the members of the fictional P-pop girl group Yumi, a group whose journey of friendship, hard work, and pursuing their dreams has captured the hearts of viewers. Through their acting, singing, and dancing, they showcase the passion, creativity, and talent that are examples of how Filipinos transform and energize the places they inhabit and shine wherever they may be. Please give a warm welcome to the stars of GMA's Born to Shine and the members of Yumi, Zephanie as Jenny, Olive May as Megan, Naya Ambi as Alfia, Gea Misha as Nancy, and Mitzi Josh as Yuna.
Gising pa lang, agad nakangiti. Kita sa salamin, nangangarap na muli. Hindi perfecto, pero buo ang loob. Sa bawat hakbang, alam na kakayanin ko. Kung nahihirapan man ako ngayon, pipipitin ko ang alangang kahapon. Sabay, tayong aahon. Ito hilahan lang, walang sinumang may iwan. Dream big, chin up, we're gonna make it. Hands high, run free, gonna reach it. No fear, no doubt, no limits, no limits. May takot minsan, di magkakaila, pero mas malakas ang paniniwala. Lahat may kwento, lahat may laban, sa dulo ng daan, may kinabukasan. Ulan sa langit ko ngayon, hindi hadlang yun, alam ko ang direksyon. Kamay, sabay, sabay, aahon, ito ang ating panahon.
I am Naya Ambi as Althea. Hello po, ako po si Mitzi Josh as Yumi Yuna.
Hello po, ako po si Stephanie as Yumi Jenny.
Hello everyone, I'm Gaya Misha as Yumi Nancy.
And I'm Olive May as Yumi Megan. You and me, we are
Yumi!
So, as mentioned a while ago, we are a P-pop group from a musical drama series called Born to Shine on GMA Afternoon Prime. And it's such an honor for us to be here to share this very special day with all of you. And we have another song for all of you, but before that, we would like to invite you all.
Yes, we would like to encourage you to watch award-winning news programs, Filipino dramas, especially as Born to Shine, by subscribing to GMA Pinoy TV, GMA Live TV, and GMA News TV through various paid TV providers.
Yes, guys, to know more, visit gmapinoytv.com and subscribe or follow at GMA Pinoy TV on all of their social media platforms. We believe we share all the same passion and goals in sharing and bringing our Filipino culture, not just in the Philippines, but also globally.
And we would like to acknowledge every single global Pinoy in this room for pursuing their dreams abroad, even though despite all of these challenges.
Yes, and as Yumi, we are here to bring light and inspiration and encouragement to every one of you and to all our global Pinoys, because we believe that we are all
born to shine.
Let's go.
Kahit saan ako, ikaw ang hanap ko. Parang may magic sa bawat galaw. Puso ko'y kumakabog, makasigaw. Simple mong di talagang kakaiba. Lahat ng kulay mas kumaganda. Kapag malapit ka, ako'y nagwawala. Sa bawat sandaling natutulala. Bakit ganito? Ikaw nasa isip ko, hanggang panaginip, ikaw ang kagabi. Hey! Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan, kaya pilit ko ay di maiwasan. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan, di maitago ang nararamdaman. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Wait lang, teka, di nagbibiro. Di na malaman ang feelings ko. Laging nakaslide sa isip ko. Bawat taong mo'y nakaloop, di ko mahimo. Di ko na alam kung dapat bang aminin. Di ko na alam kung dapat bang sabihin. Baka matawa ka lang, gusto lang malaman kung ikaw'y may pagtingin. Bakit ganito? Ikaw nasa isip ko, hanggang panaginip, ikaw ang kagabi. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan, kaya pilit ko ay di maiwasan. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan, di maitago ang nararamdaman. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Oo na, ikaw ang dahilan. Oh no, bakit nag-slow mo? Di na maitanggi ang tinatago.
Once again, thank you to Yumi. This time, we would like to call on stage Secretary Dante Clink M. Ang, the second of CFO, together with Mr. Joseph Francia, first Vice President and Head of International Operations, GMA Network, to join Yumi for a photo opportunity.
Kahit pa umabot sa taas ng mga bituin, tara na sa manahilahan lang. Walang sinumang maiiwan. Dream big, chin up, we're gonna make it. Hands high, run free, gonna reach it. No fear, no doubt, no limits, no limits. May kakot minsan, di magkakaila, pero mas malakas ang paniniwala. Lahat may kwento.
Once again, let's give it up for Yumi.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. Where professional support highlights your team's exceptional work. Where true artistry and skill define every detail. Where vibrant local experiences enhance every event. Where world-class hospitality is always welcoming. Because you deserve a 5-star experience every step of the way. Where there's always an opportunity to meet destinations that are beyond extraordinary. To explore amazing adventures. To enjoy breathtaking views. To discover exciting food. And to meet colleagues, old and new. Here in the Philippines, we pour love into your business. And we take pleasure in honoring your milestones with you, making every meeting a success, and any event a celebration.
Hello, kamusta? Marajaw, karajaw, maayong adlaw, naibagdaan ka. Hello, kamusta? Marajaw, karajaw, maayong adlaw, naibagdaan ka. Welcome to the Philippines. Me in the Philippines, where your new venture begins. Love the Philippines. We take your business to heart. We take your business to heart. All the places feel home from the start. Oh, mabuhay with a smile. Stay for a while. Love the Philippines.
With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit. This time, we explore how the Filipino diaspora preserves our cultural heritage and serves as cultural ambassadors to the world. Even as Filipinos establish roots in distant lands, they carry with them the language, arts, traditions, and values that define who we are as a people. Entitled Bridging Generations, Cultural Preservation and Educational Diplomacy, this panel discussion examines how diaspora communities transmit Filipino heritage across generations, maintain cultural institutions abroad, and use arts and culture to strengthen the connection between the Philippines and the diaspora. Moderating our session is Dr. Jocelyn Celero. Dr. Celero is a professor and assistant to the Dean of External and Cultural Affairs at the Asian Center of the University of the Philippines in Diliman. She teaches courses on Japanese society, culture, politics, and economy. She has published extensively on migration, identity, and transnationality of Filipino migrants and Japanese Filipinos. Since 2019, she has served as a research fellow consultant for UP CIFAL Philippines. Let us welcome on stage Dr. Jocelyn Celero.
Hello. Can you hear me? Maayong hapon. In Japanese, you say konnichiwa. It is my honor to be the moderator for the third panel, which is on bridging generations, cultural preservation, and educational diplomacy. This panel consists of 4 panelists, and it is my great pleasure to introduce each of them. Our first panelist is Mr. Virgilio Server Quizon, who is a 2004 Papio Banag Awardee and Managing Director of 𝐾UNST. I searched for this, sir. Let me go back to my notes. Mr. Quizon is a Filipino art impresario, curator, critic, journalist, and a founder and managing director of 𝐾UNST Filipino, where he pioneered the Filipinism movement, championing Filipino identity in art. He's a member of the International Council of Museums, or ICOM, and chapter commander of the Knights of Rizal, Heart Chapter. He was the founding president of Barangay sa Alemania in 1984, which organized the first Santa Cruzan in Europe. And the association lending assistance in exigencies at home in 1994, which extended aid to Filipino communities. Recognized for his contributions in Filipino art and communal creativity, he is a recipient of 3 presidential awards. So let me invite Mr. Quizon to the stage, please. Mr. Nash Ang. Mr. Ang is the 2022 Migration and Media Awardee and founder of PinoySoul.com. Mr. Ang is an award-winning filmmaker and migration scholar whose work explores the relationship between migration policy and human capital preservation. His research work centers on the integration waste concept. It's a theoretical framework derived from a 5-year longitudinal study of Filipino migration pathways in South Korea. A 2-time Ani ng Dangal Awardee and 2022 Migration and Media Advocate Award recipient, Mr. Ang holds a Master of Fine Arts from the Korea National University of Arts. Let us welcome Mr. Nash Ang. Our third panelist is a female, Ms. Marnie Manicad, who is the co-founder and president and CEO of Team MMPI. Ms. Marnie Manicad is a visionary director, producer, and executive recognized for her creative leadership and storytelling mastery across film, television, and documentaries. She is the co-founder, president, and CEO of Team MMPI, as mentioned, where she also serves as the executive producer and principal director of all its projects. Through works that spotlight Filipino identity and global narratives, she exemplifies how cultural storytelling advances national pride, economic opportunity, and political awareness. Her projects not only highlight the strength, creativity, and resiliency of Pinoys, but also establish her role in harnessing Filipino global power for transformative impact. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Marnie Manicad. And our fourth panelist is none other than Dr. 𝐅𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐦𝐢, who is the current chairperson of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, or NCCA. Dr. Zerudo is the chairman of the executive director of the NCCA and associate professor at the University of Santo Tomas Graduate School for Cultural Heritage Studies and national coordinator of the Catholic Bishops' Conference, or CBCP, Episcopal Commission for the Cultural Heritage of the Church. A recognized expert in cultural heritage conservation, Dr. Zerudo serves as Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Higher Education Network for Intangible Cultural Heritage and has represented the Philippines in various UNESCO heritage initiatives. Dr. Zerudo has published internationally on heritage conservation and continues to advise World Heritage sites while promoting interdisciplinary, value-based approaches to cultural heritage management. Let us all welcome Dr. 𝐅𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐦. So we have 4 panelists for this session, and each member will be given 4 to 5 minutes to present their material to help us, later on discuss the importance of not just art but also educational diplomacy in advancing Filipino identity, especially abroad. So without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to our first presenter, Mr. 𝐒𝐻𝐿. You'll be given 4 to 5 minutes to deliver your presentation.
Thank you, Doctor. In September 1974, a Philippine Airlines flight carrying almost 100 health workers landed in Frankfurt, Germany, and I am one of them. And this started my diaspora journey in Germany. So, we dream. Before going there, we dream. We Filipinos, actually, I would like to say but we are Filipinos. I am a Filipino. We Filipinos have always carried dreams across oceans. A bigger house for family, a jeepney for father, tricycle for brother, a sewing machine for mother. And mapalitan na sana ang ulam ko sardinas kung magkaka-abroad ako, which is legal at that time. We live to give our children better education, to escape poverty, and to earn respect through honest work. Next, please. The struggle abroad. In Germany, we endured the coldness of winter, the barriers of language, and the unfamiliarity of culture. Yet, every payday brought comfort, the joy of sending money home, knowing our loved ones would smile upon receiving the fruits of our sacrifice. The act of giving became our silence ever since. Next. The distant within, but dreams often collide with reality. Pride is swallowed, family ties is strained, and self-respect eroded. Money, once thought to heal, sometimes fracture relationships. Distance turns us into strangers, even to children born in Germany who grew up with a culture far from our own. Misunderstandings arise, identities are questioned, and communication gaps. Next. Diaspora identity. Diaspora is not only a struggle, it is a creation. In Oberhausen, the Santa Cruzan carried Filipino tradition into German streets, pioneering heritage in Europe. These cultural acts became bridges, affirming identity while adapting to new contexts. The they remind us that even far from home, we remain custodian of our memory and tradition. So for me, I was in Germany and they don't know our culture. And for me, is to gain respect, is to show our very own culture and tradition to our host country, in which I started in 1985. It's not only the Santa Cruz, but almost all that we could show: performing arts, cuisine, literature. We tried to spread it with a dialogue between the 2 days Pistang Pinoy. Filipinism makes identity visible through art transforming memory, rituals and symbols into cultural anchors. It sustains heritage across generations, empowers resilience, and bridges homeland with diaspora. Together, diaspora identity and Filipinos converge, affirming culture as a living practice, expanded through adaptation, resilience, and creative continuity, made visible in art. So I started to launch Filipinism, what makes art Filipino, making visible things visible to the canvases of the artists, put their identity onto canvas, color them with their cultural heritage, color them with their mythos, color them with their environment, and this is theirs. Walang pwedeng magdoble. And this is ours, and this is our diaspora in culture, in painting, and in visual art. Next po. So, after that, the power of remittances. Our sacrifice is a power. What we did not always realize is that our collective remittances become a lifeline for the nation itself, strengthening the Philippine economy, sustaining communities, and giving countless families opportunities they might never have had. The government call us mga bagong bayani or modern hero. And while symbolic, it reflects a truth. Our contributions are not just financial, but cultural and moral. We carry the Philippines into the heart of Europe, proving that resilience, creativity, and compassion can flourish across borders. And thank you so much for the Commission of Filipino Overseas for giving also this presidential award, for recognizing our effort. Next po. But are we satisfied? We have questions. So we ask, Cubadis OFW, where are we going now? This Cubadis OFW, I initiated a painting contest, Cubadis OFW. I think it was 2025, and all the finalists, I brought it to Europe and different cities and exhibited it. Because I was then before curator European Museum, then hindi naging mahirap ang pag-exhibit ko. So, saan pa tayo talaga pupunta? In Germany, our diaspora has shown resilience, building communities, preserving traditions, and asserting identity. But the larger questions remain. Will our sacrifices lead to fulfillment, or will we remain perpetual migrants, forever searching for a greener pastures? Sa akin po, seeking for a greener pasture, isang malaking tanong. So I built a Kunz house, an art house in Batangas City. I train artists, and some of them are winners of the national competition in the Philippines. I trained them with free board and lodging. So, before we have this investment, I don't invest money, I invest knowledge. I train people so that someday there will be perhaps will be a good citizen of the Philippines when they have enough income. And sinabi ko rin sa kanila, told them, bawal magutom ang artist. At ito po ay pinatunayan ko na may pera sa app. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Hello. Maraming salamat, Sir Ver, for your presentation right on time. And by the way, all those beautiful illustrations were created by Sir Ver himself. So thank you so much, sir, for showcasing your talent. Our next presenter is Mr. Nash Ang, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nash Ang. I'll talk to you right now about the Korean dream. Next slide, please. In January 2021, I sat on the drafty floor of a one-room apartment in the industrial city outside Seoul, interviewing Julia, a Filipino factory worker. Her fingers were stained with industrial lubricants from assembling syringes. On her lower table, a Korean grammar book and a church bulletin. When I asked about her dream, she spoke of a pangarap. Next slide, please. Oh, hindi pa pala. So, previous muna. The active collective moral commitment to build a stable future. Yet, South Korea's guest worker regime, the E9 visa, structurally defied her presence as a temporary panaginip, a legal dream of sleep, demanding she rotate out precisely for 4 years and 10 months. Okay, next slide, please. From 2021 to 2026, my study tracked 5 Filipino migrants navigating these legal boundaries. What we documented is a phenomenon I call integration waste. The systematic discarding of language skills, technical training, and social networks built by these networks. South Korea faces an unprecedented democratic crisis with a fertility rate of 0.72. It needs integrated residents, yet the system discards them. When the visa clocks out, we see a structural split. The first is, next slide please. The first is reclaimed citizens, like my friend Elena, who subsidize their state through marriage or professional visas. The second is our silent stakeholders, like the pseudonyms Julia and Julia, who chose undocumented persistence in factories, and their children will be left administratively invisible until who's running these laws. And third, evaporate their presences, like Papa Jack, an entertainer who overstayed, withdrew with all the digital and community networks to avoid deportation, and disappeared into complete social invisibility. Next slide, please. Isa pa ba? Isa pa. Okay. This divergence proved that structural visa design, not individual capacity or willingness to integrate, dictates the migrant survival. If we want sustainable cultural preservation and educational diplomacy, we must move away from a model of labor extraction to stakeholder retention. We can leverage the 2024 Philippines-Korea Comprehensive Strategic Partnership and our social security arrangement to co-manage migration. We can request to expand the point-based transitions like E74 and local to F2R pathways to grant municipal recognition to guest workers' children. Next part. And my question is, if a democratically contracting host state must continuously reduce a migrant relational pangarap into a legal panaginip to protect its borders, what is Korean dream? And who is the one who is dreaming? Thank you. Yun lang pa.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mr. Nash Ang. I keep on coming back to the podium. I forgot my pen. When I first saw this concept, integration waste, it's not surprising because I'm familiar with migration studies scholarship, but I think that there's a lot to unpack when we talk about talent, human capital, and tied to search for identity and dignity. I think abroad, where so many of our people, Filipino people, trying to find their place and sense of belonging, in receiving society. So we move on to the third panelist, Ms. Marnie Manicad, please.
Good afternoon. So I'm Marnie Manicad, and that's what I look like on a regular day. So if my last name rings a bell, I'm actually the wife of 𝐒𝐤𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐦𝐬 Manicad. Yes. So I just got back actually from Mexico. By profession po, I am a producer and director for television, documentaries and film, spanning over 2 decades of work. So, but first and foremost, I am an advocate for loving the Philippines, for serving the Filipinos, and offering my body of work and my everydays to God. So I do not want to bore you with, long presentations, but I want to tell a story because I'm a storyteller. And so I was in Mexico and I was looking at my feed and it was Independence Day. So lumabas po doon yung mga past posts ko. And it was so good to see, what I've accomplished with the Lord in the many years that I've been working. So back in 2012, we came up with a documentary series for the National Geographic Channel called Inside Malacanang. And I think I have a picture of that. Okay, yan. So it was an Emmy-nominated documentary series that was aired on National Geographic, in which we also had a premiere in Malacanang. So this was back in 2012. Next slide, please. Next slide. During the time of President Noynoy Aquino. So it popped on my feed, and it was a nationalistic project. So in 2013, and that's the next slide, I only have pictures. So this is an Oscar-nominated film that we did about the Cebu dancing inmates. And during the time, it was a well-celebrated group of people, no? And the world didn't know that it was actually in the Philippines. So we did a movie about the Cebu dancing inmates, and we had the premiere, and it popped on my feed that we did at CPDRC in Cebu. And so last year, Philippine Independence Day, we had a premiere for the documentary that we did for Netflix entitled I Love Filipino. I wanted to share it with all of you for better appreciation, a short teaser of that documentary.
Filipino music ba yan? Eh, hindi ba tunog Western?
Pinoy ba yun? What makes Philippine architecture?
Bakit foreigner yung look ng pyesa mo?
Imported na ingredients.
Is it still Filipino?
What makes it Pinoy?
Ano ba yung Filipino?
It's something that comes with a story, a rich culture, a rich heritage of specific people in specific regions of the country. It tells of their story, it tells of who they are as a people, and it represents them.
Ang dapat isipin ng Pilipino is we're not in competition with anybody.
kung ano ikaw, yun eh. Because you are the summation of entire life, your entire influence. That's you. That's the Filipino.
Thank you. So that's the teaser for I Love Filipino. We had the premiere at the National Museum last Independence Day, 2025. And so we're working on season 2, which will air next year, Philippine Independence Day. Actually, Dr. 𝐒𝐤𝐥𝐢𝐦𝐤𝐢𝐏 will be in that documentary. So I was so happy to see him earlier. He was my seatmate. So, so I wanted to share this because this started, the concept of working on this documentary started over breakfast. My husband and I were having breakfast, and there was a lot of political noise at that time, you know, a lot of news, shall we say. And a lot of documentaries are also made that are poverty porn. And what we wanted to highlight is really the Filipino and the Philippines. Kasi ang ganda ng Pilipinas eh. And it all starts with an idea, you know, a conversation. And I will always go back to basics. I don't want to complicate things. What we learned in school, napag-aralan natin na mahalin ang Pilipinas, mahalin ang kapwa Pilipino, and that's what we have to do every day. So it starts by planting a seed, by lighting a candle, and letting the seed grow. So this documentary was seen in globally, and we got a lot of calls from different cities, you know, countries, inviting us to come over. But it's really, probably we were able to get that because ang nakita nila, talagang napakaganda ng Pilipinas. Diba? Kulas is here. And Kulas is a Filipino because pag ngumiti ang Pilipino, ibang usapan na. Diba? Nakukuha natin sa ngiti ang ibang tao. So, just like what I always say to my children, you know, plant that seed and that seed will grow. People will know about our culture. People will know what's in our hearts if we let the world see that light and that seed, if we let it grow into a beautiful tree. So it's all about loving the Filipinos. It's all about loving the Philippines. So thank you for listening to my story at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Miss Manikad. I always tell this to my students, you know, you don't just love the Philippines, you have to every day choose to love the Philippines, even if it's hard. Yes. And finally, our last panelist here to present, Dr. 𝐒𝐤𝐥𝐢𝐦𝐤𝐢𝐏, please.
So allow me to greet everybody. Mabuhay. Diba? Greeting po yan ng DOT. Love Philippines. But please give me the chance to go through my script. You know, I have to confess to all of you, I am a ground worker. No? So it's often difficult for me to do policy speeches on the macro side if you've been working on the ground for the longest time. So I represent the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. This is the highest policy-making body of the country related to arts, culture, history, and heritage. For this afternoon, as migration continues to shape our world, an important question emerges. How do we ensure that succeeding generations of Filipinos abroad remain connected to their heritage, culture, and identity? So many diaspora communities, cultural preservation goes beyond nostalgia. It's an active, continuing effort to pass on language, traditions, values, stories, and collective memory to younger generations who may have been born and raised far from the Philippines. At the same time, these communities serve as cultural ambassadors, helping introduce Filipino culture to broader international audiences. In the NCCA, our primary platform for advancing these objectives is Centro Rizal. I think everybody knows who Rizal is, no? Established in Republic Act 10066, the National Cultural Heritage Act in 2009, the Centro Rizal serves as the Philippine government's cultural center abroad. This is comparable. Ito po yung counterpart like Instituto Cervantes of the Spanish Embassy. We have Alliance Francaise, the British Council, and syempre may konting ambisyon tayo ng ating Centro Rizal. This is dedicated to Filipino arts, culture, language, and heritage among overseas Filipinos international audiences. Today, 2 slides after, please. Yes, that one. We have 38 Centro Rizal sites operating through Philippine Foreign Service posts across different regions in the world. So this is more than a physical space. Very often po, ang tingin nila sa Centro Rizal, bookshelf. No? But it's more than that. Baka konti ang libro, but we really make the point to enhance this through our constant programming, a bridge that connects overseas Filipinos to their roots through cultural exchanges. So, for many members of the Filipino diaspora, they are not merely recipients of cultural programs. They are our active partners in cultural preservation and perhaps more importantly, cultural ambassadors in their own right. Next slide. Now, our cultural programs involve different schemes. Dunong, we dispatch lecturers, experts to elaborate on Philippine culture, history, and heritage. Lahok, creative workshops, literary performing traditional arts. Nood, film screenings and multimedia presentations. Bikas, poetry reading, storytelling. Tanghal, cultural performances that showcase Filipino artists, the traditions and contemporary creativity. And Diwang, celebrations of national holidays and commemorations. Tampok, we also have traveling exhibitions, cultural objects, artworks, digital heritage resources. So collectively, these programs serve as platforms through which culture is not only preserved, but continuously shared, experienced and transmitted across regions and generations. Next slide. So when you look at these programs, this highlights the accessibility of our materials from here, and we maintain this growing collection through digital cultural resources that can be accessed anytime. Next slide. So we have to maintain also our website, the YouTube account, Instagram, Facebook, and Viber channels. So in all, we try to make sure that these programs and resources reflect a simple goal. Next slide, please. To ensure that the Filipino culture remains accessible, relevant, and meaningful for overseas Filipinos. Recently, we realized, even though we can flood our embassies with all these materials, there is still this one thing for many of our Filipinos abroad to experience a real, authentic cultural contextualization. Marami pong may request if they can come back here to the Philippines and again go down to the ground and bring back to their host countries that wonderful experience, that episode, that Filipino episode that they've longed for. So we hope to have this partnership with our Commission for Filipino Overseas and take off the first program, which is Pamatron. From the word patron, you become the patron of your culture. You come back to the Philippines, you will have the greatest experience of immersing in the Philippine fiesta. From the preparation of the pig, to the roasting of the pig, to the eating of the pig, Lahat po yon pagdadaanan mo. From the Santa Cruzan to the preparation of the carroza, to the preparation of the saint, to the procession, you go through all of that. And these are the things that we will always cherish because it's not only experiential, it's affectual. No? That is one important episode you will carry through. This is something that we've all been deprived whenever we go abroad. No? It's a total holistic episode that you would like to carry back with you. Now, we've also noticed that even our local governments are in wanting to have diasporic interpretations in their towns. Lahat po ng bayan sa Pilipinas may OFW. Impossible na wala. Like in Pangasinan, they would like to come up with an OFW museum under the Carlos Bulusan experience. An early author who went to the Americas in the 1940s, and he really longed to go back to the Philippines. This resonates very strongly to what we're experiencing now. No? The early migrants and how they're going through this, that Bulusan Museum will go through again that experience of leaving the town. It comes from the word balon, binalon, baon. The things that you carry when you journey. Kaya may word tayong binalon. No? And this is the story of all Filipinos who have journeyed and left their home country and how they have survived and how they will always cherish to go back their roots. Maraming salamat po. Magandang tanghali.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zerudo. And now we're all done with all the presentations. We will now proceed to our open forum, the first half of it. And this will involve responding to some of the questions I have written down. I wrote a couple besides the ones suggested. But I guess the first question here, it has really something to do with your own personal experiences and perspectives. No? So the first question, from your experience and perspective, what do you think sets Filipino culture apart on the global stage? So maybe we can start with Sir Ver.
Unlike other cultures that emphasize in the individualism, Filipino heritage thrives on shared rituals. Fiestas, Santa Cruzan, Bayanihan, that embody collective memory, and on the global stage, the manifest as warmth, inclusivity, and adaptability.
Thank you. I think that's from the heart, no, based on your experience in Europe, I think not just in Germany, no? What about you, Nash?
For me, what I think differs us sa ibang mga people from different and
from
diverse
other cultures, from other
cultures and countries is we're really resilient on what we do. At para tayong chameleon in terms of adapting on many things, and we've all blend kung ano yung existing na meron yung different culture to adapt to them. That's why we're loved not only on South Korea but on the whole world. In America as well, they love Filipinos. So, and that's what makes us different. And we're really adaptable and really resilient.
Okay. I have a colleague who has an irritation on the word resilience because it's not always good, it's not always positive. And I think that in leading to Marnie here to say something about the fact that in your presentation you also pointed out that I think we have to get past the idea that the Philippines is just about poverty, hardship. There's always been those images, I think, that have been represented and giving us a sort of negative representation, I think, in the global stage. What can you say about resilience as something, among all other images that should be represented, but have not been fully shown or illustrated, I guess, not just in media, but in other, in other platforms or spaces?
We have a very, very rich and diverse culture, no? If you go around the Philippines, you experience the different kinds of food that we have, yung iba't ibang klase ng festivals, very diverse. And ang Pilipino, pag nakita mo sa ibang bansa, nakasalubong mo sa airport or sa palengke or sa kung saan man, alam mong Pilipino eh. That's why I mentioned earlier, if you pass by a Filipino will either say hi, di ba? Very friendly, nakangiti parate. But there's so much to showcase. It is the ordinary, mundane things that we take for granted. Let's say ulam sa bahay, adobo, 'di ba? It's a common thing, but if you bring it abroad, 'di ba? Niluluto rin 'yan sa mga iba't ibang households ng mga Pilipino. It may be cooked a different way, but it is called adobo. Merong toyo, merong suka, 'di ba? It may be a modernized version of the adobo. So, it's about really loving the basics. I go back to that, di ba? Yung ordinaryong bagay or experiences that we have in around us, we should really put that on a pedestal and show to the world itong mga klase ng practices and heritage that we have. So, as I always say, it starts from a person appreciating things. And if we go beyond appreciating and showcasing it, mamahalin talaga ng hindi lang Pilipino, pati ng ibang nationality ang pagiging Pilipino natin. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Marnie. About Dr. Sarudo, we want to know from the NCCA's perspective, or your experience, I think, with NCCA, how much representation has the Philippines and Filipinos have evolved over time, I think, and how we come to a point where we have completely overcome some of the negative stereotypes or bad images, etc.
Yes, we would always, personally for me, I would always highlight whenever I would talk to my team that when you work with Filipinos here or even abroad, ang first thought lagi, madiskarte yan, ha? No matter how, that's why we're the only people that have the word diskarte. Where did that come from? Even in applied arts, in industrial arts, even in survival, we always use diskartehan mo na. Aabilidad niya yan. No, whether it's performative or anything, gagawa niya ng paraan. He will look for a way. The Filipinos are not, it's not something na very close. I've always felt it's always performative. No? And when you say it's performative, it's like a theater. When you work with a Filipino, kompleto dapat yan. There has to be the sound, there has to be the light. The Filipino, pag binigyan mo ng mikropono, kakanta yan. At I tell you, the one who sang in the Independence Day when the president stood up and gave a standing ovation right in front, saan mo kinuha yan, Eric? Doon ho, nagbibenta yan ng barbecue doon, yung babaeng yon. No, hiniram namin. Kumanta siya, ako ay Filipino, 3 octaves higher. Ang Filipino, bigyan mo na entablado, magpe-perform yan. No? And they love to perform. You saw yung kanina dito, no? The P-pops, no? And there are many versions of those. Now, the last thing also about Filipinos are that whenever they would do something, it is to create that sense of belonging. They have to put that together, that composition, that they should not create that animosity. That sense of communality and community should always be there. No? So it is important that it's shared. Many of these are shared because they've always grown up in an environment that the family is extended. No, way back to the time of the Filipino heroes, extended na sila sa Paris, extended pa sa Madrid. When they returned here, extended pa rin ang mga bahay nila. So it's that. It's very common to all of us. So those are 3 things. Madiskarte, it's performative, and that sense of belonging should always be there.
Yeah, just a follow-up. Like, do you think that our image representation, or not just in media, but also in other programs of the government, have somehow improved our image or representation over time?
Well, this is very difficult to answer. Media is very fast. No, I would say because of the social media access, transmission is very, very fast. So I think our ideas, our creative juices should also work very fast in a way because it's easier just to pick up and edit certain things and it sends a different message altogether. If you don't know the whole narrative, then things will fall through. No? Maybe that's the issue with regards to this drowning of the two athletes. These are some of the issues about two priests. Maraming ganon because the narratives, you don't get the total picture of it. But media's already there. Now, with regards to Philippine arts, cultural history, and heritage, the same. No, if we cannot really project the total narrative of this, then we might be missing a whole lot in terms of messaging. No? So, that's the only, I think, red flag or caution that I have to give to everybody, no? That things work very fast now. Things happen simultaneously. There are multi-universes. There are multi-narratives that you navigate. But with this thought, no, it's best to highlight all the positive things because most likely people will just capitalize on the things that would be more controversial.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and related to what you just said, my next question has something to do with the fact that, of course, we're now globally, connected, and the consumption of information, has been super fast-paced than ever before, especially through social media platforms. So, what do you think has changed in terms of the method of passing down culture, of passing down heritage to younger people, especially in the recent times? Has it been, this innovation in technology, information communication technologies, been helpful in educating the young Filipinos abroad? Or has it impeded somehow because, we're also experiencing misinformation, disinformation at a rapid pace, right?
Traditionally, culture was transmitted to oral storytelling, rituals, and gatherings. And because of this social media, it was digitalized. So that's why I became a journalist. I entered the TFC, ABS-CBN TFC, the Philippine channel, para maipakita ko kung ano ang ginagawa ng mga Pilipino sa ibang lugar at makarating. Malaki ang maaabot nito. This is social media, this is digital, and also those who are those performing arts like Madrigal singers, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐻, and Douglas Near's power dance. So our second generation can see it. If you are not at the venue, you can see it through television. And all these stories of the diaspora, yun ang ipinalabas ko noong journalista ako para madaling makaabot, malayo ang maabot, at mapulutan ng magagandang aral. So it transformed. Kasi nung una, nandun tayo, nanonood tayo, we have this oral discussion. Now, through social media, malaki ang itulong po nito.
So, based on your experience, sir, how has these shows, media performances been received by young people in your...
Yes.
Positive po ba? Receptive po ba? Ano po
No,
sila?
because hindi po kami namilit ng second generation. We just show it in TV. If they are interested, then see it. If not, then it's okay. nagawa namin ang parte namin. Pero mostly because nakikita naman nila na we are Filipinos in blood. So nagiging interested sila. And they even nag-host pa sila. For the last 25 years, we hosted different performing arts like dances and music. And it develops the second generation too. Because they linger around with them. So malaking natulong po, especially social media nowadays. So they are looking forward about what to see again.
Good. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. Sir Eric, you want to respond? Nationally. In South Korea.
Okay. For me, like the method on how we relay message, there are two factors. May dalawang factor na consistent throughout the course of history of humankind na kung bakit ito nangyayari. Yung una is yung effort kung paano gawin yung isang bagay. Pangalawa, kung gaano kamahal o kamura to. So pareho siya hanggang from now hanggang yung recent days yung AI. So before nung buhay ako, syempre, we were using like print, like TV, and then like newspapers, and then we have this is telephone. Naging daan to para mabuo yung the likes of yung guest worker like group, or tawag namin sa South Korea are EPS workers. So they have like 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 meron silang newspaper dati na ang tawag Sulyap Pinoy. And then it come to the point like we passed to the point that we became more digitalized. So anong nangyari yun, parang yung relevancy niya medyo hindi na siya unan kanina sinabi ko, hindi na siya mura at hindi na siya accessible kasi may mas madali ng bagay na pwedeng counterpart doon. So ito yung nagkaroon in the middle of that, I have and some people did made some like platforms like yung sa amin ay 𝐒𝐿PinoySoul.com. And then that yung parang naging bridge to get this information. Pero we come to the point today na parang yung social media is mas malakas pa sa tabloid kung magbigay ng chismis. So we do adapt. Like even the tabloid themselves have their social media versions to relay their messages. And then we are on, and even like Commission of Overseas, CFO itself, like meron tayo dating Ma'am Award na it was catered for like traditional set of media, and now like it's evolving to kung ano ba talaga kung ano yung media ngayon. And then and apart from that, we're more evolving because of this AI technology these days na mismong yung titignan mo tama ba yung sinabi ng AI, natitignan mo kung paano ba talaga ginagawa ng AI yung pagbibigay ng information, because this may be all hallucination, and pag nakita ng mga bata na this is all false, papaniwalaan pa rin nila yung technology kasi napaka-polished yung pagkabigay ng message sa kanila and convincing. So it's our fault kung hindi natin ginawa ng paraan. Dito pa lang we're setting up everything for the future generations to come.
So speaking of youth in South Korea, how engaged or involved in 𝐵inoySoul.com the young people there? Like, can you say something about their engagement in your platform?
Before, when I was like staying in South Korea, I was a scholar I got a full scholarship from the Korean government through the Korean National University for Arts through the Art Asian Major Scholarship, and at that time, the younger version of me wants to do something that can help the Filipino diaspora in my region. So apart from building the website itself, na medyo may alam ako kasi originally I was a filmmaker. I am a filmmaker. So media is somewhat related to what I do. Kasi ayun yung I am graduate in broadcasting sa Polytechnic University of the Philippines. So more than that, like we want to more elevate how we can actually promote Filipino culture outside the Philippines. So we had organized cultural activities like the first Korea Pinoy International Festival there in South Korea. It was fine and good, and then it's supported kasi, and our team is about migration. And then afterwards, nag-COVID. And then after, hindi na siya push kasi nagkaroon ng technological development. But the point is proof of concept that we can actually do something more relevant if we creatively push ourselves to the boundaries na alam mong physically possible, but artistically, physically impossible, but artistically possible.
Thank you for sharing. Ms. Marnie, maybe you can say something also from the media perspective.
Yeah, so I do content for television. I still do. No, for the past 15 years, we've been in partnership with GMA7. So we have television shows that we produce. But everybody is on social media. And there is a lot of noise on social media. We know that, right? Parati ko sinasabi, when we also talk to different people, na importante that we put out meaningful content. Content that will stand out or meron siyang unique selling proposition or USP para mag-second look yung mga viewers on social media. So, maraming ingay, pero how can you be a cut above the rest and for people to take a second look at your content, right? So, how do we do it? So, sa amin, we didn't only do it through social media, but we took it to the next level by taking it to a streaming platform, which is Netflix. And the discussion, after nila mapanood yung I Love Filipino, is through social media. So, ang daming young Filipinos who are interested sa kultura natin na meron palang ganon, you know, the things that we presented there. So, we have to, tama si Nash, that we have to challenge ourselves to take it to the next level, understand what is AI, understand digital technology, you know, and be one step ahead. So, yung future generation natin, hindi lang masa-stuck doon sa common. They will modernize things, they will make it their own, and that's okay. Because that is what will make our culture alive. Diba? So, let's push for that. Let's study, let's spread our culture through these meaningful platforms.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marnie. Doc Eric, do you have something to add, or are you?
Yeah. No, I'm pondering on this topic of transmission, particularly technology-mediated transmission. It's inherent in our work, particularly as heritage workers. When you talk of heritage, that idea of passing to the next generation. It's so cliche. Passing to the next dream. But remember, this is all transmission. This is all about access. No? And how do you do this? For NCCA, the spectrum is very wide. We have to advance the very traditional approaches, no? From the schools of living tradition, to the mentoring techniques, to the residency techniques, up to the formal education, up to the higher education. You pass on culture, arts, heritage, and history through that. No? So, we feel a little short-change whenever, kunyari, CHED, sabihin nila, oh, yung GE subjects, ganito na lang, ha? Issue yan. No? Because we really have to expose. In fact, breakfast pa lang dapat inaagahan na ang kultura. No? So, this is the formulation. Now, what happens? Enters AI. AI for us is not only artificial intelligence. In our parlance, AI is also ancestral intelligence. And when you say it's ancestral intelligence, you move from the past go up to the very future, which will become artificial intelligence, and the iteration is almost endless. No? So, we are now talking about copywriting AI, the future, and AI, the ancestral intelligence. Who owns that? So, these are very difficult discourses. No? Very, very difficult discourses, because the moment you do transmission and you have access, there are already instances where are you going to negotiate this and transact this? Will you sell this in the social media? The moment you sell that, who will own that property? Ibang-iba na yan. No? So we're moving into that. No? But for me, the moment it's technology mediated, there'll be so many access points, and at the same time, what kind of experience would you like to transact? Like if you see I Love Filipino, you will whet your appetite. No? But at the same time, will you have the chance to go and taste the particular food? It whets your appetite. The Filipinos kasi are performative. It will dive. They have to go there. No? But sometimes that experience is not available. So the ones that they're trying to put together are programs for them to dive into. Because social media is a plethora of platform. But where will they dive? So these are things that we always have to raise inside the NCCA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to open the floor for questions from the audience. May we hear from anybody? Yes. There's two here. We'll also wait from the right side.
Yeah, I am a retired teacher. Cultural presentation often looks backward, while education policy looks forward. In your works, where have you seen these two aims clash? And what did it take to get elders and deaf ed or young teachers on the same page? Thank you.
Anybody who would like to address that? Can we bridge the two generations?
I do believe that it complements with each other. The point is, how can you step, katulad ng sinabi ni Dr. Jose Rizal, paano ka makakarating sa paroroonan mo kung hindi ka titingin sa likod mo? In other words, the point is, in order for you to, let's go with the AI, in order to train the AI, we have to look at the historical data or like mga training data in order for it to say something in front of our children. The point is, it will, although yes, it hallucinates now, but it will come to the point that it's perfect in the point na wala ka nang sasabihin kasi ang ganda-ganda na ng sinasabi niya. Without the history that molded us to become the best person that we can ever be, the future or the policy also will depend kung ano yung nakaraan kasi without that there's also no future to come. Right. Ayun masabi.
Yeah. So I think that they need to be bridged together, no? Okay, do we have one more? Yes, ma'am. And then two more from this side before we wrap up.
Thank you. I'm Sonia Dellen. I'm from San Francisco and also a fellow filmmaker, executive producer. I have a question for Dr. Cerudo. But I just want to let you know that my film, The Road to Sydney, is receiving an award from the Pinoy Review Awards next week from the Society of Filipino Film Reviewers. Dr. Cerudo, I'm also a board member of the Dr. Jose Rizal Legacy International Foundation. And I'm happy to let you know that we have a life-size bronze sculpture of Dr. Jose Rizal in Colorado Springs. And we are also doing a bronze installation in Daly City to be followed by Texas. I do have a question. Are the tenets that we're following the education and diversity, inclusion, and making sure that the Filipino and that everybody knows about Dr. Jose Rizal and about the Philippine culture. So my question to you is, I'd like to set up an appointment with you. Second, may I? Second is, what can NCAA do for our project in the US?
In fact, we receive quite a number of requests from our foreign posts, no, especially in the United States. No, a big Filipino community is settled, no, in the United States. I think, you know what I'd really like to request from many of you is continue, no, all of these activities on arts, history, and heritage. I really hope that you will have all this calendar of activities that you can forward to us, because we'd also like to roll this out here in the Philippines. We don't know exactly what's happening on that side of the world, no? And for example, institutional programs. The Philippines celebrates Arts Month. All the 7 arts are celebrated every February. So that's visual arts, that performance. Then you move on to March, that's Literature Month. Food Month is April. Heritage Month is May. June is Freedom Month. July is Language. August is, every month it's a big institutional celebration. You ride on those thematics, and that will be a very strong, solid impact, no, about Philippine arts and culture. So, Indigenous Peoples Month is October, one of the most colorful, because all 127 indigenous communities, and they come to Manila and they have a grand set. All of this, the textiles, they all come out, no, in that particular season. And trade fairs here and there, highlighting new experimentations, iterations, innovations related to Philippine textiles. So it's a big effort that everybody is trying to ride on, and all of these are emerging markets also for our industrial or cultural economy. No? Let's start small, no, even just with the calendars, so that we know also what experts or talents we can share to all of you. Because it's easier to raise funds if you are under that umbrella of the institutional celebration. No? So, yun lang po. Thank you very much, man. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Okay, last 2 questions from this side, please. Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your presentations. I really appreciate it. My name is Raf. I'm co-founder of Make a Difference Travel, Make a Difference Earth. We work with a lot of communities using ecotourism to build the culture and enhance environment. No? I was wondering, Sir Zerudo, from your lens, parang what would you like the private sector to do to support you? I'm flipping the question that the other lady asked. How do we support and connect with you better so that there's more synergy? Because there's a lot of, there are many Filipino youth here who really want to do something for their country, but I don't think they really know where to start, and perhaps you might have the answer to that.
You know, we're very, it's so heartwarming to hear all of these proposals, no, from the youth. There are many advocacy groups now, no, coming from heritage pa lang, ha? Association of Heritage Preservation, Heritage Conservation Society, Youth for Heritage Pangasinan, Youth for Heritage in 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐬, all over the Philippines. They just move around, here and there, no? They try to familiarize themselves with the landscape. Some advocate, some eco-tour groups, no? They move all over the Philippines. And if they can say, going back to basic, they can say something good and share it in social media, that's a big plus for us already. No? And these are the things that we need. I know all of them are into social media as well. They're in TikTok. No? We cannot take them out from that. That's their language already. But out of that media platform, they could highlight something that they love doing for their country. That's a big plus for us already. Now, if you'd like to be more immersed in some heritage work or cultural work, then they can go to our office in the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. We have more than enough to share to them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You, and then one last, please. Gentlemen.
So hello, good afternoon to all. So first, we appreciate the talk on culture. So my question would be twofold. First is, have you seen any change or shift with the idea of bayanihan, which is our very innate culture, especially with your engagement with the diaspora? And the second question is, how can we maximize culture as a way of showcasing, not only showcasing bayanihan, but also making it as a bridge between the diaspora and the homeland itself? Thank you.
Okay,
Nash.
okay, so for the bayanihan, let's go with the grassroots version niya. Hindi naman kailangan magbuhat ka ng bahay para dalhin dun sa kabilang city to city. So one example of bayanihan that happens in our Filipino diaspora, halimbawa, yung isang worker ay nagkasakit or halimbawa na aksidente doon sa kanyang pinagtatrabahuan, halimbawa sa factory na pinagtatrabahuan niya. Ang tendency kasi niyon, wala yung pamilya niya to support that person. So ang style ng bayanihan ng Filipino diaspora is ipakalat sa social media ang nangyari para magkaroon ng donation. Yes, for help. So the era changed, history changed, but the message or the practice is still the same. Yes.
Yeah, and I want to add, because I lived in Japan for several years, and we have volunteered for church, several churches there, especially during Typhoon Yolanda. We did for example, concert for a cause. We invited Lolita Carbon of Asin, and she did a concert, and then we were able to collect 300,000 pesos, and this was donated to I think several parishes, I think in Leyte. At that time, and I think that's one example where you see Filipino communities mobilize, and they share their blessings. They put them together, and then they work to their respective parish or church where they serve or where they're actively involved, and it benefits their parish back here in the Philippines. And that is really an example of where we can find solidarity, bayanihan, especially in times of crisis. I think there are countless stories of this anywhere around the world. Every time the Philippines experience a typhoon, a crisis, the Filipino diaspora comes to rescue, and they're able to pull the resources together. And I think that's still pretty much alive to this day. I'm pretty sure there have been some various causes, various activities right now to support Mindanao's recovery after the earthquake. And I think from time to time we've seen this, a lot of this, and I think most likely this will continue, I think, for the next coming years or so. And the difference is that we have social media. So we're able to share these stories of solidarity in times of crisis. So, yeah.
I remember.
Press.
So I remember in 2013 when Typhoon Yolanda struck Leyte. I was there together with the CFO personnel as a volunteer and kasama. So we were in Pastrana and in Palo Leyte. And when I was there, the young generation of Germany, which is 𝐒𝐿𝐴, called me, ano po ang aming maitutulong? I need money. I told them, we need money. We can buy water to bring it there. because we brought it already. Food, we brought it already. So these generations, this young generation and other generation make a fundraising. And just they told me, help these people to make a cooperative. And through the help of the CFO, Link Appeal project, they established a cooperative in which this young generation gave 1 million pesos as fund. So this is Bayanihan in second generation.
And we hope to continue to see more of this on the part of the younger members, young generations of Filipinos, Filipino members of the diaspora. And to close, I'd like to thank all my panelists, I think, for their very active participation and all your valuable inputs, I think, in making this panel really, really interactive and insightful. And I'd like to emphasize also that this panel, I think, made us realize that the Filipino diaspora, I think, will continue, I think, to strengthen its sense of identity and belonging to Filipino homeland through art, through education, through media, in whatever ways possible, to continue to bridge the past and the present, and also the future. So with that, this ends the third panel. I'd like to thank everyone, and thank you so much, our dear audience, for active participation.
Thank you, Dr. Solero, Mr. Quizon, Ms. Manicad, Mr. Ang, and Dr. Zerudo, for demonstrating how the Filipino diaspora keeps our culture alive and vibrant across oceans and generations. Through your work, Filipino heritage is not just preserved, it is celebrated, shared, and enriched. We now invite Chairperson Dante King II and USEC Arlene Borja to come on stage to present the tokens to the panelists and moderator in recognition of their valuable insights during the panel discussion. The certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Dr. Solero, Mr. Quizon, Ms. Manicad, Mr. Ang, and Dr. Zerudo. And the title is Bridging Generations, Cultural Preservation and Educational Diplomacy at the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit held on June 16, 2026 at Manila Marriott Hotel, Metro Manila, Philippines. Signed by Secretary Dante King II, Chairperson of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. This ends our cultural engagement panel discussion. This time we will be witnessing the ceremonial signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the Commission on Filipinos Overseas and the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. May we invite to the signing table Secretary Dante Ang II, Chairperson, and Undersecretary Maria Arlene Borja, Executive Director, representing the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, and Dr. Eric B. Zerudo, Chairperson, representing the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. In line with the CFO's vision of Filipino migrants maintaining strong cultural ties with the Philippines, this partnership will pave the way for further initiatives that strengthen Filipino identity, heritage, and culture in the diaspora. The CFO and the NCCA's partnership will also contribute to the exhibition of transnational Filipino talent, the organization of culturally inclined leadership programs, and the timely organization of relevant fora for constituents to deepen their understanding of Filipino arts and culture. Let us give a resounding round of applause to Secretary Ang, Undersecretary Borja, and Dr. Zerudo for forging this partnership for our youth. This MOU is proof that when we invest in our young people, when we create structures for their leadership and engagement, we are not just securing the future of the Filipino diaspora, we are actively building it. While enjoying catching up with your fellow non-resident Filipinos, we will now present the premiere screening of the Australian Filipino Community Services short film, I Am Filipino Enough. This 10-minute piece offers a powerful and honest glimpse into identity, belonging, and cultural discovery. A journey familiar to many third culture kids and derived from the AFCS Experience Filipino cultural immersion trip through the CFO U-Lead program. The film offers a first look into the full documentary series AFCS will be unveiling later this year. We are honored to share this first screening with you today. Please sit back and enjoy the film.
Tagalog. Tagalog. I've forgotten already.
Po, magkano po ito?
Magkano po ito? Okay.
Try me. 3 pips, 3.
Po, magkano po ito?
Oh. Come on. It's around 3.
She's gonna practice. I'm gonna practice my Tagalog. Tagalog.
Alright.
I've forgotten already.
Po, magkano po ito?
Magkano po ito? Okay.
Try me. 3 pips, 3.
Po, magkano po ito?
Oh. Come on. It's around 3.
Hello po. Magkano po ito?
Per kilo, 1
Yes po. Okay. Okay po. I say I want to buy again. Mabili po, just isa po.
Hi, I'm Karina. I'm 31. I am the CEO of the Australian Filipino Community Services, and I am the responsible person for the group here in the Philippines. This idea was something that I've always wanted to bring to life. Being a young adult, I really wanted to explore the Philippines and learn about my family, learn about Filipino history, Filipino culture, and language was a big one. I wanted to also facilitate that for other young Aussie Filipinos, bringing to life what I feel like I would have really benefited from as a young person in understanding myself and making sense of what it is to be Filipino in Australia.
My mother's Filipino. My dad's Malay-Malaysian. My mother was born in Cagayan de Oro, and my Lola, who I also live with, is from Southern Leyte. And so I feel the closest to Southern Leyte, like a lot of the Bisaya that I learned is dialect that comes from Southern Leyte, and a lot of my family that I've connected with is in Southern Leyte. The more I learn Bisaya, the more I realize that there's so many cultures within the Philippines. Like, it's not just this monolithic culture. It's only been pretty recently that I've really improved my Bisaya because I was able to spend 3 months there with my family. And I still am going through that journey of speaking broken Bisaya and broken English, or English in a Bisaya accent. If I'm speaking with my Lola, it's very encouraging because she'll answer in Bisaya, or she'll be like, "Oh, how come you know Bisaya?" And it's that in itself is such an encouragement. If I speak to my mom in Bisaya, it's a bit of a discouragement because she'll just get annoyed at how slow I am. Or she'll correct me and she'll be like, no, not like that. And it just, it makes me not want to practice with her. I mean, same with Ate Karina. I feel like there's this desire to kind of prove myself to Filipinos in the Philippines. And I want to be like, no, I'm Filipino, and it's not a good feeling, but I understand that that's within me. I noticed it today as well, just trying to speak as much Tagalog as possible. Or even when 𝐒𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐴 was speaking Tagalog, I was like, all right, he beat me.
I think I compared myself a lot when I was younger, growing up in Australia, being born there, going to a school full of Australians with a handful of multicultural people. You don't really experience what it means to be Filipino in those scenarios, and being in different bubbles, you realize that being Filipino comes in many different shapes and forms. How I perceived what it meant to be Filipino was being able to speak the language fluently and understanding the cultural things that Filipino families do. And Karina and I were having a discussion of being able to speak Tagalog, and she shared about her experience being in school, and if that was me, I would definitely feel the anxiety and be traumatized about learning the language. But I think my sister and I were able to learn it and pick up on it because we chose to do it as opposed to forced to do it.
That's the same with me and my mum, you know.
You work with your mom?
Yeah, so my mum has been part of our organisation since late 90s, early 2000s, around that time. And so I was just like a little kid. Me and my siblings, just little kids running around. You know, the seniors always giving us lollies and stuff. Yeah, and so we used to volunteer. You know, my sister learned snickling and for the barbecues, you know, things like that. And youth dance stuff would be supported that way. I was studying to become a speech pathologist. I was like, yeah, I'll head down that route. In my public health degree, yeah, I did my placement at AFCS, and I just fell in love with working for the community in that space. Like that enjoyment of serving and seeing the impact has became addictive.
It is
Became
now.
addictive, yeah. Language has been a very intimidating thing for me. Since I was a kid, my mum was a language school teacher, so we would go to Tagalog school on Saturdays. And most of the kids were from Filipino families, so they had Filipino parents. A lot of them understood Filipino already. They just couldn't speak it, but when they spoke it, like they had their accent on point, they understood like the mannerisms and the tones when you're saying certain words or phrases. Me, coming from a super mixed household, my dad's Romanian, he has broken English and is still learning English. And my mom, being a Filipina, her English is perfect. But it's, you know, that sort of assimilation between both of them. There was just this strong push to learn English and learn Australian culture.
Ayan, so we harvested 2 seeds, right? So, grab a seed bag, you open it up, okay, and then you put the soil in.
I struggled with that a lot. And as a kid, I wasn't able to label it as an identity crisis. And then when I was older, did I learn from other people? It wasn't even Filipinos. It was actually like non-Filipinos it was actually Europeans.
Because there's, you know, we're so multicultural.
Yeah.
It's a melting pot when you get back to...
You know, that question you asked, like, what would you tell your younger self?
What would you tell your younger self?
What I would tell my younger self is that it's okay to feel like you're not full Filipino, and like to validate the feelings, because maybe I didn't feel like I had people that understood what I was going through. Like, you know, when you think like it's just a me problem, like, you know, but when you realize like, no, other people thing, and I should you know, I have people like a support, you know.
And I think I can just say I am a Filipino person. And I don't live for that. It's just a part of me, and it doesn't make all of me.
It's so easy to compare yourself to other people and to think of your Filipino-ness as something that can be measured and compared with other Filipino Australians. Oh, damn, because Jasper can speak more Tagalog, he's more Filipino than me. But it's like, it's completely wrong. Like, we're all Filipino here, you know, whether we can speak the language or not. And it's just about, if we want to learn the language, if we want to learn more about our culture, then, you know, if we have a welcoming environment to do so, then why not?
I will tell my younger self, like, hey, like, be brave, like, don't be scared, you know, it's okay. Because I think there's a lot of things about the Filipino side, like language, especially language, oh my gosh, like, where I was just like so intimidated and shy and scared and all these things, embarrassed, and be like, no, it's all right, you know, like, I wish I could tell my younger self, like, it's okay, you know, it's all right, just give it a go. You know, there's others in the same boat as you. Alright, so we bought some fruit. Cringy, but we got there. That was first time ordering fruit in Tagalog.
I learned so much on that trip that I've taken with me back here to Australia, and how I want to share that with my family, with my kids, and how I also want to live my life in understanding who I am. And I remember there were people on the trip, they would tell us if we said, oh, we're half Filipino. No, 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 you're Filipino. It doesn't matter if you're a little bit or a lot, you're Filipino. So I'm Filipino, I'm Romanian, I'm Australian.
We are down to the final panel discussion for today's summit. This panel looks to the future, to the second, third, and fourth generations of Filipinos born abroad, and to the young people in the diaspora who will carry forward the work we celebrate today. Entitled Igniting the Passion, Engaging Filipino Youth and the Young Diaspora, this panel will explore how to keep young Filipinos connected to their heritage, engaged with opportunities in the Philippines, and committed to contributing to Philippine development even if they have never set foot in the homeland. Moderating our panel discussion is Mr. 𝐒𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐷. Mr. 𝐒𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐷 is a political scientist specializing in public opinion and Philippine politics, and serves as an assistant professional lecturer at De La Salle University. He is a UP President Edgardo J. Angara Fellow in 2023 for his contributions to public policy. Recognized at the 2024 Freedom of Information Awards for his research on public attitudes towards government transparency, he is also a prominent public commentator, serving as a host of With Due Respect on DZMM. Let us please welcome Mr. 𝐒𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐷.
Good afternoon. I hope we're still feeling good. We're feeling meaningfully engaged. We've had plenty of conversations since the start of this summit. I hope you are hanging in there. We are the last panel for today's summit, but we still want your full attention, full engagement, and full participation. What you just saw earlier, the preview of the documentary, is also just a preview of the things that we will be talking about in this panel. Welcome to the panel on Engaging the Youth, Igniting the Passion, Engaging Filipino Youth and the Young Diaspora. Our panel will feature young diaspora leaders from across the world, sharing innovative approaches to engagement with heritage and participation in national development. It will also explore strategies for connecting younger generations to opportunities in the Philippines. CFO has convened an amazing roster of panelists from Australia to North America to Europe and back to the Philippines. And it is my honor to introduce our set of panelists for this afternoon. Our first member of the panel is Miss Corina Dotlow. She's a young leader and CEO of the Australian Filipino Community Services, where she has spent 13 years expanding services and support for Filipinos across Victoria and the New South Wales. A second-generation Australian Filipino born to Romanian and Filipino parents, Ms. Dotlow spearheaded Victoria's largest investment into Filipino youth career and leadership development through the Engage 2025-2027 program, empowering young people to thrive across the state. In March of this year, she was awarded Citizen of the Year for the city of Casey, the largest city in Victoria, recognizing her leadership and impact. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Corina Dotlow. From the South, we move on to the North America. We have Ms. Genevieve Hopanda as our second panelist. She's the president of the Filipino Young Leaders Program, where she advances leadership development, diaspora engagement, and partnerships that strengthen ties between Filipinos in North America and the Philippines. Ms. Opanda collaborates with organizations connected to the U.S. government, the United Nations, the Asian Development Bank, and prominent partners such as the Apple Dia Foundation and the AAPI Lead. A nationally recognized Filipino-American political strategist and board chair of the West Bay Filipino Multi-Service Center, she led a successful $9 million capital campaign for a permanent community center in San Francisco's Soma, Pilipinas district. An honor to have you there, Viv Opanda. Our third panelist is no stranger to the conversations we will be having this afternoon, Mr. Julio Amador III. Mr. Julio Amador III is the Executive Director of the Philippine American Educational Foundation, or what we know as the Fulbright Commission in the Philippines. He was a Fulbright graduate scholar himself at the Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs, Syracuse University, and an Asia Studies Visiting Fellow at the East-West Center in Washington, D.C. Prior to PAEF, he was the Director of the Performance and Projects Management Office, Security, Justice, and Peace Cluster at the Office of the Cabinet Secretary, Office of the President of the Philippines. He also served as Deputy Director General of the Foreign Service Institute, sending 28 scholars to the U.S. batch, right? I just heard from him earlier today. Let's all welcome Mr. Julio Amador III. From Australia and North America, we go to Europe. Our next panelist is Mr. J.V. Marasigan Pangan. He is a multimedia journalist, communication strategist, and cooperative leader, currently serving as the chairperson of Youth Connect Cooperative, a premier network of youth cooperators supporting creatives, gig workers, and young professionals across the Philippines. Based in Denmark, he is also an officer of the European Network of Filipino Diaspora, Czech Republic, and works as a Europe correspondent and stringer for GMA News, where he covered current events such as the recent papal transition in the Vatican. Let's all welcome Mr. J.V. Marasigan Pangan. Our last panelist, but certainly among the most important voices in the conversation on Filipino youth, both at home and overseas, is Undersecretary Joseph Francisco Ortega, who is the incumbent chairperson of the National Youth Commission. Prior to his appointment in 2024, Yusek Ortega served as the Regional Director of the Department of Tourism in Region 1, making him the youngest to be appointed to the position. He has a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science degree and a Master of Business Administration degree, both from the Ateneo de Manila. And we know Yusek Ortega as a staunch advocate for the tourism and the empowerment of the youth. Let's all welcome the chairperson of the National Youth Commission. Welcome to our panelists, and as you can see, we've got an amazing roster of diaspora leaders and young adults. So we'll be having conversations on the Filipino youth, both at home and overseas, but also centering young voices themselves. And to start with the panel presentations, we'll begin with Miss Karina Dotlo.
Everyone hear me okay? All right. Magandang hapon po. Good afternoon, everyone, or from Australia, g'day, g'day. I have two summit insights that I will share with you today. First now, I'll start with one, and then towards the end, I'll wrap up with another insight. But the first one is how I've heard today the different ways diaspora is pronounced. I've heard diaspora, 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 diaspora. I think we need to add one more, which is diasporae, which is very Aussie and Kiwi. But it's very interesting and a bit poetic, I think, that we are all very diverse but carry a common identity. So today I thought I would share about my diaspora in Victoria, Australia. Australian Filipino Community Services. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here today. Of life, and we're coming together here at this summit, and all of you have your own journeys in your diasporas, but for me, I'd like to highlight my journey in how I've come to learn and love being Filipino. I highlight today the community where I was nurtured and empowered to first serve, then lead. The Australian Filipino Community Services, AFCS. And trivia. Do you know why Australia or Australian is first rather than Filipino? I had come to learn just this year from those that were involved in the organisation that around the 20th year mark, the name changed from Centre for Philippine Concerns Australia to Australian Filipino Community Services, an ode to the next generations. Isn't that special? That's so special. So as you can see on the screen, there's many things that we do in Australia. We're proud to announce that we have expanded into New South Wales based on community need. But of course, as you heard, I was awarded Casey Citizen of the Year. And our organisation also received Casey Community Group of the Year, recognising our work not just in the Filipino community, but the broader community. Next slide, please. So today I'm sharing as well some of the activities that we do in our community to engage the youth diaspora. This wasn't planned, but it turned out to be. The main words, engage, celebrate, and experience. We started first with the Celebrate Filipino Community Gathering, an opportunity in our local community to bring together the arts, the food, the connection of the Filipino community. From there, we received that funding that was announced before on engaging the youth in cultural and leadership development. And when we look at leader, we didn't include the word leadership in our submission. We focus on serving and engaging the community. Again, first serve, then lead. And then we finished off with Experience Filipino, which is the cultural immersion trip in partnership with the CFO's You Lead program. You just saw a 10-minute video. We're excited to share our multi-episode documentary later this year. So in closing, I just wanted to quickly survey the room. Of the delegates today who have come from overseas, can you all raise your hand? Who's here from overseas? Be brave. Let me see you. Okay, great. Keep your hand up if you are under 40. Be honest. Who's under 40 and it's coming from overseas? Now, who here, keep your hand up if you are under 35. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you work here? You don't count. Just the delegates. But what does that tell you? We only have a handful of young people in the room. So this is my call to you. Let's change this for the next summit, shall we? Let's make sure our young people are part of the conversation because they are too in part of the Filipino diaspora. Let's see how many hands we can get next time, both local and abroad. So I'm sure you hear me share more. So maraming salamat po, thank you. And from Romania, mulțumesc. And from Australia, cheers.
Thank you, Karina. She's leaving us with a challenge. We need more young people in this summit, and we've also learned from the experiences of the ACFS how to keep our young diaspora or diasporae engaged, right? We move on to our second panelist, Miss Genevieve Hopanda.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mayong hapon sa inyo tanan sa mga Ilonggo. Is Miss AB still here? My name is Genevieve Hopanda, and as you can see, I'm trying to prove to you guys what these three people have in common. You have Apple Diap of the Black Eyed Peas, Ms. Bea Millan-Windorski, who is the representative of Philippines for Miss Universe, and then myself. Next slide. So, what did we have in common? We grew up in different places, we speak different languages, and what we have in common is not only being Filipino, but the utang na loob. Utang na loob, not particularly to one person or to an organization, but to the country. And I'm here to represent the Filipino Young Leaders Program. I'm currently the president and honored to be an alumni. We have other alumni here, which I will call out in a little bit. But it was born from Ambassador 𝐒𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐥𝐢, who is the ambassador of the Philippines to the United States in 2012, where instead of thinking that we're a brain drain, we're a brain trust waiting to be activated. He saw in 2012 there was many Filipino Americans that have created impact across the country and wanted to capture that and harness that and be able to bring that to the Philippines. Next slide. One of the things that we do is our flagship program, and the immersion brings Filipino Americans and now Filipino Canadians to the Philippines. We take 10 to 15 delegates to the Philippines for a one-week immersion trip, and part of that selection process is a legacy project. So if you think about Birthright, Married, Fulbright, that's what our program is about. And it's fully funded by PhilPro. So these are some of our three pillars: leadership development. We are a mentorship organization for U.S. Asian Impact cohort. So we've been doing this since 2022. We do also the immersion delegates, as I talked about, and then our immersion program. And part of that is incubating our programs and our legacy projects so that they can become their own nonprofits. Next slide. So who is Bea? So I've gotten to know Bea because she's actually one of those U.S. Asian Institute organization nonprofit mentees. And through that mentor match program, I've gotten to know her. She grew up in Wisconsin, which is the middle of the country, not very diverse. And in our conversations where we met every other week for the summer and beyond that, she talked about her identity and what it's like to be Filipino or not feeling Filipino enough, having been raised in a place that's not very diverse. Through our mentorship, because of those conversations, she then felt after college, you know, what can she do to be closer to the Philippines? She has always been a climate change advocate. She then went on to work for the EPA, but because of the current administration that did away with the EPA, she then, you know, decided why not move to the Philippines? And through our conversations and through PhilPro and the mentorship, decided to do so because she has family in La Union, and come to realize she ran for Miss Universe Philippines and now is a representative of the Philippines. Next slide. I spoke about earlier our legacy projects. These are some of our notable projects. So the Kawayan Collective, that is a bamboo architecture firm started by Ray Villanueva. He was an architect in Seattle. Because of the immersion program and how profound of an impact it had on him, he moved his family to Dumaguete and started the firm. And this is almost 10 years later now, he is expanding to North America. So he left North America to start the organization, and now he's waiting for his first container to arrive in North America next month by September. Ligtas Bata is started by Joyce King. It's a child safety and protection advocacy that basically helps raise money for survivors of human trafficking in the Philippines. Nurse and Scene is by my batchmate, Michelle 𝐒𝐲𝐲. She's an Emmy Award winner. It's the documentary about nurses and the impacts that it had on nurses across the country and across the globe during the pandemic. Sweet Mango Therapy is by Christine Melendrez. It is a therapy firm started by a Filipina, and she also did, I don't know if GMA is still here, but she did a mental health summit in San Francisco, partnered with GMA, and that was live streamed to the Philippines. CFAM is a Council of Young Filipinos in Medicine. That is a joint legacy project by multiple PhilPro alumni. And so is Tayo Help Desk. It basically addresses misinformation and disinformation during the pandemic, and has now since about to graduate to be its own nonprofit. Next slide. I wanted to share a little bit about my legacy project. My background in politics and government, I decided, how do I build bridges and maximize that? So I brought 5 assembly members, this was last year, with 15 other policy advocates to the Philippines. And I know that Project Pearls, Melissa is still here, Project Pearls is here. Part of our delegation, we brought the delegation to Project Pearls, which you guys might be familiar, is in Tondo. And because they saw the impact in person, when we came back to the United States, we actually raised ₱1 million towards the programs of Project Pearls, which does feeding programs. They have a clinic, and they also do scholarships so that the children of Tondo can get their education and leave Tondo and be able to have different careers and escape poverty. For me, it was really important to bring these particular California Assembly members because they represent Filipino dense populations of California and have a stronger affinity to Filipinos. And so when there is an ask from the community, then they have more of a chance to say yes to us. Next slide. I call this the Kingmaker slide. This is just a snapshot. It doesn't tell the whole story of our alumni. We have about 130 alumni throughout the last 11 batches. You have Jet Tolentino, who is a Tony Award winner and Broadway producer. I believe he also has a Grammy. Michelle 𝐒𝐲𝐲, who I mentioned earlier. Assemblymember Stephen Raga, who's actually running for state senate in New York. Tyler Dos Santos Tam, who you guys met earlier from Hawaii, from Honolulu City Council. Jessica Colosa is the first Filipina to be the Assemblywoman of California. Tony De La Rosa, who is a speaker and educator. 𝐒𝐥𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐷 David, who's a professor and author. And Nicole Penseca, who some of you guys might know is an author and a chef. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we cultivated a relationship with Canada over the last 2 years and recently executed an MOU with the Philippine Embassy in Ottawa with Ambassador J.B. Chan Gonzaga, who's formerly with the Office of American Affairs. And this is a picture of where we have, relationships across the globe because of our relationships within the last 20 years through the Department of Foreign Affairs. And so I'm really excited to be here and to meet the diaspora leaders or diaspora leaders because I really see PhilPro being able to expand and replicate what we're doing in other parts of the world. Next slide. So again, going back to what do we have in common, in terms of Apple the app, right? We were able to use the PhilPro network to elevate his impact program. He's currently project around coconut trees, and through our network and working with the Department of Foreign Affairs, we're connected to the Philippine Permanent Mission to United Nations, and just a few weeks ago, we're able to speak and present to the United Nations. And in the middle is actually my batch 9 so fine, and Constancio is from my batch. That is us with our farmers, with the Ayala Foundation International, and then you see myself with Bea. So what does this mean, and what does PhilPro look like? I stand before some of my mentors in the room. I want to call out Ambassador Jun Painor, who's here. Also, Tita Sonia, Mona Lisa Yochenko, Tita Maria Banatao. So when you look at Bea, right, and you look at the Impact Fellows or the Tayo Fellows, you should see yourself in there, because if it wasn't for you guys and how you have cared and nurtured me, I wouldn't be up here and be with PhilPro to be able to nurture the next generation. And so I look forward to having more conversations with you during our panel. Thank you.
Excellent discussion. And what's quite interesting is that despite the diversity of the programs and initiatives, if you look at what AFCS is doing and what PhilPro is doing, there are two things that's standing out to me. Is that leadership development program is similarly a core to both organizations, and of course the immersion programs. I think we will get to talk more about this later in the discussion. Now to talk about one of the finest institutions and programs in the Philippines, the Fulbright Commission, we have our third panelist, Mr. Julio Amador.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I was just checking if you're awake, no? And in some cases, if you're still alive. I'm really happy to join, and I would like to thank the CFO, which is a steadfast partner of the Fulbright Commission, for inviting me. Actually, we have a hostage situation because today is the pre-departure orientation of the Fulbright program. Secretary Clegg said, we will send someone to do the orientation if you come to the CFO summit. So I was like, okay. So one of the CFO team is in my office now conducting a briefing, which allows us to be part of this journey of orienting our Filipinos to go to the US. So I'm here. Thank you for the invitation nonetheless to share our story at Fulbright. Every year, we receive about 20 Americans. That one half would be Filipino Americans, from senior professors or professionals to recently graduate and even undergrad US student. They arrive in the Philippines for the first time. They are experiencing the country their parents or grandparents left behind. And for us in the Fulbright Commission, this is what diaspora engagement looks like in practice. Not a remittance, not a policy, but a person crossing oceans to be here. Now, we take pride at the Philippine American Educational Foundation for being the oldest continuing Fulbright Commission in the world. We recently celebrated 78 years of our existence, and we administer the Fulbright program and the various other US-Philippine educational exchange programs. For us, our Filipino-American scholars are part of the diaspora bridge. They are our key constituency in the US. Filipino-Americans and members of the broader Filipino diaspora who come to the Philippines as Fulbright scholars come here to conduct research, teach, and build ties. These are young professionals, and some are senior scholars with Filipino heritage who may have never lived here. Thus, the Fulbright program becomes immersion. And we encourage them actually to be connected to host institutions outside of Metro Manila. We send them to Northern Luzon, the Visayas, and certain parts of Mindanao. So educational exchange, which is what Fulbright, is crucial to identity formation of our US diaspora. For second and third generation Filipinos abroad, identity can feel inherited, but abstract. Thus, academic immersion in the Philippines makes it live and personal. How many stories have I heard of these young Filipinos or even some senior Phil-Ams who come here and say, I was able to see the park where my grandfather used to woo my grandmother. These are the stories we love to hear. But we also hear stories of how they became part of their communities in the Philippines, to do their research, to do their medical missions, to teach, to mentor, and so on. Phil-Am scholars return home to the US, change, not just professionally, but also relationally. They become ambassadors in both directions. This is how you grow the next generation of diaspora leaders, not by telling them to care about the Philippines, but by giving them that experience that makes them want to care for these Philippines. Because honestly, if they just see it through the news, no, mahirap mahalin ang bansang ito, di ba? But we want them to love this country through the immersion in the local communities which they live in. So what do we ask of you here? Whether you are from a university, a non-profit NGO, or even government agencies, we can do more to receive and absorb diaspora, particularly the youth who come through programs like Fulbright. We should create structured pathways so that these scholars don't just visit. We want them to contribute, to collaborate, and more importantly, to come back. So if your organization is open to hosting a Fulbright scholar or partnering with us to increase more opportunities for our diaspora, we want to connect with you. So thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
Just continuing Fulbright program across the world, and it got me thinking that despite the ubiquity of communication options and digital technologies, it feels like nothing can still replace people-to-people exchanges and immersion to be here in developing that care and emotional relationship with the country. And here with us to continue our conversations from the Youth Connect Cooperative, we have JV Marasigan Pangan.
Magandang hapon po, good afternoon. Maya katpanapon po kay kayongan para sa mga Kapampangan. Hello, Secretary Ang, and I'd like to say hi to Tita Maricel Rojas and also former Ambassador Grace. So, I was thinking about what to share today and where to start. And I realized that the easiest way to do this is to probably tell the story of how I got here on the first place. So I spent most of my adult life in the Philippines, here. Then in my 20s, I left the country for the very first time. And in every place, I learned new words. Not the language themselves, but new words. In Hiroshima, where I lived for almost 4 years, I worked as a teacher and volunteered at a peace organization called Ant Hiroshima and a Nobel winner, 𝐼𝐸𝐾. I learned the word hibakusha. Can you hear you say it? Hibakusha. Yeah, I heard someone lived in Japan here as well. It means survivor of atomic bombing. So I spent time with hibakusha and their relatives and young people working on peace and nuclear disarmament. What stayed with me was seeing young people advocate for a cause they did not personally experience. They chose to continue the work of previous generations because they believe that the issues we care about today rarely begin or end with us. And then I moved to Denmark to pursue my master's in journalism under the Erasmus Mundus program. There I encountered the word samfundssind. Could we go to the next slide? Can you say it? Samfundssind. It's not there yet. There it is. Roughly, it means thinking about the common good before yourself. And then during my internship in Germany and eventually in Austria, organizing the youth change at the United Nations with great Tita Maricel Rojas, I relearned the sociological terms I first heard in my university. Can you say it? Gemeinschaft. Gesellschaft. There you go. Gemeinschaft is about shared values, community, and deep personal ties, while Gesellschaft is impersonal, formal. Could explore these later. And then for the second half of my master's, I moved to Prague in the Czech Republic and learned the word You say it? It's not R, it's like J. Which means friends. And in The Hague in Italy, in The Hague, Netherlands, and in the Vatican in Italy, during my coverage as a stringer and correspondent for GMA News, of all places, there I came to appreciate the concept of kapwa more deeply, which is at the heart of the diaspora engagement. So everywhere in Europe, I met Filipinos and also second-generation Filipinos and also third-generation Filipinos. Some spoke Filipinos or Kapampangan like me, some couldn't at all. Some had never set foot in the Philippines, and some are still figuring out what being Filipino means to them. Many young people in the diaspora actively renegotiate their identity, and it's a process that entails maybe not just years, but decades. I mean, aren't we all figuring out what it means to be Filipino? But that's why when we talk about engaging Filipino youth and the young diaspora, I don't think the question is how to impact them. I think the question is, what spaces are we creating for them? Are we creating spaces where they can meaningfully contribute? Or are we simply inviting them into spaces that were designed without them? Through my work with the European Network of Filipino Diaspora, ENFID, Youth Connect Cooperative, and GMA News, I've seen that when young Filipinos are given meaningful opportunities, they show up and they deliver because they genuinely want to make a change. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, JB. And he's already raising difficult questions for us, right? What it means to actually not just engage the young diaspora, but make them central and make our spaces encouraging and participatory for the young diaspora themselves. And our last panelist, going back to the Philippines, is the chairperson of the National Youth Commission, USEC, Joseph Francisco Ortega.
Good afternoon, everyone, just to make sure. I just want to introduce myself. I am Jeff Ortega. I'm from the province of La Union. Can I just ask, is there anyone here from the Ilocos region? Ilocos or Pangasinan region? Can you see? Oh, just a few. Oh, thank you. So actually, Bea is new to our community, and I can attest to that, ma'am, that she has been hardworking, and she's been doing everything, and she's representing us really well. So I just want to share with you how I got here in the National Youth Commission, what the National Youth Commission is, and why are we here today. First and foremost, to our Secretary, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺, thank you, sir, for having me here. This is the first time, actually, that the National Youth Commission is kind of enjoining with the CFO. Earlier, I think I committed verbally that perhaps within this year's SecAng, we should have a memorandum of agreement signing after this. So I'd just like to share a bit about myself. I am a surfer from the province of La Union. So who surfs here? Yeah, there you go. So, and of course, from Hawaii as well. So I started my career in tourism. I put up a surf school. I worked with Australia, actually. I was accredited by the Academy of Surfing Instructors from Australia. And basically, my passion was around tourism and business. And when I was working with my community on the ground, I realized that, these community members, if you really don't experience life with them in the grassroots, you really wouldn't know what they need. And with that, I would like to unfortunately share that my family has been in politics for a while, and I tried to get away from it. But, I just saw the silver lining to it, and I felt that, okay, maybe we can do a bit more to help our community. And so I tried it out, and I applied for being a regional director of the Department of Tourism. So I was assigned first in Calabarzon, which is the second largest region in the Philippines. I was able to cater to the provinces of Cavite, Batangas, Laguna, Rizal, and Quezon. So after that, I was moved to the Ilocos and Pangasinan region. It was a bit challenging because Pangasinan is a very, very big province. And afterwards, in the time of the appointment of President Marcos, I was pulled into the National Youth Commission. To be honest with you, my knowledge of governance was really anchored on tourism and entrepreneurship. I've dealt with different countries, we've done different partnerships, and I felt that going to the National Youth Commission was so far out from what I was usually doing. And so many people asked me, what are you going to do there in the National Youth Commission? And just maybe a year and a half in, about 2 years in, I realized now that with all the politics happening in the country, wow, the youth will comprise 80% of our voting population in 2028. Can I hear an applause for that, please? And why I say that is because lately, to share with you, I've been feeling all the support. Actually, even, I wouldn't say bribes, but encouragement onto our agency. Because now they know that they cannot connect with Gen Z and they need votes. And so now I realize the power of the youth. And I realize the power of the National Youth Commission. And with that being said, when we came in and we got appointed, the initial budget of the National Youth Commission was only about 150 million pesos. When we came in, it is now 600 million pesos. And the reason why I share that with you guys is because I believe that in government, we can do more. And I know that most of you guys here who live abroad also have a deep desire and burning passion to help our country, especially with what's happening now. And I always say in my speeches around, is that yes, you can be with one side and you can be with one side, but at the end of the loses the Filipino people. And the reason why we're here today, and the reason why I'm here today in front of all of you, is to actually try to convince all of you to unite your efforts and try to focus on the youth. Because if you don't think that the traditionalists now sitting down don't have a chance of changing, with the youth, you still have a chance. And I always say this to, especially the people, the more experienced people that I speak to, is that investment in the youth is an investment in your retirement. I've been taking care of my parents. They're 80 years old now, and I'm 36 years old. And I was so lucky that they take care of me. But now, I think the period in our life where we have to take care of our parents. And so to everyone leading us now, the leaders who are again, I don't like to say senior, but more experienced, we need your guidance. And we need your support. And at least here in the National Youth Commission, we are the only agency that is spearheading all policy-related concerns. If you want to pass a law with regards to the youth, you go to us. If you want to come up with a program for the youth, you go to us. I've seen most of your programs. There's so many things we can partner on. So I hope it won't be the last. I would love to entertain your questions. I'd love to talk to all of you more. But for now, I would like to do this. And I would just like to say that the National Youth Commission, if you haven't heard of it yet, it's under the Office of the President. We are more than happy to be willing to partner with all of you to make your dreams be realized. And I just wanted to share, as closing, that I had the opportunity to meet the Luzon chapter of our CBCP chapter for OFWs. And I was charmed, I would say, to allocate a budget of 1 million pesos next year to hold the first OFW Youth Consortium where we can align all the needs of our OFW youth so that we can put more budget into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And sounds like the good undersecretary is ready to raise funds for your programs here. But we've learned not just about the programs currently of the NYC, but more importantly, the commitment to further engage the young diaspora. At this point of the panel discussion, we'll be asking our panelists to weigh in on some questions. I think I'd like to start with a question that's a bit more personal. I think all discussions of the diaspora somehow all starts with something personal, right? I want to get to know more about how you actually got into the work that you're doing now, especially, for example, AFCS and PhilPro are they've been in existence for some time now, right? I've heard Genevieve talk about the torch being passed to her, and that, I could imagine that that's a very important conversation to have as well on how to keep our young diaspora engaged. Yeah. Anyone would like to get into this question? Okay.
I'll go ahead and start first. My first, I think, experience with community organizing and mobilizing is actually through the community that helped raise me and my family. My father was the first to come to America as an engineer. I'm the first American born on both sides of the family. Because we didn't have family, we relied on the alumni associations and the church. And so we would gather together all the time. And my parents made us, they told us to volunteer at these functions and these events. And I would see my dad dial for dollars for the Santa Cruz fundraiser, right? Or for your alumni association gala. And so that's how I saw the way to support the community, because it's that, again, utang na loob, to give back to the people that helped you and helped my family establish themselves in America. And so I was able to take that into college. We advocated for Filipino World War II veterans, and I came across people through social networks. And to me, engaging the diaspora or engaging in the community through mobilizing an organization is 3 steps. It's social, educational, and then actionable/political, right? So social, we get together at different events, particular issue, and then you capture folks that I kind of recruit that want to take the next step and take action or be political. And I wanted to give a shout out to one of my mentors, Ate Vida, who's here, the former senior advisor to the Clinton administration, that also helped open doors for me to be able to be in rooms across the country and be at the table where we're steering influence around policy and around protections and advocate for Filipinos.
For me, it was through my mother. She's a Filipina. My parents, my father Romanian, they migrated to Australia in the 80s and 90s. And so for us, we didn't have any immediate family in Australia. It was very much the community titas and titos that were looking after us and going to community events. That's how I learned Filipino culture in Australia. And from there, when it came to volunteering, it was really just helping out. That is really as simple as it was. It was helping out at the community barbecue, helping out raise some funds by handing out flyers, things like that. And then in my university days, I did my placement. It's a volunteer placement required for the university. It was just a community crafts projects for the seniors. And I was given a budget, I had that autonomy, and I had that opportunity to create. And from there, I created this program and delivered it to the seniors. And when I saw the reaction from the seniors, how meaningful it was, the time I took with them and what activities we were doing and how appreciative they were, I said, I need to stay here. I want to do more here. And from there, our organization, Australian Filipino Community Services, has expanded into more activities, more services, and to create from a service development point of view. And I'm so thankful that we receive a lot of government funding and support. It's great that the Australian government really is hearing the Filipino community in Victoria in particular, especially during the pandemic. And so for me, my creative outlet is to create meaningful projects and services that support the Filipino diaspora in Australia and Victoria and generate real meaningful social impact.
Thank you. Anyone from Argentina? Okay.
My engagement started with Project Kaluguran. So for those who are Kapampangan here, Kaluguran has two meanings, friendship and love. So my best friend and I, she's somewhere here, Dr. Elise Magbag, we co-founded a community organization in Mabalacat, Pampanga. So we used to teach Aita students in an upland Aita community in Pampanga every month. So we would go up every month to teach them culturally responsive lessons. And then also connect them with organizations, for example, who would like to donate clothes or canned goods and stuff. But then we realized dole-out is no longer enough. It's not the way to go. So there should be something more than just giving. So we decided, like, why don't we, empower them with education? And that's why actually we were one of the 20 national finalists at 10 accomplished youth organizations back in 2017. 10 years later, we are sending scholars to universities. 2 of them are graduating next year, and we have 4 senior high school students. So that's my first encounter, and 10 years on, we're still doing it.
Yeah. When in the past years, when we reviewed the applications for the Fulbright US programs, we saw the increase in the Philams who wanted to study here. And of course, the first thing we're looking at is what are they really going to contribute to the communities that they're going to be placed in. And that's a big part of the process. But at the same time, when you sift through the documents as they submit, one of the biggest things that they always raise is that they want to connect. They want to go to the places where their parents went, their grandparents were born, and so on. So you can feel a desire to be reconnected to the Philippines. And sometimes you wonder why. But for us, we encourage this because this is precisely what we wanted to see. That a lot of our Filipino-American colleagues would consider coming back home and really immerse themselves in the local communities that they want to serve in.
Right. We do have a saying that it takes two to tango, right? I think I'm going back to Julio, and I want to understand, when we speak of the diaspora, young people wanting to have a connection here, right, applying to the Fulbright, do you also see the same motivation among organizations, among our institutions here? Is it hard to find partners to say, we want to host them here, we want to feel connected to young Filipinos overseas as well, right? Is that a challenge? And I think, Jeff can also speak to this, right? What do our local institutions here are feeling about this, right? Do they want to engage and be connected with the diaspora?
That's a good question because one thing that we've noticed is that a lot of our diaspora would be reaching out to us directly and requesting that we connect them because apparently Filipinos don't like to answer emails. No? So they reach out to this university, sabi nila, ginos na lang kami. So I do hope that our universities, our government agencies, our NGOs, first, please check your emails. No? Second, please check your spam mails because the emails will have ended there. But more importantly, even if the answer is no, please take the time to respond. Because a lot of the disappointment that some of these diaspora feel is the lack of response. Not even the no. No, it's just the fact that they were ignored or they were sent to spam.
Is that scene zoned? Is that?
Well, actually, it's better if they were scene zoned, right? But sometimes nobody checks their emails at all. So I think that's the most, because the email would be their first connection to a Filipino organization. So I would say that yes, they do find it hard. Like if they want to intern, they want to immerse, they want to connect with a certain university. They don't know how, because in the first place, they don't know where to send their inquiries.
Quite an easy thing to do. Let's please check our emails and be responsive. What do you think, Jeff?
Well, from the side of the National Youth Commission, we are actually the agency that handles all of that. So if there are companies or NGOs or countries that would like to partner, we are open to it. Several projects that we have so far is with Japan. So we have what you call the Genesis program and the SEAP. So SEAP is like the ship for Southeast Asian Youth for Japan, where we have 16 delegates from the one from each region, and they ride this ship. It's called Nippon Maru, and they pick up other ASEAN members, other ASEAN states, and they go to Japan, and for like a welfare trip, and they come back after 30 days to the Philippines. And prior to this, they are given training. They are given like suits, like Filipino brand of service trainings, all these items, and that's funded by the National Youth Commission. And so far, recently, I reviewed work in financial of the National Youth Commission. There have been lacking partnerships actually with other countries. So my partner is actually Australian, and I don't know why I don't have a partnership with Australia yet. So I think this would be a good time to work on it and to see if we can have an exchange program with other countries. Another opportunity here is I've been trying to help out Mindanao. May I ask who's from Mindanao here? From Mindanao. So, this notion in the Philippines that it's always Imperial Manila that succeeds. So there's a lot of culture that you will see in Visayas and Mindanao. So we have been working on coming up with an exchange trip called 𝐉𝐸𝐴GA. That's Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. So as we're doing it with Japan and ASEAN, we're trying to do it with 𝐉𝐸𝐴GA as well. So we're trying to see what partnerships we could work with. I mean, I'm sure you guys have your own companies. We'd be happy to receive all of you. Thank you.
If I wear the hat of a diaspora leader, wouldn't I find it a bit bureaucratic to work with the NYC? What do you say to that kind of impression?
Well, not at all, because the first thing, like as you mentioned, sir, right, we have to make sure that there's communication. And if you really want to get something done in the country, you have to have the support of the government. And the National Youth Commission, we have area offices in all the regions. So if you wanted to do something in the grassroots, we have officers for that as well. So we can hold your hand from day 1 to day 30. And just to share with you, some of the programs that we are planning for the next 2 years will be with ASEAN. So if there are ASEAN country member states here as well, that's something that we are immediately doing this year, because we are the chairman of the ASEAN Youth Ministers this year.
So the promise is that we won't just respond to your emails, we'll be holding your hand as you connect with us here in the Philippines. What's your experience like, Karina, Genevieve? Working with organizations here, what's the challenge of like saying we want to be immersed, we want to connect, we want to do these activities? How is that like for you?
Well, the CFO and the team there have been amazing and very responsive. I do agree about the email thing. An opportunity like today is a great opportunity to connect face to face and build those connections and messenger requests. But yes, it took a bit of time, and even engaging other entities in the Philippines. Email is something that we're trained to do in Australia. That's the best way to engage someone. But we do end up finding other ways and finding people who know people to try and tap on their shoulder. But sometimes it is possible and sometimes it's not. And you're right about even just the communication is really helpful, rather than waiting for that email that will never come.
And there's also probably a lesson in here, right? That sometimes these small things matter, right? How do you even just make a communication first, right? And it's probably not email, as you've experienced. Genevieve?
PhilPro actually has been very lucky in that terms, because we were founded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. So at any time we need something, then we go through the network of the embassy or the consulates or Department of Foreign Affairs. We had an alumni that was in Japan because her legacy project was around, finding her Lolo, who was during World War II. He was Japanese. So I just emailed Washington, D.C., the embassy in Tokyo, and within a week she was able to attend there. So we are lucky to have like the shepherds of the government. And as you mentioned earlier, if you have a partner in government and they will make that connection and endorse you, it'll happen pretty fast.
So
I just want to comment on the email thing. Maybe we should do what CFO did. because they messaged me on my email, my LinkedIn, my Facebook, and then my Instagram. It's not even my name there, it's lookup PH. Suddenly I have a message there. So we have to explore many channels, like what CFO did.
So we want to recognize the staff, the people of CFO. You have amazing digital skills that you've been able to reach out to JV in different platforms, right? We also hear this talk of like second generation Filipinos, third generation Filipinos. Jeff talked about that in the Philippines, politicians are quite worried that they're not connecting with the Gen Zs, right? Does it matter when is it important that when we talk about the young diaspora that we think of them in such terms, right? That there's a difference between engaging second generation Filipinos, third generation, Gen Zs, millennials. Is that something core or important to the strategies of engaging young Filipinos overseas?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer. Yeah, I think it is very important to adjust your communication approach. If I'm talking with, let's say, Secretary Klink, I definitely will be using more formal language and adjusting how I speak. But if I'm speaking with someone, a millennial, someone that I'm able to chat more casually with, I was just at the CFO yesterday with the team discussing our U-Lead implementation for next year, and the conversation is a bit more relaxed. And because we traveled together in the Philippines in January, we're able to be very chill when we're talking to each other. But it does break through a lot of barriers, and we can get to the point of our conversation and work really well. But I think it's not that it can't be done, but it needs to be considered when engaging different generations.
Do we have more contributions to that? Jeff and then Genevieve?
I think the way that you address whoever you're talking to is understanding their immigrant journey, right? So we have been engaging again with Canada, and they're younger. They could actually be my children. So they're Gen Z, and because they're Gen Z, that we would treat them like Filipino American or American Gen Z. But because the Canadian immigration wave is like a decade later, I can actually relate to them even more. And so it's understanding where they are in their immigration journey to be able to have that relationship and that shared experience. And then you're talking from the experience, not necessarily by age.
Sense, Chef?
For National Youth, thank you. For us in the National Youth Commission, we found out that a lot of youth, especially from millennial to Gen Z, they connect on terms on creativity. So whether that's film, that's social media, all these things, that's something that immediately gets their attention. So for instance, my partner's from the film industry, and lately she's going to have, I don't know if I'm able to say this, but she's going to have a movie with Manny Jacinto. Manny Jacinto is a film artist in the US, and there have been several movies that have shown Filipino Americans. I also know that one of our famous celebrity, Liza Sobrano, is now working there in the US and trying to find opportunity. And I think that really, not just on Filipino Americans. I have my sister who lives in the LA as well, so she mentioned to me this, and I think film is really a low-hanging fruit for connecting our generations together.
Cleve, may I also?
Of course.
I was lucky to join one class where one of our Fulbright teachers was teaching. One of our programs is what we call the Foreign Language Teaching Assistant Program. We send Filipinos to the US to teach Tagalog as a foreign language. And did you know, just as a trivia, that it is now one of the largest growing in-demand language in the US? So actually, we send every year we get requests from about 4 universities. Last year, we were asked to prepare for 8, because 8 universities were now asked for Filipino language teachers. So that's just as a trivia on that. No? So Tagalog as a language is growing in demand, no, in the United States. But I had the opportunity to attend one of these sessions, no, and I noticed that a lot of our Filipino American youth are actually very shy. And we had to draw out, my first TikTok. I had to dance in front of these young Filipinos. Now, you will never see that TikTok because I was threatened by the young Filipinos that they will show it if I don't.
Don't challenge the staff of CFO. They have good digital skills.
I think that the CFO should really do a lot more of these TikToks. But I think that really shows you that we have to find different ways of connecting with our young diaspora because they have different ways of communicating. A lot of them are digital natives. No? They don't know. So, when it comes to communication, one of them said, Sir July, what does, a PDF with a wet signature mean? Because they said we can only entertain your request if you send us a letter with a wet signature. I was like, because again, some of our organizations here don't accept emails as a formal communication. So I think what CFO is doing, reaching out through LinkedIn messages, Messenger, and other social media apps are actually very useful ways of communicating with our young diaspora.
Right, and speaking of digital platforms, I think at least for me, I see a lot of this popular online creators based overseas, spending time talking about, for example, how to learn it as an immigrant, as part of the diaspora community. And I did say that nothing replaces face-to-face immersion. But how is that central now? How important is that when we speak of engaging young diaspora, that we also pay attention to digital platforms, social media? Because I can imagine, for example, that government offices in the Philippines, they're doing their best. It's another thing to kind of like do TikTok or something else, right? So what's your advice for organizations? How do they engage the young diaspora online?
Well, I think the best way is to go straight to the source and have young people, whether it's on the committee or a working group, to actually hear and ask them directly, how would you like to receive this information? And of course, I think we all know now we need to be innovative, and it's a multifaceted approach. We really need to, even if we just talk about language, traditionally it was you go to language school, you go to Tagalog school, it runs for 10 weeks a term, just like the school day on a Saturday. And so one thing our organization is doing is really turning that on its head and changing it up, bite size, come with your family and your friends. They don't even have to be Filipino, but making it fun and approachable and safe to make mistakes. As you heard in the video, not being able to feel safe when you're learning language can put someone off from a young age. And I'm a living example of that. But when I went on the elite program and I had a very safe space to learn Tagalog and practice it in a fun way, and the group would just cheer me on and really celebrate that. And the communities that we engage, they would celebrate hearing that we've come from Australia and are actually trying to learn the language. And from there, I left the Philippines in January, motivated to learn Tagalog. So there you go.
Should you give us an example? A teaser of what you've learned so far. But you've seen her in the documentary, right? The preview of the documentary. Her experience buying fruit. I think that was in Manila, right? Okay. Anyone else? Yes, JV.
As someone working in the media, it's great that we customize our message and the way we communicate with young people in the diaspora. But at the same time, I think there should be care in the way we do this, because as my favorite Nigerian author said, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, like the danger of the single story is not that it's untrue, but that it's incomplete. Every generation and the generation that comes after each one has something to say about the next generation. For example, when I was young, young, I was told, you're like this and you're like that. And now Gen Zs are accused that they're lazy, they're arrogant, they're entitled. So we always have like preconceived ideas, and this is something that we have to confront as, people working in the diaspora. Like where do we get our information from? Like if we get it from Instagram, I don't know if you've heard of the trend now, like, oh, I'm a fee, like I'm not really Filipino, like like Filipinos will not have any chance in the pageant platform without us halfies, like that. So those kinds of comments hurt the community, and little thing, and then suddenly it becomes bigger than the good sound that we produced before that. So I think we also have to be careful with the kind of information and where we get our information from, and try to empty our cup every now and then and not see people as like flat. I don't know. In short stories, like they're round characters, right?
Right. And that's really a good reminder, JV, because that there needs to be this care in online engagement. Because now I'm thinking of very innocent discussions on Filipino heritage, right? Of like ube or sisig or our beautiful diverse cuisine, right? Becoming subjects of online wars, right? Between Filipinos in the diaspora and here, right? You don't really know ube. That's not what ube is, right? It's not supposed to be baked into that kind of thing, right? And then suddenly, rather than an engagement, it becomes disengagement, right? And divisive, right? And I'm sure that we have plenty more to talk about. Do you want to?
I do. I just want to add, the way that PhilPro engages the youth is actually organically and in person. So it's very directly anchored to our alumni across the country and now our partners in Canada. And so we would do a roadshow every year across 8 to 10 major cities, and alumni represent not just PhilPro, but other organizations that are a part of, whether it's accounting or nursing or different industries. And so they'll pull from their networks and bring people to an event. And then how we follow up with the people in that room depends on who it is, right? I would reach out to people and they wouldn't respond by text message. And I actually look to my 10 nieces and nephews and how to communicate, because I would think they're mad at me, but then they'll respond right away on Instagram. So I think it's also understanding the generation in terms of how they want to be communicated with in different platforms, but engaging with them, person to person and following up with them.
And at this point, we're very eager to hear from our audience. Please raise your hands if you have questions. So, okay, we've got several. I think we'll start with the one on the right, and then we'll take turns, right and left. Okay, please.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a very youthful discussion. I'm Bon Ampor. I'm the head of the Remittance and Seafarers Division of RCBC. And I would like to ask, what are the biggest... My first question is, before I say my questions, I also want to just acknowledge that in my previous life, in my previous back, we were also partners with the CFO for the U Lead. So Miss Marie Apatad, if she's here, we were able to sponsor a few of the students from the US immersing with our culture here in the Philippines. So grateful to be a partner of CFO. And now we're also partners with CFO for the PDOS, pre-departure orientation seminars that we are conducting every day. Okay? So for my first question, what are the biggest barriers preventing sustained youth engagement in diaspora organizations, and how can we create programs that remain relevant across generations? Then my second question would be, the theme of this summit emphasizes harnessing Filipino global power. What specific actions can governments, diaspora organizations, and educational institutions take today to ensure that young Filipinos and the young diaspora are not merely future leaders, but active partners in shaping the Philippines' future right now? Thank you.
Yes. Who wants to start? Jeff. Okay.
On the part of the national, thank you for that question. Those are two great questions. Right now, that's exactly what the National Youth Commission is doing because, in fact, if you're the National Youth Commission, it's like you're a small president. You have so many problems. So from health, you have environment, you have agriculture. So in the case of the National Youth Commission, we have 10 pillars of participation. And one of them is active citizenship and global mobility as well. So we need to really unify the efforts for the youth here in the Philippines. We're thankful, for organizations that have been going here, partnering with CFO, but I think there is no united action towards this. And I think one of the things that we have to do is to institutionalize this as well. The National Youth Commission being the policy advocacy of the youth in government, we have the job to round up all your comments and come up with a bill or a law that we will recommend to Congress, the Senate and the President so that this can be institutionalized. But again, this has to be in a way where we are all unified. Thank you.
A very quick follow-up, Jeff. There's a question addressed specifically for you from our Zoom participants. Do you have activities, does the NYC have activities in Europe or young Filipinos in Europe?
In Europe, not yet, but I had the chance to meet with the French ambassador, who's outgoing now. I attended their event on youth suffrage. So the European Union and the Embassy of France has been funding youth organizations, organizations that are accredited with the National Youth Commission. And lately, we have been responsive with the European Union. So at the end of the month, I'm attending a dinner with all the ambassadors of the European Union so we can explore ideas as to how we can streamline our activities. And I hope we can do the same with Australia and the US. Thank you.
So that question is from Jeffrey Morales. So the answer, I think, is pretty soon there should be something for you in Europe. Okay, go ahead. I think Julio wants to respond.
Yes, just a trivia. The United States sends around 400,000 students, 400 to 500,000 every year abroad. Can you guess how many students we get in the Philippines from that 400 to 500,000? 356 as of the latest report. 356 Americans come to the Philippines, as opposed to about 800 going to Vietnam, as opposed to about 1,200 going to Indonesia and Thailand. A very, very small fraction of the 400,000 goes to the Philippines. So in response to that, PAF, the Fulbright Commission, set up the Consortium for Study Abroad in the Philippines in partnership with DOT and CHED and so on. And the idea is that we do want to make the Philippines a destination country for study abroad students from the United States, because a big part of that are actually Philams, the second or third generations, except that they don't have the avenue to connect with Philippine universities. Again, that email thing, with the wet signature on an email, for goodness sake. So we're trying to serve, because we are authorized by both governments to serve as a bridge for our diaspora. And we're hoping to partner with more universities to accept more Filipino Americans who want to immerse here and go about experiencing what it is to live, for example, in a province, in a provincial SUC, what's the life like in this particular location, and so on. So we do have to make active bridges happen because there's a demand for it. I've been to several US universities. They were so happy that we already are having these initiatives because they said, we want to get there. It's already difficult to fly to the Philippines. It's a very long way from the East Coast, particularly the US. If we can reduce the bureaucratic constraints that we put up to help them come to the Philippines, we should do so. So if anyone is willing to partner on that, again, happy to talk to you, because 356 is an indictment of the way that we are able to attract our Filipino youth, Filipino American youth who want to come to the Philippines to study here.
Big challenge, but hopefully members of this summit will be able to respond to that demand. Yes.
So to answer the first question around barriers, I would say pressure. Pressure from family is a big barrier and can have long-lasting impacts. So as mentioned about learning language can be a lot of pressure, learning customs and things like that. could push away a young person to just embrace the country that they've been born and raised in, that is not the Philippines. And so when we think about even an example, leadership program, when we approached the Victorian government and presented our youth Filipino career development and leadership program, we didn't market it to the young people as a leadership program, because they will think, well, I'm not a leader, that's not for me. So our approach was, come, have a try of this. Come help out. Let's put on a music night and bring your friends. And through that, we were able to teach them marketing skills. We were able to teach them networking skills, project management skills, and they were leading in their area. And so we want to, we know leadership or being a leader is something that others appoint you. You generally don't say, well, I'm a leader now. People appoint you as a leader. And likewise, your leadership is reflected by your service and what you do. So that is where we're starting. The second question around collaboration, that is something that AFCS is committed to in engaging the Aussie Filipino youth. And that is part of our commitment to work with the CFO for the U-Lead program and to establish an annual cultural immersion trip. We started this year in January, that was the pilot, but we are already planning for next year in January, hopefully, and for us to be a touch point in Australia for Australian youth. So again, it's breaking down those barriers and creating clearer pathways for youth to come to the Philippines and learn and love the Philippines.
I'll add to that for both questions. The challenge for PhilPro, it's not that there's a lack of interest to come to the Philippines. It's that we might be the only volunteer organization on this panel. So we're all volunteer organizations. So the board and its alumni, we have our day jobs and we're high performing. And so we're very limited to how much time we could put into this organization. But I'm super proud of what we've been able to develop in the last 12 years of its being active. We're now heading into our 15th year next year. So that's a challenge in terms of the time and the energy, but also to sustain is we have to raise money as a volunteer organization. So we look to partners and grants to sustain us so we could continue to create these very impactful and life-changing experience for the youth so that way they could come back and do these legacy projects. And we talk about sustaining them as leaders and keeping them engaged to give back. Part of the commitment when you sign up to be part of the delegation is you have to join a committee or join the board the next year. So we're building the pipeline of leaders in our board. And then also the selection process, you have to have a legacy project executed within the 3 years that you're done with the immersion program. So you're basically active for 3 to 5 years after the immersion program. So that's the accountability, but it's also selecting people who are really committed to giving back to the Philippines.
Yes, thank you very much. And unfortunately, that's all the time that we have for this panel. I'm sorry to the men and women who would like to ask their questions. Feel free to approach our amazing panelists throughout the rest of the day, like in this summit, right? I'm sure that they'll be happy to reach out to you. And I think that hearing and listening to our leaders, our young leaders of the diaspora, but also our leaders here working for the Filipino youth, I think I am very much convinced that we have a very promising future. Indeed, that the future is young, right? Our future is with the young, both at home and overseas. Please join me in thanking and recognizing our amazing panelists this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Arguelles, Ms. Dutlo, Ms. Opanda, Mr. Amador, and Mr. Pangan for sharing innovative approaches to engaging the next generation of Filipino diaspora leaders. The future of diaspora engagement rests with these young people, and your work ensures they remain connected to their Filipino roots and committed to Philippine development. We now invite Chairperson Dante 𝐃𝐢𝐚𝐬𝐲𝐨 II and 𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐬𝐢 Borja to come on stage to present the tokens to the panelists and moderator in recognition of their valuable insights during the panel discussions. The certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation presented to Mr. Arguelles, Ms. Datlo, Ms. Opanda, Mr. Amador, and Mr. Pangan, entitled Igniting the Passion, Engaging Filipino Youth and the Young Diaspora at the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit held on June 16, 2026 at Manila Marriott Hotel, Metro Manila, Philippines. Signed by Secretary Dante 𝐃𝐢𝐚𝐬𝐲𝐨 II, Chairperson of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. May we request the moderators and the panelists to go on stage for a photo op. That ends our youth engagement panel discussion. Before we move to our closing session, we have another powerful demonstration of what happens when the passion we've been discussing translates into action. We will now witness the ceremonial signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the Commission on Filipinos Overseas and the Filipino Young Leaders Program, PhilPro. May we invite to the signing table Secretary Dante 𝐃𝐢𝐚𝐬𝐲𝐨 II, Chairperson, and Undersecretary Maria Arlene S. Borja, Executive Director, representing the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, and Ms. Genevieve Opanda, PhilPro President, the Honorable Tyler Dos Santos Tam, City of Honolulu Council Member, and Mr. Constancio Paranal III, PhilPro Executive Vice President representing Filipino Young Leaders Program, PhilPro. Given the CFO's aim to champion diaspora engagement, this partnership with PhilPro aims to promote youth-led initiatives that foster leadership and strengthen ties with the Philippines. Through the CFO's Youth Leaders in the Diaspora, You Lead, and PhilPro's immersion programs, NRF youth are encouraged not just to be leaders in their respective fields and communities, but also to be active agents of change and contribute to national development. Let us give a resounding round of applause to Secretary Ang, Undersecretary Borja, Ms. Hopanda, the Honorable Dos Santos Cam, and Mr. Paranal for forging this partnership for our youth. This MO, our young people, when we create structures for their leadership and engagement, we are not just securing the future of the Filipino diaspora, building it. We request our signatories to please remain for a while for a photo opportunity. Thank you. Before we move to our closing session, we have another powerful demonstration of what happens when the passion we've been discussing translates into action. We will now witness the ceremonial signing of The Memorandum of Understanding has already been signed. So now we move on, and as we approach the end of this historic summit, we have a very special moment to deliver a special address on behalf of the Filipino diaspora, representing your collective voice, your commitment to sustained engagement with the Philippines, and your vision for partnership in national development. Please welcome vlogger and content creator, the man behind Becoming Filipino, Mr. 𝐃𝐢𝐥𝐢𝐲𝐫.
Alright, fantastic. I could say magandang gabi now, no? Malapit na, malapit. Kanina we had umaga, then it was hapon. Wow, this has been incredible. I actually really struggled the past few weeks thinking about this moment and what I wanted to share. As you may have seen on the program, my special message today was called Becoming Filipino, Choosing the Philippines. Now, that statement, choosing the Philippines, I mean, I get it. I get the importance of that. Just look at right now, today. We all choose to come here together. We chose to connect because of the Philippines, because we care about the Filipino, because we care about being Filipino. And whether it be in a structured talk, or just walking around and making chica on the side, which we have all been doing. I can see that even happening right now. We chose to be here. You guys chose to be here. Maraming salamat, daghan salamat, magsuko, iyaman, abogid na sayamat. You know, there are hundreds of ways you can say this in the Philippines, but even I might start getting a nosebleed. Hindi ko gusto magdugo sa ilong. So I'll just say it one more way. Thank you. Thank you for choosing to be here in the Philippines for this. And you know what's funny? What you just heard me say, I never write speeches, huh? I wrote that first page before even coming here. I just knew this was going to be important, and this was going to be something worth thanking everybody for being at. And seriously, like the Canadian guy I just talked to in the back, who's Filipino, about the positives in Canada and the positives here, that was awesome. The guy, the Filipino from Japan who lectures in Tokyo, who just emailed me, so cool interacting with you. Tita Mariela, who we talked to at the beginning, I mean, it was fantastic. Genevieve, I mean, obviously my table, Sekang, the Honolulu council member who gave me a shaka during his, I mean, seriously, thank you. This has been very important and very awesome. But here's the thing. As much as I love and appreciate the impact that choosing the Philippines can have, when I think about my life and maybe how I've ended up on this stage today in front of you, I can't stop thinking about something else. More than a decade ago, a friend of mine, he looked at me and he said, Kulas, there is a Filipino everywhere. Now, at the time, didn't really think much of it, but as the days have gone by, that has really hit me in the heart. Because I've realized that's why I'm here. That's what impacted my life in such an overwhelmingly positive way. It was Filipinos and the moments of laughters and smiles those Filipinos shared with me when we were outside of the country. Moments of, hey, let's eat, and the moments of me being like, hey, what the heck is that? Moments of jamming out and singing overseas. Maybe not like the 100 score videoke singing, you know, I'm not at that level, but you know, singing along, bahala sa score. Moments of patak. Man, I'll never forget hanging out with Filipinos in Hong Kong. That's where I was first introduced to the Philippines, was with the Filipino diaspora in Hong Kong. And what did we do? Hey Kyle, I was in Kulas then. You want to join us on patak? Oh, what's this? Oh, don't worry, we're just going to bayanihan the vibe today. Very, very cool. It's amazing now how even outside of the country, those things that I'm talking about, they're happening. Those Filipino things. And I could go on and on. But truly, when I think about it, It was just being open to moments of positive interaction. That was what inspired my learning. That was what inspired my appreciation. And that is what inspired my wonder. I wonder what it is like in the Philippines. As the Filipino diaspora. And I've been here 14 years now, almost my entire young adulthood. Here I'm 24, I'm 38 years old now. And what is it like here? Well, I'll be the first to tell you, just like everywhere else in the world, it is not perfect. We have our struggles, some more intense than others. But you know what else we have that you won't find as abundant as anywhere else in the world? Filipinos. Diba? We have Filipinos more than anywhere else. Yeah, they're everywhere around the world, but they really are everywhere here. From north to south, island to island, you'll find your fellow kababayans living their lives, and you know what else you'll find? You'll find a lot of beauty and a lot of inspiration. If you go right now to Agusan Marsh, you'll find resilient communities who have adapted their homes to float just so they could live where they feel at home. If you go to Kalinga, I hope you drink coffee because you'll probably find yourself invited for a cup, and it doesn't matter how much money you have in your bank account, that cup of coffee is free because it's moments of your time, the conversations, that's what Filipinos there value. If you go to Samar, I hope you because you won't just be experiencing a beautiful national park in Samar, you will be experiencing a community of Filipinos who said, no, we are done with illegal logging. It is time to protect our environment. And they do it in such a unique way, through torpedo boats. Heck, if I walk down the road right now, we're in Pasay, to a local barangay, I go, hey, Manong, Manaheng, Tita, Tito, Kuya. You wouldn't believe, if you just say any endearing term with a smile here, you wouldn't believe what you can learn about respect and connection. Yes, even here in the sometimes organized chaos of Metro Manila. I've been to 82 provinces. I've driven 150,000 kilometers, immersing myself on a scooter. And do you know what I have never found? A place where you can't feel uplifted, where you can't feel inspired, feel the good. That's very, very true. Find a place in this country where you can't find that. Now look, nobody has the right to tell you what to choose. And I would never stand here today saying, you need to choose the Philippines. But I can stand here today with a big smile on my face, slightly emo, feeling proud and feeling grateful that I decided to be open to allowing the beauty of the Philippines to choose me. Because like that person told me a long time ago, Filipinos are everywhere. And I know that means beauty is too. But you have to be open to it. So yeah, again, just want to say thank you for today. Thank you for coming to what was a very important event. Thank you to the Commission of Filipinos Overseas for putting this together, Secretary Ang. And yeah, mabuhay, power on. Ayos.
Thank you very much, Kulas, for your inspiring and very amazing words. And as our way of recognizing your efforts to showcasing what it means to be and become Filipino, the CFO is presenting this certificate of appreciation and token to you. To be led by Chairman Dante Clink Ang II, together with Undersecretary Maria Arlene Borja, we are presenting this token to you. our summit, the Oath of Commitments. The oath represents the collective commitments of everyone in this room, the Filipino diaspora, the Philippine government, civil society, and the private sector to work together as strategic partners in advancing the Philippines' development goals. It affirms that diaspora engagement is not a one-time event, but an ongoing partnership built on shared values and concrete action. To lead us in the Oath of Commitments, we invite Secretary Dante 𝐃𝐢𝐿 II, Chairperson of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. We also invite all summit delegates to stand and recite the Oath of Commitments along with Secretary 𝐼.
I invite everyone to stand up and please raise your right hand and repeat after me. We, the leaders, advocates, and members of the Filipino diaspora community, pledge to the service of our homeland and fellow Filipinos worldwide. We commit ourselves to the following pillars of action. Political engagement. We vow to use our global presence to champion the rights of Filipinos and influence policies that promote national interests of the Philippines in the international arena. Economic engagement. We commit to moving beyond remittances by fostering strategic investments, supporting local entrepreneurship, and transferring technology and expertise toward economic growth in the Philippines. Cultural engagement. We pledge to act as cultural ambassadors, preserving our heritage and promoting Filipino identity and values to ensure that the Philippine beauty is recognized and respected globally. Engaging the youth. We dedicate ourselves to mentoring the young Filipino diaspora and creating bridges that reconnect them to their roots in support of the nation-building process. As non-resident Filipinos, NRFs, we stand united as a global force, dedicated to the progress, dignity, and future of the Filipino people. We will continue transforming the world dahil kami ay may dugong Pinoy. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary 𝐼, and all summit delegates for taking this solemn oath. Let us give a round of applause for his historic commitment to sustain partnership between the non-resident Filipinos and the Philippines. We invite everyone to sign our oath of commitments here in front. Secretary Dante 𝐃𝐢𝐿 II signing. But wait, we are not finished yet. As a surprise and testament to today's fruitful discussions, we are happy to present the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit Same Day Edit, brought to us by LinkBank.
To our NRFs, thank you for continuing to carry the Filipino spirit wherever life may take you. Your achievements are our pride. Your success has shifted global spotlight on our country, and your partnerships ensures our nation's story remains one of collective growth and enduring unity.
Policy influence does not begin or end in government offices. It happens when we organize our communities, we participate in civic life, we mentor our young leaders, we support one another, and engage in conversations that drive meaningful and lasting change.
We Filipinos are not alone in the challenges that we face. We need to work together, not at cross purposes, not work against each other, because when one group succeeds, all of us are able to succeed, and we need to keep that very close to our hearts.
Our greatest asset is the professional capital of individual Euro-Filipinos who excel in their host countries while staying deeply committed to their roots.
The pundits, political pundits, said he cannot win because he's Filipino. Hello, I won. Then they said he won because he was Filipino. Leadership is not only for politicians. Leadership is for migrants who believe their voice matters. So to every Filipino migrant here today, I say this. Your accent does not disqualify you. Your story is not a weakness.
For decades, overseas Filipinos have helped power the Philippine economy through remittances, but the future asks more of us. It calls on us to transform that support into investment, entrepreneurship, leadership, and sustainable development.
The Filipino diaspora builds more than balances. It builds communities. It builds institutions. It builds leaders, and it builds belonging. Together, we are stronger as a community.
The Filipino diaspora is one of the nation's greatest strategic assets, not simply because of what we send home, but because of what we can help create.
Every peso you earn abroad represents sacrifice, which is time away from family and perseverance. And protecting and growing that money is just as important as earning it.
I don't invest money, I invest knowledge. I train people so that someday they'll be a good citizen.
If we want a sustainable cultural preservation and educational diplomacy, we must move away from a model of labor extraction to stakeholder retention.
What we learned in school, na pag-aralan natin na mahalin ang Pilipinas, mahalin ang kapwa Pilipino, and that's what we have to do every day.
To ensure that the Philippines and meaningful
for overseas Filipinos.
Let's change this for the next summit, shall we? Let's make sure our young people are part of the conversation because they are too in part of the Filipino diaspora.
This is how you grow the next generation of diaspora leaders, not by telling them to care about the Philippines, but by giving them that experience that makes them want to care for this Philippines.
I've seen that when young Filipinos are given meaningful opportunities, they show up and they deliver because they genuinely want to make a change.
We are more than happy to be willing to partner with all of you to make your dreams be realized.
Together, let us redefine the boundaries of our nation's potential and harness the collective power of our global community to secure a brighter future for every Filipino.
Tomorrow is day 2 of our summit. We are featuring optional activities, especially for our non-resident Filipinos who wish to extend their engagement. We have a heritage tour and business-to-business matchmaking session in the morning and cultural show and fellowship in the afternoon. For the heritage tour, participants are advised to assemble at the Manila City Hall quadrangle from 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. The tour will take us through Manila Clock Tower, National Museum of Fine Arts, and Centro de Turismo. Please be in your smart casual attire. For the business-to-business matchmaking, our venue is at the Social Hall of the Girl Scouts of the Philippines, National Headquarters in Ermita, Manila City. Registration starts at 8:30 a.m. The program begins at 9 a.m. Our cultural show in the afternoon will take place at the auditorium of the Girl Scouts of the Philippines, National Headquarters in Ermita, Manila City. Please be there by 1:30 to witness the performance Sindao, Philippines. This is open to all summit participants. A fellowship follows after at the Social Hall of the Girl Scouts of the Philippines, National Headquarters. We request everyone joining our Day 2 activities to wear their summit IDs for proper identification. We hope to see you again tomorrow. Before we part, we invite everyone again to come to the center front of the stage for a photo opportunity. Our photographers will take a group shot, so let's gather closely and fill the space. Once again, before we part, we invite everyone again to come to the center of the stage for a photo op. Our photographers will take a group photo, so let's gather closely and fill the space.
Minsa'y natuwa ang may likha, 7,000 pulo ang ginawa. Mga hiyas na inilatag sa malasutlang dagat.
Once again, everyone is encouraged to join us at center stage for photo opportunity. Thank you, everyone. The official summit photos will be available in the coming days. Kindly check our gallery and the Summit microsite at summit.cfo.gov.ph/gallery. You may also post photos and videos on social media. Please use our official hashtag 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit. We also would like to hear your thoughts about today's summit. Share them with us by filling out our feedback form at summit.cfo.gov.ph/feedback form. That caps the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit. To our diaspora delegates who traveled from across the globe, thank you for your presence, stories, contributions, and commitment to Philippine development. You have shown us today that the Filipino diaspora is a powerful force for transformation. To our local stakeholders, government partners, and private sector representatives, thank you for recognizing the Filipino diaspora as strategic partners in development. The conversations we had today are just the beginning. Mag-ingat po ang lahat. Mabuhay ang Filipino diaspora. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Piliin mo rin ang Pilipinas. Kapulo ang kwintas ng perlas. Piliin mo, yakapin mo, kayamanan niyang likas. Piliin mo ang
We invite our Summit Secretariat, the people behind the successful conduct of the 2026 Filipino Diaspora Summit, please come up the stage for a photo opportunity.
Kapulo ang kwintas ng perlas. Piliin mo, yakapin mo, kayamanan niyang likas. Piliin mo ang Pilipinas. At ang ngiti ng may kapal, taglay ng bawat nilalang. May lambing na tumutuyan sa buong pakiramdam. Piliin mo rin ang Pilipinas. Kapulo ang kwintas ng perlas. Piliin mo, yakapin mo, kayamanan niyang likas. Piliin mo ang Pilipinas. Dito ay tinadhana, araw-buwan at mga tala. Ganap na magniningning, kailan may di magdidilim.
Yeah, if you know what I'm talking about. Suitcase in the house with the party sound. First choice, first love, if you ask the crowd. Come shout it out. Everybody's gonna dance to this. I see the whole world party.
Tayo ay magsaya at iwanan ang problema, magsama-sama sa ligaya, magsayawan hanggang magumulong.